young man's dad despised him with all his force to the point that he turned against him in his past existence and commanded his throat to be severed into two parts. But now that he has journeyed back in occasion and understands everything that's going to occur, he does everything with flawlessness. Even as a small infant, he can by now be considered a diaper killer. His dad, who used to despise him and treat him like garbage, a bit of new waste, is now going to honor and bring satisfaction in this young man, to the point of wanting to enroll him as a rightful kid of the household's primary line. But how do you think he'll react to this love? Will he embrace it, or seek vengeance? I'll tell you that as the tale develops. For now, I can tell you that this young man was brought into the world with the attraction for ladies. Every gorgeous and powerful woman who shows up near him becomes smitten immediately. Not even the holy ones will be exempt. If he moves away his body from these women, they actually weep, and while they are weeping, he's by now hooking up with a changed woman. Dad's satisfaction. Actually, somebody's got to sell napkins, right people? Not everybody can just remain there and weep. I dare to say this comic is a work of art. It's got vengeance. It's got that dad satisfaction that makes us want to kill him. The tale actually is logical. There are how many of grand moments. And it also has that goofy little love story you'll find yourself always hoping for. Him to wind up with a specific woman, only to be annoyed in the end when the occasion arrives. Let me understand if you got annoyed excessively. All right? Good evening, woman. I'll see you the next day. This is Vikier van Baskerville, the dog of the Baskerville household. He committed his whole existence to the household but was charged of connecting with evil spirits. And so his existence concluded at the grasp of his beloved dad. In his last moments, he believed that if he were brought into the world once more, he would go after the hare and destroy his goal, but he would not ever live as a dog once more. All of a sudden his sight changes. He has been born again, and he was born again together with multiple loud kids. They were all now at the finest estate of the Baskerville household. The kids wouldn't cease weeping. Hugo La Baskerville states all these brats are irritating. While moving, he considers that there isn't a one unique kid this occasion this time, but all of a sudden something grabs his attention. The little bit of garbage in before of him was silent, so he commanded them to bring that kid to the Sword Haven. Vikier understood that man was the one who brought about his demise. He was the head of the Baskerville household, but now he appeared in his more youthful appearance. That indicated Vikier had gone back to when he was an infant. Vikier was brought into the world as an bastard kid and got average instruction. It's like Jon Snow. Here a dog only required to be committed to the task, be it killing, information, surprise attack, or warnings. A dog needs to deal with the unpleasant tasks. And that's how the Baskervilles turned into the best of the 7 clans. The cause he remained faithful before was that he desired acknowledgement from the household and from Hugo. 10 years after the gateways to the demon world were opened and people claimed victory in the conflict, the prize for the dogs who were faithful was killing. Of course, this occasion he'll do matters another way. He desires vengeance, but in this infant form it's not feasible. However, he understands the Sword Haven is the flawless chance for him to get powerful. The Sword Haven is where the Baskerville household carries out a trial. Kids are tossed into a maze of blades. On the other end, they step into the stick stream, which is sacred. The more time they remain and the stronger they grow. But there's a cap to how many kids can receive the benefit. In brief, to arrive at the stick stream, you has to initially traverse the sword maze at top velocity. Everything appears typical in this household. These days, if you tell an 8-year-old to do the plates, the cops are likely arriving at your doorstep. Vikier was by now there in the maze. In his past existence, he was shoved aside by his siblings and didn't receive the benefits. But this occasion he has a goal in thoughts, so matters will be changed. Hurling his body into the stream, he considers about hogging the liquid for as extended as feasible. Seeming like the battle over the Horma Strait, the young man descends like a weight. The liquid flows into his form and skeleton through the wounds. Now he needs to withstand as much as he can, even if it's agonizing. All the head servants begin saying he should come out, but Hugo just chuckles at the scenario. He questions John Barrymore, the household servant, how extended the young man has been in there. The response is 7 minutes. The head, still chuckling, states that 7 minutes is a plenty and that he'll likely perish in there. Kid, you may emerge now, he states. The young man caught Hugo's words, but he's not surrendering still. He needs to take in as much as feasible up to the absolute end. But I think he absorbed excessively much to the point of drinking the liquid. He considers he has to remain steady, but perhaps it's excessively late. Suddenly, someone pulls him out by the leg. It was Hugo, laughing at the situation, saying the boy wanted more than he could handle and even drank the river water. He stayed in there so long that even his teeth grew. Impressed, Hugo asks what the child's name is, and the butler replies, "It is Vikier van Baskerville." Hugo is very happy and proud. A very greedy son was born into his family. On the other hand, Vikier only thought that Hugo should enjoy it while he silently sharpens his canines, because he himself will make the Baskerville family vanish from history. In his last life, people called him a genius at 8, but inside his own house, he was still treated as average. By 20, he was leading assassination, scouting, and subjugation missions. At 29, he hit the wall created by the direct bloodline's talent and saw the limit of his sword skill. And at 30, the gate to the demon world opened and the Great War began. It lasted nearly 10 years, ending with humanity's victory. And when he reached 40, after fighting like the family's perfect hound, his reward was lies, slander, and a death sentence. Back in the cradle, he realizes he made it through the river Styx, which means he's already stronger than he was in his first life. While thinking that over, he notices an unfamiliar woman coming near his cradle. She quickly leaves a box behind, and it isn't a gift, it's an assassination attempt. 2 rare snakes crawl out. Vikier can only wonder if they really needed to go this far just to kill him. Still, he catches one important clue. A maid called the woman Madam. That title narrows things down to only a few women in the Baskerville family. There's no time to think longer. The snakes strike, but he stops them with ease and kills them on the spot. The next day, everyone in the Baskerville house is shocked by a baby sleeping peacefully in the blood of venomous snakes. Every nanny on duty that day is tortured and executed. But no one uncovers how those snakes got into the cradle. Only Vikier knows the truth. 8 years pass. Professor Suddy explains that swordsmen grow through 4 stages: sword initiate, sword specialist, sword graduate, and the final stage where the aura in the blade becomes solid and can change shape by the users. Those people are called sword masters. He ends by saying that Hugo Lou Baskerville is one of them. Seeing Vikier van Baskerville lost in thought, Professor Suddy assumes he's focused on the lesson. But his real question is simple. How many years will it take before he can kill Hugo? Meanwhile, his brothers hate all the attention he's getting. They drag him to a secluded spot and ask about the rumors around him, like staying 7 minutes in the river Styx, or killing 2 snakes while he was still in the cradle. These 3 are the same brothers who attacked him in his previous life when he was running after being framed. They were known as Hugo's Trident. To test the first rumor, the one about 7 minutes in the Styx, one of them sneaks up behind Vikier van Baskerville and covers his mouth and nose. He could break free easily but chooses to play along. 1 minute passes, then 3, then 10. Vikier van Baskerville endures it all without panic. Realizing they may have gone too far, the brother finally lets go, but before he can pull away, the protagonist rips off one of his fingers. The brothers shout that they'll go to a priest and have it reattached later. MC stops them with one cold question. Who said they were allowed to leave? Enraged, one brother rushes him and tries to stab him, proving the second rumor true. The blade can't even pierce his skin. Now it's Vikir's turn. The brothers yell that they're older so he should show respect. But in Baskerville, age means nothing, next to strength and talent. One brother finally understands the rumors were real right before Vikier van Baskerville punches him in the face. The next one tries to fight back and drops just as fast. One of them says they shouldn't fear him. They'll be healed soon anyway. But the protagonist has no plan to let them walk out so easily. He bends down, picks up the knife they brought, and calmly tells them that, since he's feeling generous, he'll allow one of them to leave. Which one survives is up to them. He tosses the knife over, warning that he won't wait long. At least one of the 3 has to live. With that, Vikier van Baskerville creates exactly what he wanted. The fall of the future Baskerville trident. Elsewhere, the Baskerville butler, John Barrymore, reports to Hugo that the Morgue clan clashed with them again at the Ruby Mine and is now claiming that land is theirs. Hugo answers that he'll deal with it soon. Enough, since the Morgue clan will be visiting before long. Once that is settled, he asks John if there's anything else. John brings up the school's midterm results and reports that Vikier van Baskerville ranked first in the written exam. He also says the practical test is in 5 days, and the castle's guardian knights have already left to prepare it. Hugo notes that this means the castle is almost empty, but John still has one more report. There was a serious fight between the young masters, the triplets, and Vikier van Baskerville. Hugo, surprised, asks how many died. John says none of them did, but the oldest lost most of his teeth. The middle one had his jaw crushed, and the youngest lost his left index finger. They're already being treated, but the damage wasn't just physical. It broke them mentally too. Hugo briefly wonders if they fought each other, then rejects the idea they were too close for that. John agrees and says another brother did it, the one a year younger than all 3, young Master MC van Baskerville. Hugo calls for MC and he appears right away. Hugo asks about what happened to the triplets. Without regret, he says they're already being treated. But Hugo isn't asking about their bodies, he means the way he shattered their bond. Since that day, they eat apart and no longer speak to each other. In the end, Hugo asks if Vikier thinks he did anything wrong. The protagonist says he didn't, he was stronger than they were. Hearing that, Hugo asks if he feels no guilt at all, and MC answers that the triplets approached him first and he generously forgave them. He knows this well, he has no reason to apologize for what he did, and he throws back the same words Hugo once used on him in the past. He answers with Hugo's own old words. Forgiveness is just something weak people use when they can't get revenge. That impresses Hugo because to him, power is justice. And if power is justice, then weakness is a sin. With that, he calls for the butler. Hugo tells him to take the protagonist to the food storage and give him whatever he wants. He also wishes him luck on the practical exam and warns him not to lose to anyone from the main family. The protagonist agrees, annoyed, and leaves. At the warehouse, he asks for chocolate. More exactly, cocoa beans. Not finished chocolate, but the raw beans. Even the butler figures he wants them because one bean can make 100 liters of chocolate. But MC doesn't want them as food. Their real use will show up soon. 5 days later, during the practical exam, the Baskervilles face an incident no one expected. Around the world, their family is known as the Berserker clan because even their children go through brutal training almost from the moment they can walk. They climb mountains for endurance, and rest is only allowed at set times. At night, they even sleep beside demon corpses or live baby monsters to get used to harsh conditions. Because of that, young hounds can handle incredibly hard tests. That's why people call them the Berserker clan. And now another test like that is about to begin on a mountain crawling with demon creatures. The instructor says, the goal is simple. Survive for 1 month and hunt demon creatures. There are also points to earn, and they only need to remember 2 things. The rewards are 10 points for saving someone's life, 30 if they do it without getting badly hurt, 50 for surviving after eliminating another participant, 70 for surviving while hunting demon creatures, and 90 for meeting every condition given in advance. Each student also gets a brooch, and stealing someone else's brooch earns extra points. Before starting, the instructor gives one warning. Don't leave the restricted area. The Guardian Knights will score them in secret during the exam. So they're being watched the whole time. Nervous students whisper about Vikier and wonder if he'll do as well here as he did on the written test. Then the bell rings and the exam starts. Some students rush for better ground, while others form teams to steal points from anyone alone. Even the triplets, still at odds, stay together. After the students leave, the instructor thinks about the test. It doesn't tell them to kill each other, but it doesn't ban it either. And since there's no penalty for certain deaths, everyone ends up trying to kill everyone else. The Guardian Knights, watching from the shadows, will only make sure the deaths stay to a minimum. One of those knights keeps his eyes on Vikier. Then he notices him heading into an unexplored area. Like everyone else, he wants to see what the protagonist can really do. But when MC gets there, he just says he can finally enjoy his vacation. The knight is stunned. While the others are fighting, Vikir is just relaxing, thinking the boy only wants to hide. The knight leaves, disappointed. But that was exactly what he wanted. He knew someone was watching him. Using the cocoa beans to hide the smell of roasting meat, he finishes his setup. Now the hunt can begin. A few days later, he leaves camp and enters the unexplored zone. For him, though, this place isn't unfamiliar. In his past life, he'd been in places like this many times. And better than anyone, he knows this is Hellhound territory. Back then, he only fought one when he was 18. So for his current 8-year-old body, it should be far too much. Still, he knows a way even a child can kill a hellhound by using its weaknesses. Weakness 1. A hellhound can only move well in a straight line and struggles with curved movement. Weakness 2. Water. For some reason, demon creatures can't cross water, even in small amounts. That forces a hellhound to slow down, come closer, and expose its fatal weak point, its open mouth while charging. So Vikir uses the chocolate beans. One bean can create 100 liters of chocolate, and chocolate is poison to dog-type monsters. Smirking, he says a hellhound can't even beat plain chocolate. Then he kills it. By hunting demon creatures, his body gains karma or experience, making him stronger. When he swings his sword now, it already feels lighter. At this rate, he may recover his old strength before he even becomes an adult. After that win, he can only wonder how Hugo will react when he learns Vikir killed a demon creature ranked B+ in danger. But while he's thinking, more enemies appear, more hellhounds. After cutting off the first one's head, he gets ready to fight again. Then the dogs suddenly hesitate. They look afraid, which makes no sense. These monsters would rather die than bow to prey. Then a far worse enemy appears, a Cerberus, ranked A+ in danger. But Vikir quickly spots something odd. It's injured and covered in arrows. After a moment, he figures the barbarian tribe from the other side of the mountain must have done it. To Vikir, this is a huge chance, even if he has to show every card he's been hiding. Until now, he's kept his true skill hidden from the Baskervilles. His swordsmanship is already at master level. Right now, he has strength the other students won't reach until they're adults. Trusting that power, he charges the Cerberus and attacks with precise expert skill. Since it's wounded, he's sure he can kill. Vikir believes his weapon is enough to hurt the Cerberus. But for one careless moment, he leaves an opening, and the Cerberus strikes with its claws, shattering his sword and smashing into him. The blow sends him flying into a tree and knocks him out. His arm screams in pain, but thanks to the river's sticks, it stays in place. If it had been anyone else, even weakened, the Cerberus would have done far worse damage. Now he understands better than ever how dangerous this is. Another hit might kill him, so the best choice is the 36 stratagem, run. So that's exactly what he does. If the Cerberus weren't injured, it would have caught and torn him apart. Vikir runs with everything he has. He can still make it if he reaches the place he prepared. If the monster catches him first, he's dead. Just a little farther and he makes it. Almost like a miracle, he reaches it. The creature falls into his trap. He built it for a pack of hellhounds, so even Vikir is surprised it works on a Cerberus. Since it's also a dog-type monster, the trap works. The spears are coated with chocolate bean extract. Even though that poison should be fatal, the high-level beast still stays on its feet. So for the final strike, Vikir throws a spear at it. The hit bounces off, but the spear carried Bloodman the venom. And after 7 steps, just like the stories say, the poison creature dies. All 3 heads collapse. Now the problem is figuring out how to carry. But before that, he remembers Cerberus are guardian monsters. That means they protect territory, so there must be a dungeon nearby that it was guarding. Vikir covers himself and the Cerberus is sent, so most monsters will leave him alone. Following the trail the beast made before it reached him, he finds the dungeon. He'd seen this place in his past life at 18, but it had been empty then. Now it's different. The whole place reeks of corruption. And mana clearly hasn't been explored yet, so he heads inside. After walking a bit, he finds a lit chamber deeper in the dungeon. In the center is a ruby giving off the light. Nearby lies a human skull, and at its feet is a note. The writer says his real name no longer matters, and calls himself Cain. The letter is meant to warn whoever comes next. According to his family's legends, this was an ancestral dungeon, and his younger brother Abel chose to enter. Together they cleared countless trials, killed thousands of monsters, and destroyed monsters, and finally reached the stone chamber, where they found one last puzzle. That puzzle trapped them there for 3 full years. Reading that, Vicar can only think how badly they must have wanted the dungeon's treasure. And the final riddle was this: what entered was 1, but inside became 2. Only one may leave. That was carved on the stone. As he keeps reading, he learns that he and Abel spent a long time on that grim puzzle, and came to one conclusion. They were twins, and in their mother's womb they had once been one. After birth they became 2, so to leave the dungeon with what they wanted, they had to become one again. In the end, after a long fight, he killed Abel. Then only Cain remained in the stone chamber, but nothing changed. To him they had become one, yet he gained nothing. Despair took over. He had murdered his own younger brother. After endless regret, he finally decided to leave this place. His message to any descendant brave enough to come here is only one thing: leave immediately. When Vicar finishes reading, he realizes something is wrong. He entered the dungeon alone, and he isn't a twin. So Cain and Abel solve the riddle the wrong way. Thinking it over, the protagonist sees the real answer. Their conflict kept them from understanding. But to MC, the truth is obvious. The answer to the riddle is the dungeon itself. He entered as one with the dark, but the ruby's light split him into 2. If darkness makes him one again, then the answer was his shadow. That's why the brothers ended up killing each other. The relic from the demon cave could only be drawn by someone from the Baskerville bloodline. Reading that, he remembers seeing this sword in an old myth book back in his past life. It was Beelzebub, the gluttony fly. The old legend spoke of demons that once invaded the continent. 7 disasters called the demonic constellations. To stop them, the heads of the 7 great clans had to fight back. The enemy faced by the Baskerville leader was Beelzebub, the gluttony fly. After it was defeated, its remains were sealed inside Baskerville land. In the present, nobody believed that story. But it was real, and in the future this sword would end up in demon hands. Not in this life. With that in mind, he tries to pull the sword free, but it doesn't come out. Instead, it sinks into his hand. Getting the item like this was unexpected, but he only wonders how much stronger it can make him. Once he finishes in the dungeon, he's ready to leave. Then dizziness suddenly hits him. He quickly realizes the thing in his hand is hungry. His hand starts guiding him on its own toward the corpse of the first infernal dog he killed. Then the thing begins sucking blood like it's been starving forever. He stops to think and realizes the dead trees and dry land here may have been caused by Beelzebub's insane hunger. How much would it take to satisfy this thing? He also recalls that Beelzebub could steal an enemy's abilities, could keep taking powers for itself, and anyone robbed of them was left ruined. Still, maybe 3 is the limit it can take. From one corpse, from the infernal dog, it stole hemorrhage, a skill that makes even tiny wounds pour out huge amounts of blood. It also took incineration and regeneration. That regeneration, though, came from the corpse of a rat beneath the Cerberus. After getting the demonic weapon ready for testing, he finally relaxes. With all the young hounds gathered, the practical exam ends, and the results are announced right away. The monster corpses were turned into things like necklaces, shields, and swords. Then they were handed back to the students. And one corpse in particular drew attention. The one Vicar brought after wandering into an unexplored area and killing a Cerberus by accident. Hugo can barely believe it. A Cerberus is a demonic beast. Even guardian knights struggle to handle. People also say it had been injured and poisoned. When he is asked about it, he only says he's tired and heads back to the dorm. That just makes Hugo admire how sharp he is. To Hugo, knowledge is power, and power decides a person's worth. The butler is shocked too, but for another reason. He thinks the boy's talent came from the van side, not the La or Lammy side. He assumes Hugo is surprised for the same reason. But Hugo says no. He's not like the other patriarchs and doesn't care about bloodlines. What matters to him is talent and will. It doesn't matter if someone was born to a noble woman or an impure one. Then the butler reveals something we hadn't known before, adding that weak people can come from fine blood, too. Hearing that, he wonders if Hugo means the second son he's training in secret. After that, the talk ends, and Hugo calls for Vicar. Once he arrives, Hugo asks right away how he killed the Cerberus. The protagonist answers plainly he fed it chocolate. Since it's a dog-type creature, chocolate works like poison. The butler watches in silence, thinking it's hard to believe this is a father and son talking. They barely greet each other before jumping straight into business. Hugo then asks why MC ignored questions about the hunt. Vicar answers that Hugo isn't his master, so Hugo asks who is. He says it's the patriarch himself. Please, Hugo rewards him by giving him the entire corpse of the demonic beast he killed. And for taking first place in the practical test, he also grants him one wish. That's exactly what the protagonist wanted to hear. His request is access to the library of 10,000 books, deep inside the main Baskerville castle, one of the biggest libraries in the empire. Hugo asks if he understands that only the patriarch, the vice-patriarch, and members of the main house are allowed in. Thinking the request will be refused, MC starts to back off. But to his surprise, Hugo agrees. He even suggests he read Baskerville Fencing's Sixth Prey. That makes Vicar tense up. No illegitimate child had ever been allowed to read past the fourth prey. Still, he calms down quickly. In the end, it's only the sixth prey. Hugo himself has only reached the seventh, while in his past life, the protagonist made it to the ninth. Even so, he can never forget the contempt he suffered for being illegitimate. This time, he will asks Hugo. What he truly wants is the sword scripture holding the Baskerville's real pure core. That text was only found later in his previous life, and it had been written by the first Baskerville patriarch, the man who killed the 7 calamities. And this time, Hugo Le Baskerville will place it in his hands. With their talk over, Hugo wishes him luck. Akir thanks him and leaves. Not long after, he heads for the library. When he arrives, he's stunned. It's his first time seeing it with his own eyes. This place holds all kinds of sword manuals. He once dreamed of learning. In the Baskerville clan, no matter how much mana you have, an illegitimate child can't study past alluring prey. That rule exists to keep the hunting dogs from turning their claws on the direct heirs who will one day be their masters. When he finds the sixth prey manual, he still can't believe Hugo told him to read. Maybe Hugo thinks he can't memorize much in one day. In his past life, Bakir obsessed over the theory behind the first through fourth techniques. He studied so hard he could even guess parts of the fifth, though he never truly learned it. But now he wants something far beyond that. As he moves deeper inside, the guards are surprised, thinking he's already about to leave. They even wonder if he forgot something and want to fetch it for him. But he says he's just going to skim a few other texts so they can ignore him and keep working. The guards think the section he's heading to has nothing important. But Bakir didn't come here for nothing. A hidden treasure is waiting there, and they have no idea. After searching for a bit, he finds it right away. Alluring prey, a basic first claw manual not even Baskerville children bother reading. Its torn pages make it look like worthless junk. But Bakir knows that isn't true. Before he died in his past life, his hunting unit found a strange relic in the border dungeon. It was part of a Baskerville scripture. Hugo noticed something odd about it and ordered a search through all 10,000 books in the library. The hidden text explained how to reach the 10th prey. Obsessed, Hugo sent the hunting dogs to recover the 6 missing pages. That search revealed the rest had been hidden among the other 7 great clans, which nearly pushed Hugo into war with them. He sent the hunting dogs after anyone who stood in the way, and after huge sacrifices they finally delivered every missing page to Hugo. And the reward for that was nothing. Remembering it all, Bakir burns with anger. Because of their efforts, Hugo rose past the 7th prey and reached the 9th by using the hunting dogs like fuel, but not this time. The one who gathered those pages for Hugo was MC himself, and because of that, he remembers all their contents. The only reason he never went beyond the 4th prey was that he had never seen the original text. In his past life, he stood at the 4th prey and had already reached a high aura rank. Thinking it over, he vows to regain the strength he had even before he turns 15. That goal drives him. So he spends the entire day reading until he knows the whole book so well he could recite it backward. Soon he notices the guards are gone. That's when he gets ready to use at least the fifth prey. His body is still a child's, so it won't be easy. He focuses and starts the technique striking with the first, second, and fourth Baskerville prey. Before going back in time, his past life was brutal. Even though he reached the highest aura rank, he only did it through endless effort. The main house still mocked him because he couldn't learn the swordsmanship meant for them. The only reason he never reached the fifth prey or beyond was that he was illegitimate. This time, things will be different. He refuses to live like that again. Right there, he reaches the fifth prey. Still incomplete, but he managed to unleash. Warmth fills his chest at that moment. He almost wants to cry from joy after finally reaching the fifth prey. For the first time in Baskerville history, a hunting dog was growing this fast and aiming for his master's throat. Now he just needs more mana, and he can already feel his core expanding. Vicar can tell how far he's climbed. In his last life, he only reached this level at 30. Now he's done it at just. A graduate swordsman is on a whole different level from an expert, especially in mana control. His mana is denser, easier to shape, and his sword skill has improved too. Still, he has no plan to stop at the fifth prey. Now the path to the 10th prey is open to him, a style with endless room to grow. Before, all he had was the skinning fang technique, which only boosted speed and strength. That style had clear limits. Alluring prey is different. A complete sword art with both offense and defense and no real cap. Vicar figures that if he stays focused, he can even handle a mid-level graduate. For Assassination, he sees his success rate as perfect. In a straight fight, though, that drops by half. His next problem is how much power to show Hugo. Too much or too little would both be bad. He still wants the rewards that come with Hugo's expectations. Then he makes his move. Vicar burns the book of the 10th prey, making sure no one else can learn what he did. But the guards catch him right away, and he quickly apologizes, calling it a careless mistake. The guards tell him not to blame himself and say they failed to watch over him properly. He brushes it off, saying they were just ordinary books and not worth worrying about. Since bigger matters need attention, he suggests they all pretend this never happened. Touched by their young master's kindness, they thank him. After apologizing one more time, he leaves the library. As they watch him go, the guards can only think about what a good kid he is. Later, in the Patriarch's office, Hugo asks if the reading taught him anything. Vicar says it did, which instantly catches Hugo's interest. And Hugo asks what he felt in the library. The protagonist says it felt warm and sharp, yet also soft and easy to shape. Hugo and the butler freeze. Are those words describing aura? In this world, aura is the sign that someone has truly stepped into sword ship. Even gifted kids who train non-stop usually can't reach that point before 15. Hugo reins himself in and tells himself it can't be real. The cure is only 8. Even so, he asks for a demonstration and MC agrees. They head to the training ground. On the way, the butler asks how Hugo plans to test him. Hugo says he'll use a demon beast suited for the job, one he intentionally kept hungry so it would be more aggressive than they bring it out. It's an orc, a rank sea creature already worked into a frenzy. The onlookers think this is way too much. Normally you'd need to be around 15 to face one. Still, they calm down by trusting the Guardian Knights to step in if needed. Once everything is set, Hugo gives the order to release. Driven mad with rage, the orc locks onto its target. The cure doesn't panic. He stays perfectly calm as it charges. At the last moment he slices off one arm, then a leg. That should have been the moment the orc's fast regeneration kicked in. But because of Vacure's infernal dog hemorrhage effect, the wound won't close. Everyone is stunned. How can an 8-year-old do this? Hugo, though, still isn't satisfied. He notices right away. Hugo wants to see what he gained from the library. So the protagonist reveals an aura blade and kills the orc in an instant. Now Hugo is truly shocked. That was the aura of a low-level swordsman. Something an 8-year-old shouldn't be able to use. The butler congratulates Hugo on having such a prodigy. He even says that among all the clans in the Empire, there's never been a genius like this. But Hugo resists the idea, saying the orc was strange. kept bleeding and was already badly weakened. Then Vicure walks up and asks if they have anything stronger than an orc. The students, already terrified, can hardly believe what they just heard. MC wants to reveal a little more, just enough that his talent gets recognized and he can gain some distance from Hugo. For instance, he might get sent to the jungle or admitted to the academy. Hearing the request, Hugo says the orc really wasn't enough to fill his son's appetite. Then he orders them to bring the barbarian test subject they captured for experiments. Vicure asks if he can begin at once, and gets permission. He moves in quickly. The creature looks slow because of its huge body, but it reacts fast and throws the first punch. Vicure slips past it. Even when he gets a chance to strike, he holds back, which Hugo sees as the right call. The troll's regeneration is monstrous. If you can't kill it in one clean hit, you'll just waste your strength. So the only answer is to fight smart. The boys watching wonder what he is planning. Is he going to wear the troll down by dodging everything? From the protagonist's side, killing it would be easy if he used his real power, but that would create problems. He needs to win in a way that looks natural. One idea is to turn the troll's own strength against it, hit during its forward rush. And that's exactly what he does. He cuts the troll, but the wound closes almost at once. The crowd loses hope, thinking no 8-year-old could ever beat a troll. Vicure knows that better than anyone. With only the first prey, it really would be impossible. Seeing the same thing, Hugo tells him to stop before it gets dangerous. But MC cuts him off and says if he can't kill it with his next strike, he'll give. Then he moves again and thinks about how much strength to reveal. But he's already made that choice. He'll show just enough to make it seem like sudden enlightenment. Wondering how shocked Hugo will be, Vicure lands a fatal strike and takes the troll's head clean off. Everyone is left speechless. A true irregular has appeared. A week later, he grumbles that he can't stand this food anymore. Still, a lot around him has changed. Now everyone avoids getting near him. And from the troll fight, he picked up a new skill, ultra regeneration. While he's lost in thought, the triplets suddenly show. Vicure asks if the beating got wasn't enough. But they only came to say how awesome it was when he killed the Cerberus and the troll. Before you can ask what they mean, the butler appears too, and says the patriarch wants him immediately. Not long after, a carriage arrives at Baskerville Castle. Inside the patriarch's meeting room, the guest is Adolphe, head of the Morgue Scarlet clan. They've already been talking about this year's annual event, which the two clans handle together. Hugo even mocks the Morgue Scarlet children for making a fuss over a few scratches. Adolphe answers that the Morgue Scarlet clan is noble and refined. That's the Scarlet clan and the Iron Sword clan Baskerville. But it wasn't always this bad. 2 generations earlier, the Emperor declared that sword and magic should support each other. After that, the 2 clans started joint training for children from 8 to 15. The trouble began later over ruby mines found in their lands, and the relationship between the family heads slowly twisted. Even so, the Emperor ordered the joint training to continue. Adolphe says he's heard rumors of a genius rising in the Baskerville clan. Hugo thanks him. That clan has been just as lucky and calls Camo inside. The door is open, revealing Camo, the daughter of Adolphe's eldest sister. He tells her to greet Hugo, but instead she asks if he's the thief who stole their ruby mine. The whole room is stunned. Hugo repeats, thief, in anger, while Adolphe tries to step in. But Camo says Uncle Adolphe himself called Hugo a pathetic bearded man just a few hours earlier. That pushes Hugo to tell Adolphe to teach his niece some manners. Camo doesn't back down and demands the mine be returned because she needs those rubies for her research. Hugo snaps and orders her to be quiet. Adolphe jumps in, asking if this is how he treats a child, even mocking the Empire's sword saint for bullying an 8-year-old girl. Then someone cuts in, saying it seems the Morgue Scarlet clan never taught its children not to desire what belongs to others. It's Vicar speaking as he steps through the door. The butler announces young master, the protagonist Van Badash. Adolphe studies the boy from a distance, then notices his niece is no longer beside him. She's already standing in front of Vicar, demanding to know what he just said. MC recognizes her at once. This is the Steel Blood Empress of the Morgue Scarlet clan, the only archmage from that proud family ever called a genius among geniuses. In his past life, She made history by impaling enemies and turning them into a border wall, and now she keeps arguing that the ruby mine belongs to Morg Scarlet. His first reply is that she must have worked really hard to come all this way. Both clan heads are impressed by that answer. Camo bristles and asks if he really called it a tantrum. Vicar tells her yes, that's exactly what it is. Magic gathers in her hands as she declares she'll show him why the ruby mine belongs to Morg Scarlet. The protagonist doesn't even flinch. A little later, a small city takes shape. Everyone is surprised, and Camo proudly says even someone as clueless as him should understand now. Vicar had expected an attack, but all she did was use magic to make a model of the city. She explains the border mine is where the best rubies come from. The issue is simple. The entrance sits in Morg Scarlet land, but the tunnels below run into Baskerville territory, so in her view, since they can enter it, the cave should be theirs. She adds that Baskerville keeps yelling about trespassing and won't even agree to lease the area. That makes Adolphe praise his niece for being clever. Vicar says ruby ore is mainly a magic material, and the Baskervilles don't really need it. Then he adds that she's only this desperate because no one on their side is dumb enough to rent out land for pocket change. She snaps that he just admitted the rubies mean nothing to them, and he confirms what they care about is their border, so they're sending her back. As far as he's concerned, the only trespassers here are Morg Scarlet. That sends her into another angry explanation. She starts pointing around, saying this side is theirs and that side is hers. Then she steps over the wall and asks whose arm is this now. Vicar asks if she really wants that answer after crossing into Baskerville land, then grabs her arm. With a grin, he says it's his now. She freezes, blushes, and struggles while asking why she belongs to him now. After calling him an idiot, she gets cut off when he asks who said she did. Then he pulls the knife at his waist. Even Adolphe and the butler are surprised as Vicar calmly says he only meant her arm. Camus instantly locks up. Even Hugo is startled by how far MC is taking this. He isn't bluffing at all. Realizing that, Camus starts screaming for her uncle. Adolphe angrily orders Vicar to back away from his niece. He immediately does as he's told. Camus rushes into Adolphe's arms, sniffling, while Adolphe demands an explanation from Hugo. He turns back to the protagonist and says he went too far, but Vicar only laughs and says sorry. Spinning the dagger, he says this kind of rough play is normal with his brothers. Still mad, the old man asks why a child even has a toy like that. MC apologizes again and says it's just a game kids in the Baskerville clan grow up with. Hugo cuts in, asking if the Morg Scarlet leader isn't being a little overprotective over children's play. Benny says he has an idea for the ruby mine problem, and thinks Morg Scarlet will like. Still crying, Camus says she won't forgive Vicar for this. He just laughs it off. Not long after that, the friendly rivalry between Baskerville and Morg Scarlet officially began. Kids from 8 to 15 gathered to show what they could do. This year, though, everyone's eyes were on Camus, Morg Scarlet, the young talent from the famous Magic clan. Facing her was Baskerville's iron-blooded swordsman, Vicar van Baskerville. Morg Scarlet had proposed a duel between the two rising stars of their clans. Camus tells him to get ready. She never holds back in a real fight. Then she starts casting at once. The crowd is stunned because Camus is using quadruple channeling at her age. The Morg Scarlet leader glances over at Hugo with a smug smile, but Hugo doesn't react. A second later, Camus fires 4 spells at Vicar age once. He dodges every single one. Then she throws up an earth wall to stop him, but the protagonist kicks straight through. Camus starts wondering if this is the power of Baskerville's Styx River. She shuts her eyes and braces for impact, but nothing comes. When she looks up, Vicar is about to flick her forehead, and the hit lands like a gunshot. Even the Morg Scarlet leader is shocked by the boy's strength. Camus feels completely humiliated, and demands to know if he's going easy on her. MC only asks if it still hurts. Then he tells her to give up before it gets worse. Furious, she raises 2 earth walls at once. Vicar could have gone around them, but he decides to toy with her a little. He breaks through both walls in one strike. His hand stops right in front of her face, as he asks whose hand got past the wall. Getting ready for another flick. He says it's clearly the stronger one. The lump on her forehead looks even bigger now. Tears well up as she lashes out with furious and hurting fire magic. Vicar knows he could end this any time, but he wants a way to settle it without really hurting her. Then he notices the boys behind him and gets an idea. One of them is a wizard, the other a swordsman, and they're competing to see whether the swordsman can cut through every spell. When Camus sees Vicar isn't even focused on her, she gets even angrier. At that moment, the wizard starts charging a much bigger spell, challenging the swordsman to cut that one too. For him, this is perfect. He points behind her and tells Camus to cast a barrier now. But it may already be too late. The Morgue Scarlet leader panics. The blast is huge. For a moment, no one can see the arena at all. Morgue Scarlet calls out for Camus. She's alive, but after blocking the spell with magic, her clothes are badly burned. Her biggest fear is that when the smoke clears, everyone will see her half naked. Right then, someone tosses clothing over her. It's Vicar, telling her to put it on. Through tears, she asks what he'll do without his shirt. He says that doesn't matter. Camus is totally flustered, wondering why he's suddenly being kind, until Vicar notices his arm is bleeding, likely from a shard of that old sword still holding aura. As the dust clears, people can finally see the two of them. The Morgue Scarlet leader finally lets out a breath of relief. The crowd can't tell who won, especially with the protagonist bleeding. Soon, though, they start talking about how insane his physical ability is for a kid. Both of them are unbelievable talents for 8-year-olds. Later, in the halls of Baskerville Castle, Hugo asks Vicar how the duel with the Morgue Scarlet girl went. MC says it was fun and that he understood why the match mattered. Then, Hugo asks why he didn't strike right away, and he admits he hesitated because he'd never fought a girl before. Hugo tells him hesitation in battle only gets you hurt and says that wounds should teach him that lesson. Vicar is surprised Hugo sounds worried about him. In his past life, Hugo had always seemed cold and brutal, the kind of man people said was changed by his first wife and eldest son so horribly. As they walk, Hugo asks what he thinks should be done with the ruby mine. The protagonist says they should let Morgue Scarlet have it. Hugo asks why, and MC explains that Baskerville's job is to push borders outward, so it's smarter to let Morgue Scarlet develop the place and take the losses. Hugo is thrilled and says that's exactly right. Once Morgue Scarlet gets the mine, they'll station plenty of people there. Then Baskerville only has to stir up the demonic beasts and barbarians nearby, solving everything at once. With a dark smile, Hugo says the rubies will be even better bait than Morgue Scarlet blood. Then they'll regret ever stepping into that land. He even praises Vicar, saying the boy's idea matches 90% of his own plan. He only got it because Hugo made the same choice in his past life. He also says they should watch Mord's movements, but Hugo says that's already handled. Then, around the corner, someone stops them. It's the head of Morgue Scarlet, asking for a word before they leave. Camus stands behind him, red-faced with embarrassment. Hugo asks what he wants, and the man says there's one important thing to discuss. Leasing the land is only part of it. When Hugo asks what Baskerville would gain, Morgue Scarlet gets straight to it. An engagement. The old man proposes tying the two clans together through marriage, suggesting Baskerville's eldest son and his niece, the eldest daughter of Morgue Scarlet. He says she has everything. Looks, brains, the whole package. According to him, she'd be the perfect match for Baskerville's heir. Hugo points out his eldest son is nearly 25, and the age gap is too big. The old man says he doesn't care about that, but Cammy cuts in. She declares she won't marry anyone weaker than her mother. The old man laughs and says if that's the standard, she'll stay single forever. Then Cammy says the age gap also matters. She wants someone her age or even younger. Hugo starts getting annoyed and says this isn't a buffet. Cammy fires back that she knows, but she won't just take whatever is handed to her. Then, red all over, she glances to the side, catching both Hugo and the Morgue Scarlet leader off guard. She's looking at Vakir van Baskerville. The old man instantly starts sweating, then quietly reminds her the protagonist isn't pure blood and is a bastard son. He even says a mixed blood dragon is still just a mutt. That pushes Hugo close to fury. Was he actually starting to care about Vakir? He says the person involved should have a say too, then asks what his son thinks of the idea. Cammy waits nervously, too embarrassed to look up. MC studies everyone for a moment, then gives an answer that shocks them all. No one can believe what they just heard. He says clearly that he'll only agree if his family orders him to. The old man is furious, thinking the protagonist is being disrespectful to the direct line daughter of Scarlet. Cammy meanwhile starts wondering if he truly doesn't like her, or if he's only pretending. Embarrassed, Cammy stays quiet, but Hugo cuts in and says direct blood means nothing in Baskerville. He adds that even famous families can have weak children, while another branch can produce the better one. That makes Adolphe think Vikir must be far more important than he first looked. So he steps closer and studies MC from top to bottom. He already knew exactly who Adolphe Scarlet was. He was a sixth circle master, one of the strongest figures in the elite magic clan, Scarlet. Adolphe says raw talent alone is nowhere near enough to become Cammy's husband. Resting a hand on Vikir's shoulder, he adds that this marriage idea came from the clan, not from him. He even says not even Baskerville's legitimate sons would be worthy of Cammy. Adolphe tries to force the protagonist down with pressure on his shoulder, but the boy doesn't budge or react. When Adolphe demands an answer, MC calmly says he stopped listening the moment Adolphe claimed he wasn't speaking to him. Cammy is stunned by how boldly he talks to her uncle, while Hugo just laughs. Adolphe bursts out laughing too, then asks to speak with the boy more seriously at the training ground. Hugo teases him. Was the Empire's great mage really going to question an 8-year-old? Adolphe says this isn't a clan matter, just a request from an uncle. Cammy herself doesn't seem to want that, but Adolphe is already irritated and tells her to stay quiet. He presses the request again and Hugo finally gives in. If Adolphe wants it that badly, then fine. They head to the training ground outside. Only Hugo and Cammy stay to watch. Adolphe says he wants to see what Vikir can really do, so he tells him to show everything he's got. He agrees. Still, he thinks Adolphe might pass out if he actually showed everything. Then Adolphe casts a spell and says he'll make things fair. He starts shaping something with magic. Cammy is shocked. Her uncle is blending fire, earth, and water perfectly. The spell forms a jar filled with water. Adolphe places it on his head and says if Vikir can spill even one drop, he will. Wins. The protagonist knows Adolphe as a monster. He couldn't even scratch in his past life. But now this is the perfect chance to test his new strength, and he's sure Hugo allowed it for the same reason. When Adolphe tells him to come, MC decides not to reveal too much, just enough to satisfy Hugo. From the side, Cam warns that charging her uncle head on is a bad idea. Then Vikir pauses. He's impressed. Adolphe has raised a barrier he can't get through, calling shield magic the best answer to a swordsman. Without outstanding aura yet, breaking through it would be hard for the protagonist. Then Adolphe casts another spell. Now he attacks. Fire spears rush in from every direction and Cam will protest. He never even used this much against her. Adolphe asks a little sadly whose side she's on. Hugo though notices the spells are still slow enough to dodge, so he doesn't step in. Vikir quickly realizes this isn't a real problem. He has the body of his 8-year-old self, but all the experience from before his return. That should be enough to make Adolphe lower his guard. Maybe even enough to kill him. MC swings with all his strength at the barrier. Adolphe says he can try 100 times. His sword will never break that shield. Vikir ignores him and keeps striking the exact same spot. Soon cracks appear. Adolphe notes that the boy is like a machine, landing every hit in one place. He admits his swordsmanship is impressive, but there's still a problem. The sword itself can't endure a barrier of this level. So Adolphe mocks him for forgetting to think about his blade's durability too, while he keeps talking on and on. Meanwhile, Hugo and Camus are completely stunned. Adolphe says Vikir has talent, but still needs a lot of work before becoming Cam's. Then he feels something drip onto his forehead. A shard from the protagonist's broken sword has pierced the jar and water starts pouring out. MC says that should be enough, then asks if Adolphe wants him to spill even more. At that moment, Camus looks completely taken. She's already thinking this means they should get married. Hugo starts laughing, sure that result was no accident. Vikir van Baskerville, the son from a lesser branch, might be turning into a hunting dog far sharper and stronger than Hugo expected. 7 years pass. At the Baskerville training ground, a raging monster is set against the children. They rush in together to face it head on. Bringing it down is no easy task. Several of them get thrown back hard. Their instructor, the family's guide, Dog tells them they have to decide fast, even if that means retreating. And they can't get greedy chasing a vital hit. The triplets attack at the same time, much stronger than before. They manage to deal real damage to the beast. It recovers, but the children keep working together. That makes the ending clear. They win, and the instructor applauds their effort. He announces that every young master has reached low-level expert swordsman rank and mastered the first grip of Baskerville fencing, bringing their 7 years of training to an end. Still, he warns them that the oxbear they fought wasn't anywhere near the strongest, and even he couldn't beat an old powerful one alone. He wants them to understand today's enemy was only a small taste. Death is always closer than it seems, so they must overcome it with the talent in their blood. With that, he ends his lessons and congratulates them on graduating. The children salute their teacher with respect. Later, they talk about which knight order they'll join. The Baskervilles have 7, covering roles like guarding, investigating, protecting, assassinating, suppressing, and direct combat. Then they suddenly notice someone heading off alone. They're talking about Vikir van Baskerville, the prodigy of this generation. He killed an oxbear even bigger than theirs by himself. He's also a high-level expert swordsman who reached the 3rd grip of Baskerville fencing. But in the protagonist's mind, all of this came slower than he wanted. His real level is already an intermediate-ranked graduated swordsman at the 5th grip, and it still took 7 full years. That's beyond where he was before, regressing, at least in swordsmanship, but his growth still feels too slow. Then someone calls for him. It's the butler Barrymore telling him the family head wants to see him. Barrymore adds with a smile that Vikir's place must have finally been decided. So the moment arrives. MC greets Hugo and says it's been a while, but quickly notices something off. He asks about the scar on Hugo's nose. Hugo explains he got it while fighting a barbarian tribe at Mount Rouge. A woman skilled with the bow landed the hit. Vikir asks if Hugo caught her. He says no, but he did leave the same kind of scar on that woman's face. Then Hugo changes the topic and congratulates him on finishing his training. The protagonist thanks him, but his mind goes back to the past. In his previous life, this was when he became an apprentice knight for the Pit Bulls and got sent to Mount Rouge for 21 brutal months of life and death battles. Back then, he was treated like a useless dog meant for the front lines. At 15, Baskerville children are split into elites and disposables. The disposables die on battlefields, while the elites learn politics and administration. The line between them is crossed with one thing: the 5th grip of Baskerville fencing. That's why, in his past life, he stayed stuck at the 4th grip. So Vikir thinks there's no way Hugo would let a bastard son like him join the elite track. But then Hugo surprises him. He says MC will handle management and law in Baskerville territory, keeping order and dealing with matters both large and small. He can hardly believe Hugo is placing a bastard son among the elites. Hugo says Vikir's achievements put him at least 10 years ahead of other geniuses, so he deserves proper treatment. His new post will be vice consul of a city called Underdog. The protagonist says he'll accept his father's wish, but first reminds him of the reward promised after the match with Adolphe Moritz, Scarlet, and asks to claim it now. He wants to borrow something, leaving the butlers surprised. MC says Hugo can refuse if it's too troublesome, but Hugo stamps the paper and says it's no big deal. He'll trust his son not to do anything foolish. Vikir says he won't cause trouble. Still, he's not used to Hugo openly calling him his son or granting his requests so easily. On the way back, the butler walks with him, then calls out to him again. He says the family head values him greatly. After all, Hugo didn't throw him straight into real war. He practically handed him the consul post in Underdog. Since the consul seat is still empty, it's clear Hugo thinks highly of him. Still, Vikir snaps back that he'll only deserve it if he can handle the job of vice consul. To him, this post means nothing. It won't wipe away the past. He still remembers his head falling at the guillotine. In his heart, he swears Hugo Baskerville will suffer the same fate. Then the story shifts to Baskerville land. In Underdog, an old worker warns everyone that the new vice consul arrives tomorrow, so the place needs to be spotless. He also reminds them the boy is coming from the main castle, so they need to be extra careful. One employee nervously wonders what kind of person the new vice consul will be. The other brushes it off, saying he's just a 15-year-old kid. They're still making fun of him when someone walks past. A boy grabs him at once and says he can't just wander around there. Vikier turns with a glare and orders him to let go. Then he shows them a document and both freeze. That's when they realize the boy in front of them is the new vice consul and his first order is to bring alcohol and women right away. He says he'll be hosting a party soon, leaving both men stunned. Not long after, the banquet is prepared. Soon the place is full of cheerful guests chatting away. The one running underdog is Chihuahua Baskerville, and he's sickened by what he's seeing. He can't believe the new vice consul is throwing a party on his very first day. To Chihuahua, this proves the boy is reckless. The city is already in trouble after the last consul took bribes. So he angrily says that if Vikier wants to ruin underdog, then let him try. Right then, the protagonist appears behind him and coldly asks if he's the manager. Startled, Chihuahua quickly introduces himself. The first thing MC notices is that Chihuahua has no middle name, which tells him he isn't part of the clan by blood. He's just an employee, not family. And to Chihuahua's surprise, Vikier says he likes that. He explains that since Chihuahua was born and raised here, he should know this city better than anyone. So he says he won't meddle in his work and wants him to keep doing his job. At first, Chihuahua can't figure out what's going on. He even wonders if he's being mocked. But that makes no sense when this same boy is busy throwing a party. Vikier then says the federal laws are mostly fine, but the judicial system has some strange holes. That shocks Chihuahua. He's impressed the protagonist read and understood all that so fast. MC points out underdog's real problem. Black market businesses are thriving, and money here stands above the law. That won't be fixed by shutting down a few operations. They need to take down the people at the top. He sums up the vice consul's job as making laws and enforcing them while still respecting the laws already in place. But now he plans to add one more. In a week, he intends to crush those criminal businesses, and to do that, he needs a reason people will accept, even if the targets are clearly breaking the law. After all, he's young, inexperienced, and wasn't even supposed to arrive until tomorrow. So if he wants people to follow him, he'll need a set. As he puts it, he's gonna pile up trash and lure in the flies. Hearing that, Chihuahua starts seriously worrying about the new vice consul. The next day, on Underdog's main street, a crowd gathers, unhappy and curious. Vikier stands in front of them ready to speak. He's apparently been there all night, which drew even more people in. At last, he begins and introduces himself as the newly appointed vice consul. Some think he looks too young, some say he's cute, and others just see a spoiled brat. He starts by saying, "Everyone has read the notice posted here. These are the laws, now in effect." He hasn't added anything new. Even with a new vice consul, the city's standing laws still remain, and the crowd starts protesting. Chihuahua jumps in, furious, demanding they remember who they're speaking to. The new vice consul came from the Baskerville main castle. The noise dies down, and Vikier gets what kind of crowd he's dealing with. Then he picks up an iron rod. That alone puts everyone on edge. With one motion, he drives it deep into the crowd panics. He planted it so easily that everyone is stunned. Then Vikier declares that by his authority as vice consul, he's creating a new law, a very special one. Article 1 of the protagonist's special law. Whoever pulls this out gets 100 million gold. Both the officials and the townspeople are left speechless. They can't believe he just offered 100 million for pulling out an iron stake. That's the law. Remove the rod, get the money. For a normal person, that's about 4 years of wages. No one can believe their ears. Vikier asks if nobody wants the reward. When no one answers, he raises. Now the person who pulls it out will get 1 billion coins. This time people even laugh. One citizen tells him to stop fooling around. 1 billion isn't something you joke about. Chihuahua looks like he's about to lose his mind. When Vikier sees no one will step, he does something that shocks everyone. He raises the prize again to 10 billion for whoever removes the rod. That's equal to about 400 years of pay for an average person. Vikier grows irritated when the crowd still stays silent. To them, the whole thing feels unreal. Whispers spread fast as people guess what would happen if someone actually tried. Looking at MC's sword, they assume anyone greedy enough to touch it would be killed. He is about to ask again if no one will take the chance when a hand rises. A small, humble-looking girl asks if she can try. A man who knows her, Judy, the flower girl, warns her not to go, saying she'll get hurt. But Judy says her mother is sick and she has to do something. She even asks him to look after her mother if anything happens to her. The man is left speechless. Judy then stands before the city's vice consul, unsure if he'll kill her. Fakir only points at the rod and tells her to pull. Judy crouches down and grabs. With a little effort, she pulls it out so easily that even she can't believe. The crowd is stunned. Judy thought it would be impossible, and when the protagonist reaches into his coat with a fierce look, she thinks she's dead. Instead, she hears coins. Fakir hands her 100 million and says this is just the beginning. She takes the money, still confused. When he asks where she lives, MC explains that 10 billion is too much to carry, so he'll send it to her home with guards to protect her. Patting her head, he says this is how the law works, and from now on it will be enforced that way. Chihuahua is so stunned he can't even close his mouth. The whole town stands frozen. What happened today makes his special law spread faster than even the Baskerville family's own rules. People now understand one thing clearly. Break the law and you're punished. Follow it and you're rewarded. After Fakir's special law was announced, crime in the city was cut in half. Chihuahua is in tears, saying he'll follow the protagonist for the rest of his life. But to MC, this is just a version of something Kamada Bourbon did in his past life. The real problem comes next. They now have to fill the giant hole that 10 billion made in the budget. Luckily, Fakir already knows where the illegal groups are and plans to seize all their dirty money. Chihuahua asks how he knows any of that. He casually says he can feel it, though the truth is tied to his past life. While Chihuahua is still amazed, someone enters and reports that a certain committee wants a meeting. Just as the protagonist expected, the city's nobles who do nothing but eat and sleep now want to see him. Chihuahua quickly lists the families in that committee, adding that it's supposed to be just a social club. Still, it's obvious they have complaints about Fakir's special law. MC only smiles and says the flies have finally caught the smell of the sewer. In that case, he says it's time to wipe out the pests feeding off the city. The scene then shifts to a luxury club hotel in Underdog. Deep inside is a VIP room that costs 10 million gold for just a few hours, and a party is going on there now. The guests are the 7 members of the committee that invited Fakir. All of them are children of native clans living in Baskerville territory. At that moment, they're stacking bottles worth 100 million gold each into a tower. One of them even says the servants can drink whatever spilled on the table, and they thank him for the kindness. They brag that their money never runs out, all thanks to the Baskervilles. They're also involved in slave trading, using barbarians captured during the Baskerville family's expansion. Laughing it up, they boast that they live better than people in the capital, while still enjoying the protection of the main family. One blonde man even calls the Baskervilles their hunting dogs, saying they wiped out the entire Mezzodrano clan over a few lies, bringing one of the 8 clans to ruin and leaving only 7. Before long, the talk turns to the new vice-consul. Since he's young and threw a party the moment he arrived, they assume he'll be easy to get along with. Their plan was simple. Throw a wild party with the priciest drinks, stick Fakir with the bill, then laugh it off as a joke so he'd owe them. Right then, a servant announced the girls had arrived, but something felt off because a man had come in who wasn't invited. The butler grabbed the boy by the hair, and a second later his arms bent back like they were snapped around. One of the nobles demanded to know who had walked in. The answer came, Fakir van Baskerville. Shocked that the vice-consul was actually there, they asked why he came. He just said they invited him, so he showed. They laughed nervously, praised how fast he moved, and quietly talked about making him cover the drinks, until the protagonist, already furious, put a hand on the table and sent a shock through it with resonance, toppling the huge tower of bottles worth millions of gold. At that moment, the blonde noble realized something important. The boy in front of him, only 15, was already skilled enough to use resonance at a graduated level. The noble started wondering if they could take him, but quickly understood they had no chance. Then Fakir stepped toward one of them, and the man froze. Without being asked, he started giving in, saying they would pay for the drinks. MC answered that of course they would, unless they really thought they could party first and dump the bill on him after. Realizing they had gone too far, The nobles scrambled to explain it away. They claimed this was only a test to see what kind of vice-consul he was. Vakir drove his fist down on the one beneath him and said a dog does not get to test its master. These people felt fearless because of their money and influence, but only because they had never faced real terror. He asked if they knew why the man under his foot had ended up like that, because if they didn't, they would share his fate. The blond man forced a nervous smile and said he understood. Vakir replied that if they knew and still acted this way, then they needed an even harsher beating. Everyone shouted that he couldn't get away with this, but he was already in front of them, listing their crimes: kidnapping, illegal slave trade, and even insulting the Baskerville clan. They had done all kinds of filth in the city, and then he started beating them all. As he hit them, he said an animal can't be tamed without being taught first. Now it was time to punish these little dogs who feared nothing. Sometime later in the prison halls, Chihuahua could hardly believe what he was seeing. The blonde noble kept yelling that he'd tell his father, and that Vakir would never be forgiven. Watching him fall apart, Chihuahua asked why the protagonists beat them so badly, saying maybe he could have shown a little restraint. MC told him not to worry, he hadn't even begun yet. These leaders were supposed to stop corruption and help the region, but instead they'd become rotten, and now even wanted a piece of Baskerville power. The fact that they still wanted revenge proved they had learned nothing. By sunset, Vakir planned to execute them all. And just like that, it was happening. A guy old Chihuahua asked if he was serious, and he said he wouldn't stop with them. He'd kill everyone tied to them, too. The prisoners instantly begged for mercy and offered money for their lives. Chihuahua asked if the native clans would really allow this. If Vakir did it, he could lose support and later talks and trigger retaliation. But the clans would have no room to complain if these men were linked to the city's criminal groups. And if proof was missing, they'd make some. Then the protagonists began reading out the charges. Kidnapping and trafficking women came first, followed by bribery, threats, extortion, robbery, and murdering officials. The blonde noble shouted that he never did any of it and would accept punishment if there was real evidence. Vakir answered that he talked like a guilty man who had already erased the proof. Then someone called out from behind MC. This was the man he had been waiting for. He was carrying a strange bag and grinning as he said he brought everything requested. Vakir thanked him. Inside the bag were all kinds of tools. The man said he'd spent over 30 years torturing people and had never seen tools like these. He told him they were common where he came from. That made the torturer joke that the vice-consul must have come from hell. Vakir just smiled and asked if he wanted to learn a few new methods. The man quickly refused, saying even he might throw up watching them being used. The protagonist answered plainly he was a surgeon. In his past life he had learned many things while interrogating demons. As he took off his coat, he asked where all their confidence had gone. The same confidence that said they'd never confess. With a smile he told the prisoners not to say a word, because he wanted to draw those memories out very slowly. News spread fast. The 7 rich criminals had all been arrested together, and people everywhere were talking, saying the new vice-consul wasn't likely to let them slip away. Others thought they'd still survive because they were children of the native clans. Everyone knew the law said these crimes meant death, but almost no one believed Vakir would really carry it. Public opinions split down the middle. This was a power fight between the new vice-consul and the native clans, and most people thought it would end fast if those clans bowed a little. So just as expected, every native clan sent a small apology gift to the new vice-consul. The local powers chose to bend, and people assumed the arrested trash would be released after a light scolding from their parents. But that isn't what happened. That day 7 heads were put on display in the town square, packed in salt and twisted in agony, as if they had suffered until their final breath. Above each head the crimes they were executed for were written out. The whole city was horrified. Vakir, though, said no one should be surprised. The laws had always been there. What mattered was that this time the people punished were famous native nobles. And that would bring real change. Once the nobles took this as declaration of war, they would definitely strike back, and when that happened it would end only when one side was wiped out. This city was heading for a bloodbath. Vakir looked at Chihuahua and told him to get ready. He joined the next operation. Chihuahua still didn't get it, but soon they were somewhere else and he was wearing a mask. Looking back, he asked if this was really the plan. MC only asked whether he doubted him. It wasn't doubt, just that the plan sounded insane. Around them people dragged cages and hauled slaves toward a tent. Vickers' plan was to have himself sold to the nobles as a slave. Soon a masked man announced that the circus was about to begin. He checked Chihuahua's identity papers as he posed as someone from the Mablin family. After confirming the certificate, the man asked if Meblanc had come to sell something. Then he looked over the merchandise and was instantly impressed. Meblanc had brought a black-haired, white-eyed slave, who would surely sell for a huge price. Inside the circus, the auction started as the crowd buzzed about slaves and luxury goods. The presenter opened with a rare product caught in the wild, an A-ranked beast with 19 hearts called Mercy Lego. Saying every part of it could be used, he started the bidding at 100 million. The price quickly shot past 200 million and finally sold for 250 million. Then one slave went for 200 million, another for 100 million. Until a vassal told the presenter what the next item was. He looked stunned and warned them not to blame him if it didn't sell. Then he announced a special slave brought straight from the jungle. She was from the Battle tribe in Rouge Mountain, a barbarian of the Balak tribe. He pitched her a fun wild slave to break. But when no one cared, he opened it 5 million. No bids came, so he dropped it to 3 million, then even to 1 million while saying they'd take the risk. Still, nobody wanted her. So the masked man ordered her taken away. The slave fought back, but a brute knocked her out almost at once. Apologizing for the disturbance, the presenter promised to make it up to them with the finest item of the day. The moment that slave stepped onto the stage, the nobles lit. It was Vicar van Baskerville, though of course none of them knew. The presenter bragged that this one was special. Rare black hair, red eyes, and so obedient that handcuffs were all they needed. Before he could even name a starting price, a noblewoman shouted 600 million. Another bidder cut in with 800 million, making her demand to know why he wanted a male slave. They started arguing over him until someone else raised it to 900 million. Then another bid came in at 6 billion for the boy. Even the presenter was stunned by that number. The crowd quickly realized the one offering that much was Baron Gambino from the Granary territory. Rumors said he had swallowed a pile of illegal funds and grown much more powerful. When his vassal asked if the price was too high, the Baron said he'd make it all back and more by reselling the boy in the capital. She says he's still worth a fortune, but they'd have to keep his body untouched. That made the Baron snap at her to shut up. Cindy Wendy had no choice but to stay quiet. The Baron took her in when she had nowhere to go. The presenter warned that if no one bids higher, the sale is over. Thinking he got a bargain, the Baron walks up to claim Vicar. He tells the boy he belongs to him now and says not to worry, they'll have plenty of fun soon. He just lifts his arms and the man asks if he wants the cuffs taken off. Instead, the protagonist says there's no need and snaps the handcuffs on his own. Then he steps forward and smashes the floor with one stomp. Furious, Bakir says if the Baron wants to play, they can start right now. Grabbing the man's bird, he says they'll play shield and spear. MC is the spear and the Baron is the shield. If the shield survives, the Baron wins. Panicking, the Baron orders Cindy Wendy to call the guards, but it's already too late. He's about to take a very long nap. When the fake hair comes off, the woman finally sees who he really is. The man before her is the city's vice-consul, Bakir von Baskerville. Chihuahua realizes his master is about to do something huge again. He says this place was called a circus for a reason. With a cruel grin, he warns that no one here will leave without getting hurt. The presenter instantly understands what's happening. So he orders every guard to kill the boy, even though he looks unarmed. 3 rush in at once, and Bakir pulls out his devouring sword. With one small motion, he cuts down everyone around him. Seeing the red aura around the protagonist, the masked presenter realizes he's a graduate and can't believe it. Bakir then goes after the biggest guard, the one holding an iron ball. The guard swings it at him, but a second later both man and weapon are split in two. The presenter can't understand how a Baskerville this young is already a graduate. Graduates are powerful, they can stand for entire nations. Chihuahua is stunned by MC's overwhelming strength. Then someone calls out and tells Bakir to look over. The presenter is holding a knife to Chihuahua's right arm, demanding surrender. When he doesn't react, he presses the blade in deeper. Then Chihuahua shocks the protagonist by telling him to do what he must. She'd rather die than hold her master back. Bakir laughs and says he's finally found someone loyal. He stays calm because before leaving the Baskerville mansion, he got a secret letter from the. Now he pulls out a whistle and everyone nearby tenses up. MC puts it to his lips and blows as hard as he can, making the noble's ears ring. Chihuahua and the masked man watch nervously. Bakir just stands still at the center of the stage. When nothing seems to happen, the man starts laughing, saying it was only meant to scare them. But he doesn't realize a blade has already pierced his throat. It happened so fast he sees his own death before dropping to the ground. A man was standing behind him, the one who killed him. Chihuahua is badly shaken by what just happened right in front of him. One of the guards tries to strike that man from the side, but without even moving he unleashes a brutal flurry of blows. Blood sprays everywhere, and Bakir looks pleased. More men pour in, quickly filling the whole arena. Every one of them has murderous red eyes. The auction guards pray these aren't the men they think they are. Cindy Wendy knows exactly who they are. The cruelest knights in the Empire. They're expert killers, and rumor says all 100 of them are graduate level. These are the Baskerville Pitbulls, men said to be able to wreck the whole continent if ordered. Cindy realizes that once these men entered this circus, nobody here had any real chance of getting out. She thinks she'll be the next one killed. But Bakir steps in and orders them not to execute her. The pitbull backs off and bows to his master. He orders them to bite and kill anyone who isn't lying down. And if anyone moves even a little, kill them too. That was the request Bakir made. He asked Hugo to lead the pitbulls. Now the cleanup begins. One noble sees a pitbull staring at him with killing intent, and says they can just put him cuffs. The knight calmly replies that they don't carry handcuffs. In the next second, he cripples the man. He says people marked for death won't need legs. Soon a huge man walks up behind Bakir and calls him nephew. He asks what the protagonist thinks of his dogs, and the protagonist says he's satisfied. This is Boston Terrier Baskerville, commander of the Pitbulls. Boston looks MC over and understands why Hugo is so interested in him. Even at 15, MC is terrifyingly sharp. Then Boston asks if he wants to Pitbulls. He ignores the offer and walks off. He has other things to handle. Being ignored only makes Boston want him more. Meanwhile, Bakir heads into the auction warehouse. Before long, he finds the vault holding the noble's money. He thinks he doesn't care about adding to Baskerville's wealth, then looks around and spots something unexpected. The Balak elf slave is still in a cage, beaten badly and barely hanging on. Would Bakir save her? Of course he would. If he had the chance. He takes a potion from his belt and pours it into her mouth. The medicine works almost right away. She opens her eyes, jerks back in fear, and Bakir asks why she's so scared. Is it because she was captured? She just stares at him, not understanding, so he speaks in the Balak tongue and tells her to go. That only confuses her more. So he makes it simple. Run. He learned a little of their language from fighting the tribe in his past life. She answers with a stream of words, but he only knows the basics. Then she heads out of the room, says a few more words, and leaves. Bakir figures she was trying to thank him. After that, he finally goes for what he came here for. He wants Mercy Alago's corpse, and he draws his legendary weapon, time to eat. By the next morning, rumors spread that the nobles and officials from the auction had been thrown in prison with body parts cut off. That same day, the city's great demonic group disappeared for good, and every VIP tied to that club was exposed. After the investigation, 7 noble families with accused relatives sent letters demanding justice. From the consul, Bakir answered coldly, illegal slave trading means death. He got testimony from all the executed prisoners, and it would soon reach the imperial family. Then the heads of those 7 families came to the consul and begged for mercy from the man who killed their relatives. The protagonist's reply was simple. Their lands inside Baskerville territory would be seized. They'd all be charged with treason. And 3 families would be wiped out completely. To keep order after that, more officials had to be hired, which made unemployment and underdog drop fast and made the people like Vicar more than ever. His bond with his secretary Chihuahua also got better. Chihuahua says he owes his boss his life for saving him on circus night. During all this, MC also practiced his writing, which amazed Chihuahua. Not only had Vicar learned to write, he was already drafting new laws. If this genius kept working here, how far could underdog grow? Later that night, he visits the prison and apologizes for coming late because work kept him busy. The prisoner in cuffs is Cindy Wendy St. Rose. Vicar says he has some questions for her. Still angry, she asks if that's the only reason he saved her. The protagonist doesn't care. He brings up how Baron Gambino, despite being nothing but filth, gained power and influence fast. After looking into it, he learned the man was gifted at making money. If he hadn't used that talent for evil, he could have become a famous merchant or economist. So MC tells her that if she answers honestly, he'll let her go. If she refuses, she'll regret it forever. She snaps back that if she can answer, then she'll answer everything. Vicar says that's perfect. His first question, does she think he applies the law fairly? She says he should ask a real law officer that. But knowing he won't keep his word unless she speaks plainly, she admits she thinks he's wrong. He smiles darkly, grabs her, and demands to know why. The look in his eyes is enough to scare her. Then he lets her go. Stepping back, he tells her to explain exactly what he's doing wrong. She says he built his image by crushing weak criminals through fear and surprise. In the long run, that will hurt him. And once the patriarch sees Vicar has more influence in the city than he does, he won't be pleased. When the protagonist asks what he should do, Cindy Wendy says he should hand all authority back to the Baskervilles and give the patriarch full credit for what happened here. Until he's old enough, he should go to the Black Mountain Range or the Empire Academy. Either way, he needs to stay quiet and build his strength in secret. Then when the time comes, he'll give the Baskerville patriarch exactly what he has coming. Right then, a heavy pressure filled the room. Vicar says the way she talks makes it sound like she's telling a dog to bite its master's throat. The pressure coming off him turns crushing. Even so, she sticks to her answer and says that's the only way for a hunting dog like him to let out his anger. MC studies her, then breaks into a wide smile and says he likes what she said. That shocks her. He admits her advice is solid and it matches what he was already thinking. So just like he promised, she can go free. Stunned, she asks if he really means it, and he says he never breaks a promise. As she heads out, she says she hopes he never regrets this choice. Then he stops her and asks if she knows the Mesmonero family. It was the 8th house wiped out in Underdog, a rich merchant family. In the end, they met a terrible fate. It started when the youngest Mesmajuro showed off sword skills he learned at a birthday party. The Baskerville envoys were shocked by the boy's talent because the moves he used were secret techniques known only to the Baskervilles. Once word got out that a top military art had leaked, the Baskervilles sent out their hunting dogs. That very day, the whole Mesmajuro family was slaughtered. But the real cause was a group of young devils from 7 other families. They stole the sword book, the same one the young Mesmonero learned from. Acting clueless, she asks what this story about the 8th family has to do with her. Vicar goes on, saying one person survived a 1-year-old girl taken by those 7 nobles. Because she was so beautiful, she was put through every kind of cruel torture they could think of. Angry Wendy says she won't listen to any more of this and turns to leave the room. But he says he's not done. Later, a new vice-consul came to the city and punished every criminal he could catch without mercy. By chance, those criminals were the same 7 idiots who ruined the Mesmonero family. That vice-consul tortured them hard, and as they slowly died, they spilled every sin they had committed. That's when one of them begged forgiveness for a deadly crime. Crying and furious, she asks if he really expects her to believe any of that. He tells her she's the last Mesmonero, so she already knows her own past. She asks how she's supposed to trust him. How can she believe he really caught them all and made them beg? Vicar grabs a torch to light the way and says she'll believe it once she sees it herself. She's left speechless by what she finds. The bodies are still there, and on the floor they'd written over and over that they were wrong and didn't want to die. Seeing that, she breaks down and throws. Walking closer, the protagonist says those men paid for their crimes. But the Mesmonero family's revenge still isn't finished. Cindy Wendy Mesmonero should aim all her hatred at the Baskerville family. That revenge belongs to her. Confused, she points out that he's a Baskerville too and asks why he's helping. He only says that's a stupid question. She doesn't get what He means but says she'll repay him someday. She swears that no matter what path he takes, he'll never lack money as long as she's around. Vikier likes that answer and says he'll remember it. The next morning, someone comes to the door. It's Chihuahua, saying the vice-consul sure likes to sleep because the sun is already up. But when he checks, the bed is covered in ketchup and bodies are scattered around the room. C wakes up like normal and says good morning to his secretary. He even jokes that he barely remembers what happened and might have killed them in his sleep. Chihuahua asks what kind of childhood he had. Vikier says a very violent one. Lately, things have gotten especially dangerous. He's taken 2 poison arrows, drank 4 poison drinks, and survived acid, fire, shots and a cart trying to crush him. Things are getting out of hand. Should Chihuahua be worried? He says he'll be fine. At the last legal auction, he got an A-rank vitality skill called Infernal Buffalo. That power, along with his trip into the Styx River, is why last night's assassins couldn't kill him. Chihuahua jokes if his shirt got washed in the Styx too. Vicar asks what that's supposed to mean. Even so, he's fed up with all this and plans to find the one behind it and kill them. Later, a carriage arrives with the Baskerville banner. Someone from his family had come to meet him, but the moment that person started stepping out, Chihuahua panicked and quickly bowed. The visitor was the protagonist's family butler. As they greeted each other, Chihuahua could barely hide his awe. This man was the current head of the Barrymore family, who had served his butlers to the Baskervilles for 4 generations. Seeing his idol in person left him amazed. Vicar asks why the butler came. The answer is simple. The patriarch recognized his achievements and ordered him brought back at once. C isn't pleased and figures Hugo must be happy about this. Now we're in Hugo's office. He's looking over reports showing that the people of Underdog now favor Vicar. He's also been named the most trusted by merchants and the most loved by farmers, children, and scholars, and also the person assassins most want dead. Hugo says this proves the Baskervilles aren't just smart people who are bad with swords. Then he praises his son's work. He thanks him, though. He finds Hugo's smile strange. The patriarch says that if there are punishments, there must also be rewards. Then he asks how Vicar would feel about entering the academy this year. That catches the protagonist off guard, since it's exactly the reward he wanted. It's where the kingdom's elites gather. The top academy called Colosseum. Since most students are children of nobles and aristocrats, security is tight and it works like a boarding school. In other words, he'll have plenty of time to grow stronger. Away from Hugo, the patriarch says he'd like to send a few more people too, but no one comes to mind besides C. So he asks if there's anyone C wants to bring. He says the siblings he's closest to are the triplets. Of course, he really wants to use them as punching bags. But Hugo refuses to send all 3 and asks if the protagonist still remembers the plan he made. At 8 years old, the one about leaving the mine in the hands of the Morgs to get rid of the barbarian clan. Hugo happily says the plan worked. At first, the Morgs proposed a joint attack while keeping everything quiet. Then Hugo asks if Vicar wants to stop by that place and check for himself whether the plan is being followed exactly. C simply says he'll do as the patriarch commands. Soon they leave through Underdog's gates. Chihuahua says goodbye with clear sadness. He wishes them a safe trip and promises to handle things while the vice-consul is gone. At last, it's time to leave the city. On the road to the next destination, Vicar tells them to show themselves. At once, several knights drop down from above. He apologizes for making them wait. He says he wanted to avoid a messy start. Staffordshire answers that it's fine and says they'll escort him to the Morgue Fortress. On the way, he asks about his uncle, Boston Terrier, and learns the man was thrilled to bring him into the Pitbull Knights after what happened at the slave auction. Before long, they arrive in Morgue territory. Vicar already knows this isn't just an inspection. It's also a mission to crush the barbarians. From what they know, the Morgue clan has gathered 2 delegates, 30 clan members, and 100 outside wizards. Meanwhile, the Baskerville side sent only the protagonist, 1 delegate, and a few dozen regular soldiers. It looks like they want more information on the barbarian clan first. Soon the Morgue Fortress comes into view, lined with stakes and hanging skulls. That was likely done by a wizard, probably a warning meant for the barbarians. The sight makes Vicar think of Camus, and he notices she's gotten much stronger. Then 3 figures appear on the wall and order them to stop, asking who they are. They say no one gets in without permission. MC knows the 3 of them well. They're the morgue flowers, the triplets called highbrow, middlebrow, and lowbrow. Vicar says they're Baskerville envoys here for a land inspection and to help with the mission, so they should open the gate. But one of the girls says that won't happen. They have to report to the territory supervisor first. So the group will need to wait here. Maybe permission will be ready tomorrow. That makes him ask why they're trying to block the territory's owner from entering. She mocks him for pulling the owner card and even brings up a tenant protection law made by his own family. Growing annoyed, Vicar says he already changed that law. Now the owner can throw out tenants whenever he wants, so he gives them one last warning and tells them to open the gate now. The girls panic, but one snaps and says she heard some fool was put in charge of Underdog. Then she fires a spell at the protagonist and says they won't let anyone push them around. The water attack lands right next to him. She doesn't back down at all, yelling that no one is entering morgue territory. She even taunts the so-called Baskerville genius to try something. The knight commander starts to draw his sword, but men in the back begin shouting insults at the triplets on the wall. Vicar recognizes the voices right away and the sisters get offended instantly. The 3 boys step forward and say they meant every word. They were Baskerville's own triplets. Yeah, this was going to be embarrassing. Triplets against triplets. Even MC looked annoyed by the whole thing. Then one of the boys says he wants to repay MC for recommending them to the patriarch so they could enter the academy. He knows these 3 will grow into deadly weapons and they're excellent at following orders. So he pushes things even further, planning to break them in and use them later. The boys start yelling that they're the best, while the girls answer with middle fingers and call them idiots. That only makes the sisters angrier. So they combine the 3 elements they control to boost their magic many times over. That's why they were called the 3 flowers of morgue. In the past, one Baskerville triplet says they shouldn't be scared of a few little branches, then rushes in with the first Baskerville style, which even impresses the knight commander. But a moment later he's caught off guard and shoved back by one of those branches. The girls laugh and say swordsmen will never touch them. That just makes the boys even madder. The knight commander grins and says this is going to be fun. They'll finally get to see swordsmanship and magic settle their old argument. He says it'll be interesting to watch the young talons who may one day lead both clans. Fakir points out that he's one of the clan's rising stars too, but the delegate says he's far beyond the others and shouldn't even be compared. Realizing the circus is wasting time, the protagonist decides to move on. He has more important things to talk about. Honestly, he just wanted them all to hurry up and die already. Then someone suddenly appeared with fire magic in her hands, demanding to know what was going on in her territory. One triplet was almost on top of a mage when he saw a flash streak toward him. It was a huge fire spell. The blast was massive. Fakir was pleased for a second. He really had hoped they'd die. Then he got annoyed when he saw everyone was only burned, and the morgue triplets were in the same shape. You can probably guess who showed up. MC was surprised to see her this early. Standing on the wall was Camus de Bourbon, morgue Scarlet, the girl he met when he was 8. She says she won't forgive anyone causing trouble in her land. The triplets protest and call Camus by her first name, saying Fakir's side started it. That sets her off. She snaps that she never gave them permission to call her that, and warns them to watch their mouths if they don't want to end up hanging there. Then she looks over and freezes for a second. The person in front of her is him, Van Baskerville. Her whole attitude changes, and she says it's been over 7 years since they last met. The protagonist agrees it's been a long time. In his head, though, he notices she's grown up a lot. So this was the woman people would one day say charmed all the men in high society. Camus de Bourbon, morgue Scarlet. In his past life, men chased her and scandals followed her everywhere. Strange that he hasn't heard any of that this time, but he doesn't care much. He just asks her to open the gate. Since the triplets refuse to cooperate, Kamers gets angry, saying after all these years that's the first thing he says. Fakir asks if he was supposed to say something else, which only makes her madder. The knight commander thinks the triplet fight is over, And now it's time for a clash between the top stars of both families. Kamers points at MC and declares his score is 0. Then she complains about his attitude and asks how he can act like that in front of his future wife. 0 out of 100. Everyone is stunned. Vakir nearly chokes on the words future wife. Later, while walking through the fields with him, Camus says the Baskervilles don't seem to know much about the barbarians. He answers that his clan has dealt with them far longer, so they likely know more than Morgue Scarlet. Camus shoots back, if that's true, why did they send the worst person here? The protagonist reminds her that his trip to the mountains was already discussed with Morgue Scarlet beforehand, so her question makes no sense. Ignoring that, Camus says she'll give him 8 points for knowing so much about the barbarians, bringing him to 8 out of 100. MC asks why it's so low when his answer was perfect. She says she hates smart men. In her opinion, men should be a little dumber. Then she gives him 6 points for horseback riding, and asks why his horse is taller than hers, maybe because he's shorter. She hands out 4 points for fashion, saying his clothes are boring. And only 1 point for manners because he doesn't answer her properly. Vakir is this close to punching her and says she'd need about 5 more points just to fill the dent. Blushing, she suddenly gives his face 99 points, saying he's grown up a lot, then takes off 1 because he can't control his expressions. He tells her to stop with the pointless scoring, but Camus says it isn't pointless. Her husband has to meet strict standards. He asks why he would ever be her future husband. Furious again, she says it's because he passed her uncle's test. That memory only makes her more upset since her uncle turned it into a promise for a future marriage instead of one right. And Vakir tells her to forget that day and act like it never happened. Camus blushes, then suddenly throws a piece of clothing at his face hard enough to leave a mark, saying she'll never forget what happened between them. The protagonist asks what she just threw, then realizes it's the jacket he lent her back then. Camus says it isn't anything precious, but Vakir wonders why she's returning it without even washing it. Getting back to the real issue, she explains that the barbarians are raiding the mines, stealing slaves, and wrecking crops. She says this wall was built only a month ago by earth and iron mages, work that would have taken hundreds of people over a year. But Balak's arrows already left marks on it. Their shots can pierce walls 2 to 3 meters thick, and they've killed soldiers during the night without anyone noticing. Even her uncle was badly hurt by an arrow that pierced his magic shield. There's also a report from Hugo saying one of those barbarians wounded his nose. Vakir says the barbarian side must have some real talents too, and asks what she knows. Camus says there seems to be a very strong woman among them, but it's hard to tell because of the paint on their faces. Then a soldier runs up and calls for the vice captain. The search team caught a barbarian scout alive, so they head to the morgue tent, where a painted man is tied up and staring at them. He belongs to the Rococo clan of witches and hasn't told them anything. Even mind control magic doesn't work because of strong witchcraft. Kamek asks if he remembers the raid on Morgue Fortress when his people took several captives. Among them was her distant cousin, a little girl named Rose. The man just smiles and says something in his own tongue, making the other prisoners laugh. Cammy asks for a translator and wants to know where the deserter bar are, but her vassal says they were all killed or captured. Then Vakir says he knows a little of the Rococo language. Cammy, surprised, asks if there's anything he can't do. She tells him to ask about her cousin, her red-haired, red-eyed, pale 12-year-old girl taken in the last attack. MC asks, and the man starts laughing, before answering with a cruel grin. Vakir shuts his eyes for a moment, clearly unhappy with what he heard, then tells Camus the girl is dead. She goes completely cold with rage. Then she says the other representatives are busy, so she herself, Vice Captain Camus, Moore will handle the trial. Her verdict is immediate execution. A stake drives through the prisoner. As he shouts in his native language, Camus tells him to keep talking if he wants. Once this war is over, she says that language will only be heard in hell. The other prisoners panic, but Camus orders everyone out. Vakir watches in silence, and when he leaves, he finds her outside in tears. Even with all her strength, she's still only 15, so he tries to comfort her. Rose had been a gentle, kind girl, nothing like the rest of the morgues. He tries again, saying at least she may have died in peace. Camus asks if he thinks she's stupid. She doesn't speak the language, but she can understand it by ear. Camus asks if she heard him right, if his last words were really what she thought. The prisoner had said he did horrible things to the girl before she died. That made Camus break down even harder. She'd been holding it in, but now she fell apart, apologizing over and over for failing to protect her cousin. The protagonist thought about comforting her, then stopped. Maybe he didn't know how, or maybe he chose not to step in. A while later, Camus said they had to get revenge fast. The protagonist reached out and told her she was right. That made her blush for a second. Just as she was about to take his hand, a loud bell rang, the signal for a barbarian raid. Their chance for revenge came sooner than expected. On a hill near the fortress, a barbarian rider sat on a giant wolf with a bow ready. She took careful aim. Then she fired at 2 guards on the wall. By the time they noticed, it was too late. The arrow tore through everything in front of. After the shot, the archer shouted orders in her own language. That was the start of the assault on the Morgue Scarlet clan. The attackers quickly seized several people. They rushed in on wolves at full speed. Vicar wondered if he'd moved too far ahead on his own when a lasso flew at him. In an instant, the Black tribe had caught him. He barely reacted. The women were thrilled, saying they had finally found a man. Maybe this one would make a fine husband. From that, MC figured out the tribe kidnaps husbands and wives to breed stronger bloodlines. So with one motion, he sent the women flying. He added that he couldn't be their husband anyway. He was already promised to someone else. The tribe's men immediately raised their bows. Vicar kept walking straight toward them. He remembered Hugo telling him not to fight until the main force arrived. But there was no time to wait. He batted aside the rain of arrows with ease. Even the Black were shocked. Then Camus arrived and blasted the area with a fireball, demanding to know why everyone was still standing around instead of killing them. The warriors screamed in agony. Camus showed no mercy. She wanted their whole clan wiped. Then she glanced at Vicar and asked if he was using liquid aura. She thought he was just a graduate. But now he seemed like the only man worth respecting. He answered that the Patriarch ordered him not to fight unless the main force was present. Camus made it clear that order didn't matter to her. As flames spread everywhere, she declared she'd handle this herself. Vicar noticed how much stronger she'd become. She was using quadruple channeling. Burning with rage, Camus swore she'd avenge her little sister. Then one of the warriors fired a dart at her. It struck her cleanly in the neck. The attacker was riding a white wolf. Camus collapsed right away, unable to move, most likely hit with paralysis poison. The warrior instantly threw a rope to capture her. Vicar jumped in front of. He wanted to retreat, but Camus was focused on saving the land, rescuing the captives and getting revenge for her sister. While he was in the middle of warning her again, he caught an arrow coming from behind and dodged it at the last second. The shooter stood on top of a tent. Probably the strong woman Kama had mentioned earlier. Then Camus was taken. She yelled for Vicar, and he remembered that in his past life, she had been kidnapped by the barbarians when she was still young. Not long after that, she wiped out the whole tribe and came back as the Crimson Black Queen. As he thought about what to do, that woman was suddenly right beside him, ready to strike. He dodged again. This time he saw she was attacking, with her bow itself. A kick followed and slammed into his stomach, sending him flying. At that point, he knew he had to get serious. Then she surprised him by saying she told him they would meet again. With a cruel smile, she made him realize who she was. The same girl he had saved at the slave auction. He could only say she was returning kindness with betrayal. She brushed that off and said this was revenge. She didn't care about him. Jumping onto her wolf, she told him that if he wanted his girl back, he should come after them. Vicar wondered if he should reveal his real power when someone suddenly shouted for Camus. It was Adolphe Morgue's Scarlet rushing in after hearing about the ambush. He cast an earth spell at once and ordered them to release his niece. But the wolves kept running, dodging the magic with ease and quickly pulling away. That only made Adolphe angrier. Then a vassal reported that the kidnappers had fled into the unexplored part of Mount Rouge. Adolphe knew how dangerous that place was, and at night it would be nearly impossible to chase them. Then a voice behind him said they still could. It was Vicar, saying he'd entered the unexplored area before when he was younger. That was really knowledge from his past life. Shocked, Adolphe asked if he was serious. One of the vassals warned that going into Mount Rouge at night was suicide. Adolphe answered that anyone who wanted to quit could do so. He wouldn't force them. Deep down he already knew this boy was different, and now he had no choice but to trust him, so he begged Vikir to save his niece. By nightfall they were in Baskerville territory. Inside the deep forest of Mount La Rouge-Lenore, this place was full of monsters and traps, bone-sucking mosquitoes, poison vines, silent spiders, and countless other dangers. Most people wouldn't last an hour there, which is why it was called the soul-devouring forest. But Vikir wasn't most people. Adolphe asked the knight commander if every young Baskerville was like this. Boy, the answer was simple, not even close. He was exceptional even by Baskerville standards. He moved through the deadly forest like it was nothing. Everyone already knew his sword skills were incredible, but his stealth and sense of direction were just as scary. Then he suddenly stopped and told everyone to wait. The Baloch tribe hadn't gone far. He explained that hunters scatter dry leaves to hear intruders coming, so they had to move carefully from here. Adolphe cast a silent spell on Vikir so his footsteps wouldn't make a sound. He also warned that from this point on, the protagonist would be going alone. Adolphe said he'd never forget this favor. Around a campfire, the tribe talked while Camrish shouted that she'd burn them all when she got free. No one cared. They were more interested in the boy they almost captured. And Camrish finally stopped yelling when she realized they were just chatting about hunting husbands and wives. As she sat there thinking, one warrior came over and bragged that all the men would envy him for catching such a fine woman. He couldn't understand her words, but her defiance was obvious. So he said he'd have to train this arrogant slave. Then the female warrior from before stepped in and ordered him to let go of her slave. He argued that he had captured Camus, but she shut him down. If she hadn't stopped that sword boy, he would already be dead. In other words, Camus belonged to her. Now, the man protested that she was a woman and shouldn't take a slave for herself, but she didn't care. He pointed out that she was being stubborn just because she was the captain. She snapped back that if he didn't like it, he could challenge her and she'd crush him. That threat made him shake. He quickly backed down and said he wouldn't challenge her. So the argument ended right there. The woman looked Camus over and said she had a fine face and strong body. She guessed Camus had an excellent bloodline and was probably the next morgue leader. Then she stepped on her shoulder and said the morgues had once captured and sold her as a slave too. At least she said someone had shown her kindness and she managed to escape that slave fate. But she had no plan to return that kindness. Instead, she'd slowly carve her will into Camus's very bones and tame even her soul, until her whole life was about serving her. Then an explosion went off behind the woman. She turned in alarm, not understanding what happened. A moment later, guards shouted that they were under attack. A mage was setting the whole camp ablaze, and Camus knew that voice at once. It was her uncle calling for his niece and hungry for revenge. The battle had already started. But Vikir noticed something odd. The Baloch hunters, usually so coordinated, were totally disorganized. They looked lost, and some even cursed the morgues for charging in and throwing everything into chaos in the middle of the night. Seeing them break, Adolphe sent soldiers to chase them down. Camus was pleased for a moment until she heard someone behind her. She turned, and Vikir told her to stay quiet while cutting her ropes. Camus asked if he'd come to save her, but he only asked if she didn't understand the signal to keep silent. Then someone appeared and said she knew the sword boy would come. She described him as a boy with a powerful body, able to cover huge distances fast, and a mind strong enough to break through darkness. A pure youth willing to risk everything to save his woman. Laughing, she said he didn't need to ask about the past, and could go on. Vikir was left confused by everything she said. Camus, meanwhile, locked into a mental clash with the girl. But none of it made sense because MC had no memory of her in his past life. Could this be the night fox, the archer who injured Hugo's nose? While he was thinking that over, a dart suddenly flew at them. He instantly used Beelzebub to shield Camas de Bourbon. The attacker was stunned, wondering how he saw it coming. Vikir grabbed Camas and said he'd take her to her uncle. She agreed, and they ran from the area as fast as they could. The archer started to grasp what was happening, but she still couldn't let the future head of the Morgue Scarlet clan get away. So she drew her bow with all her strength again, and fired a massive shot straight at Bourbon. But right then the whole forest froze. The arrows stopped just in time. That was Adolphe Morgue's power. He arrived at the last second and saved his niece. He quickly began casting a spell to cure the poison, saying he'd bring her back to the sacred family. Before he could finish, Camus ran into Vikir's arms and said he had saved her again. Adolphe grumbled that he had helped too, but Camus snapped back that she'd tell her mother everything. At that moment, a rope whipped over the protagonist's head. The archer was trying to drag him away, warning that they had to leave now. Then she noticed he wasn't moving at all, and asked what kind of monster strength he had. Vikir easily broke free, and asked why she was in such a rush. Then a deep roar came from the forest. The archer panicked and said she had finally awakened. Even Beelzebub was warning him to run. Something terrifying was coming. The archer shouted it out. Madame Eightlegs was on the way. A huge shape burst up from the ground with a crushing presence, and the Baluk warriors cried out that Madame had finally appeared. At first, no one understood what they were seeing. But then that one shape split into many and shot in every direction. Adolphe Morgue could only mutter that this was impossible. How had a monster like this stayed hidden here? Even Vikir was shaken. If his memories were right, the creature before them was an S-rank calamity. Madame Eightlegs, a disaster strong enough to wipe out a whole continent. Camus was about to scream, but Vikir cut her off. He warned that even if it couldn't see, it's here. And sense of touch were incredibly sharp. He remembered many incidents on Mount Rouge, and a local had told him about a legendary creature there called Madame Eightlegs. After repeated reports, the Empire finally added her to the monster catalog. She was marked S rank, an extinction-level monster that could destroy a nation alone. Right then, acid rained down at them. One black warrior screamed when some of it hit his hair, burning it off. The archer got angry and told him to stop making noise in front of Madame. Because of that sound, the monster had already turned toward. She immediately ordered a retreat. The Morgue Scarlet side also fell back. The Bollock scattered while the Morgue Scarlet and Baskervilles fled in one big group, and that made them the easier target. One mage claimed bugs were weak to fire and told them to leave it to him. He launched a spell that struck the spider cleanly, and for a second the boy beside him thought it worked. Then in an instant the mage vanished. One of Madame's legs had pierced him. The boy barely saw it happen, and by then he knew it was over. He'd be Madame's next meal. Adolphe, desperate, demanded to know what kind of monster this was. As they ran, Vikir went silent, then stopped and said he'd stay behind. The Knight Commander asked what he was doing. MC said that if they kept running like this, everyone would die, so someone had to stop the monster's legs. The man started to offer himself instead. But Vikir asked if he really thought he had the skill to stop that thing. He added that they couldn't let this calamity reach their land, and right now he was their best shot at tying down its legs. Then he told Adolphe there was no time left, and begged him to choose. Cam, you could only watch in silence. Adolphe hesitated until he shouted at him to decide. Then the old man ran, saying he wouldn't waste the boy's sacrifice. Meanwhile, Camus cried out, begging him not to stay. Vikir was about to draw his sword, but stopped himself. That would be pointless, and an ordinary weapon wouldn't do anything to it. To him, this was actually the perfect chance. If he could fake his death and slip out of Hugo's sight, he'd gain time to learn the 10 techniques. Once he was strong enough to avoid the Patriarch's pressure, or at least hide his power completely, he would return to the family. Pulling out Beelzebub in its full form, he knew that if he held back even a little, the S-rank calamity in front of him would kill him today. He had crossed the river Styx and mastered advanced Baskerville swordsmanship, along with the demonic blade Beelzebub. So he went all in and charged, to full speed, toward the monster. He leaped as high as he could, rising above Madame herself. She sensed the threat, and Vikir gathered all his aura into one strike, enough to tear the air around him. Then he unleashed the 5th Baskerville Fong. The blow was so massive that a bright light burst through the forest. A moment later, it exploded, and the sound carried for miles. Camus de Bourbon couldn't believe. She broke down, crying for him. That was the day history would remember. The day a boy not even grown yet became a hero. Then memories rushed into Vickers' mind. He remembered that terrible day when he was betrayed. He saw it all again. Hugo standing before him with the whole family ready to execute him. There was no mercy in his eyes. And his intent was obvious. With a single hand signal, the order was given. Vickers' world spun, and when it finally stopped, the last thing he saw was his father, the people he once cared about, turning their backs on him. In his mind he screamed for help, but no one answered. When he opened his eyes again in the present, he was staring at a strange ceiling. A rope hung around his neck, his whole body hurt, and he had no idea where he was. Still, even if he didn't know how many days had passed, he knew one thing. He survived the fight with the giant spider. Everything after that had been chaos, and he could only hope she hadn't lived either. Checking himself, he found his body still whole, though the blast had left him sore all over. When he grabbed the rope around his neck, he realized it had caused the stiffness and probably saved his life, too. That meant things likely went as planned, and the family should now believe he was dead. At last, Vickers stepped out of the cabin and found himself in a barbarian village. He quickly realized it was Balak territory, and that they had taken him prisoner. As he thought about being inside the Baskerville's natural enemy camp, he noticed a line of tied-up men coming his way. A woman yelled at them to move faster or she'd feed them to the wolves. Vickers recognized them as Morg's Scarlet soldiers and wondered why he wasn't with them. Just then, a man asked if he could speak their language. The protagonist recognized him right away, the same guy who had thrown darts at him earlier. The barbarian said it was good he was awake, then coldly asked how it felt to watch his comrades die while he could do nothing in his broken state. He added that if Vickers weren't the captain's little dog, he'd already be dead. Hearing that phrase, MC was hit with memories of Hugo keeping him like a dog that existed only to serve. Something in his face changed so sharply that the barbarian froze. Feeling that rage, the man punched him and cursed at him. As he walked off, he told the protagonist to stop lying there and go to his master at the end of the rope. Still on the ground, Vickers silently memorized his face. Once he recovered, he'd make him pay. Later, he followed the rope through the forest. It was so long he couldn't even see where it ended, and he wondered if a master was really waiting there. Then the rope suddenly pulled tight, making him stop and look ahead. There he found a barbarian woman bathing, and the rope seemed to lead straight to her. She looked at MC and he stared back. With a small smile, she told him to get down. In the next instant, he was yanked hard to the ground. An arrow shot past where he had been and buried itself in a tree behind him. The woman shouted at the children, asking why they were practicing archery there. Then she turned to Vickers and thanked him for saving her from becoming a slave that day. She said she'd already paid him back twice, and even got revenge for him. That's when he realized she was the one who had saved him from Madame Eightlegs. Though he still wondered about the rope. She looked him over and said he seemed to be the master of the rope. To come from a good family, which only confused him more. Then she added that she was curious how much they'd pay to get him back. That scares Vickers. If they try to bargain with the Baskerville family, his whole plan to get away from Hugo will fall apart. Then she suddenly smiles and asks if he got his hopes up. Too bad for him. She has no plan to let him go now that he belongs to her. As she cuts part of the rope from his neck, Vickers finally relaxes a little. The wild girl then says from now on, he should call her master. She likes the fire in his eyes, but wonders if he can also wear the look of an obedient dog. Still, this isn't the time for that. They need to head somewhere first. When the protagonist asks where, she's surprised he still hasn't figured it out. If you step onto someone else's land, she says, it's normal to greet the patriarch. So she's taking him to the ruler of this land, the chief of the Balak tribe. As they walk through the village, his new master gives him a quick rundown of how they live. If there aren't enough beds, they make do, and when food runs low, they steal from rich humans. They show no mercy to outsiders, but they protect their own. Vickers notes their way of life is pretty simple. A moment later, she says they've arrived, and this is the chief's house. The young woman steps inside, calls the leader mother, and says she's back. The muscular woman rises and welcomes her. Then she teases that this must be the high-class man her daughter kept talking about, which embarrasses her. That makes Vickers realize she's the chief's daughter. He also figures out who this woman really is. The Night Fox, the Balak warrior who scarred Hugo's nose and stopped his family from crossing Black Mountain. MC can't help wondering what would have happened if he had fought her before returning in time. In a direct fight, he'd have had no chance to live and no chance to kill her either. Even running away would have given him only about a 20% shot. The chief studies his face and says he looks familiar, making Vicar worry she recognized his family. But she just shrugs and says all noblemen look alike. Then she asks her daughter why she brought him. If he doesn't seem worth much, her daughter argues he could be useful with training, especially since he risked his life against 8 legs. The chief barely cares as long as his important parts still work. That's enough for her. Flustered, the young woman says he'll only be her personal slave. Her mother points out that's not how she was talking about him before. Still, whatever her daughter decides, she'll support. At that moment, Vicar touches the wood in the middle of the cabin. A few hours later, they're out in the forest. There, he says, he has a question. He asks her name, catching her off guard. She expected something about being a slave. With a slight blush, she answers that it's. And Vicar asks what he should do now, and snaps that he's a slave and should call her master. Even so, she lets it slide and gives him his first order. He needs to build his own house if he's staying here. She has another reason, too. On doubts someone raised like him can build anything. So this will teach him his place and make him rely on her. The protagonist just smiles to himself. Building a house actually sounds fun. Before long, and is completely stunned because his cabin is already finished. She can't believe it. She thought he wouldn't know the first thing about surviving, and everything she brought to help turns out useless. Vicar says it's been a long time. In his past life, he learned a sword wasn't enough to stay alive, so he picked up survival skills too. Looking over the cabin, and notices he even made a drainage space for rainwater. Then MC points out that the chief's tent looks shaky. If it rains, water could flood in and weaken. So he asks if he can use limestone to strengthen the house. A little later, he's mixing limestone while in watches. Soon he fires the mud and makes bricks. Then he heads to the chief's house, and explains what he's doing. The muscular chief looks impressed when Vicar builds a brick support around the central wooden post. She says the house stayed weak no matter what she tried, and she never realized the wooden pillars were the issue. Thanking him, she says her daughter caught a very useful man and hopes he'll keep helping the Balak tribe with repairs. Later, the protagonist is washing clothes by the river when calls out to him. She asks if slave work is too hard, then wonders what he'd think about joining the tribe. Vicar admits life as a slave here isn't that bad, and thinks he's had more peace in this place than he ever did at home, and says there are things he can't have as a slave, and living alone must make both work and survival harder. If he stays with her, he won't have to worry so much, and can adjust to this place more easily. But out of everything she says, one part stands out most to him. They remove his collar, so he asks what he has to do, smiling and says it's simple. He just needs to go on a big hunt and offer it to the tribe. Lately, the warriors haven't been bringing back enough food, and she's worried the children won't grow up strong. If he brings back meat, he can even earn cotton clothes. Patting his back, she adds that hunting with her will make it easier. He only has to support her from behind. Vicar tries not to show the pain from that pat, while tells him he should be thankful to belong to her. So he finally gives in and agrees to hunt with her. That puts a big smile on his face, and her cheeks turn red. On the way back to the village, she asks about going tomorrow. Ansi agrees, then asks why she's smiling so much. But this calm moment doesn't last. They're being watched by the barbarian who punched Vicar earlier. He curses his nerve as he watches him get close to the chief's daughter. Nearby, a man scoops dark powder from a bucket and calls the hunters together for the report. The shaman says they need his blessing before leaving, or they might die out there, and explains that the hunters feel guilty for killing their prey, so they smear charcoal on their faces for protection from the gods. Vicar is surprised the Baluk tribe even has a shaman, while the other hunters grumble about doing this every time. Some even complain that his prophecies have been weak lately. The protagonist wonders if the role is basically useless, since everyone here seems to live the same way anyway. Then Ain shows up with her face covered in charcoal. Vicar jokes that she looks beautiful like that, and she gets mad. She tells him to shut up, It's not like she wants this. Then she hands him a new collar and tells him to put it on. It's meant to show he's under protection, so another hunter won't claim him. MC doesn't like it, but he decides it's easier to accept these things for now. Later, the two ride out on a giant wolf, and Ein tells him to hold her by the waist. He refuses, but the moment the wolf lunges forward, his body gets thrown back. With a sly smile like she expected that all along, she says that's why he should have grabbed her. If he holds tight, he won't fall. After landing on the ground, Vicar tells himself he really needs to deal with this situation. Then he notices someone coming, the same man who watched him and hit him before, and calls him a Hun, and he complains that she's flirting with a slave again and going way too easy on him. He boasts that this time he'll bring back a huge catch and become the next captain. While listening, Vicar suddenly notices something flying at him. It's a Hun's kick, and it lands right on his head. Right after, a Hun says she never should have given a slave a guard collar and asks how a half-broken man like this is supposed to help on the hunt. A Hun, who looked worried before, now smiles and says she gets his point, but he lost something important too, and sure enough, something is missing from his waist. Spitting a little blood, Vicar holds up a Hun's arrows and tells him to watch his weapons better. If he can't even do that, he won't be able to. Furious, a Hun rushes in to punch him again, but a Hun steps in before he can. She asks who owns this slave because only that person gets to decide what happens to him. A Hun argues that a mere slave insulted a warrior, but a Hun shoots back that he started it by insulting Vicar first. That only makes him madder, and he asks if she's fallen for this loser. Without changing her expression, a Hun says that if a slave crosses the line, then yes, he deserves punishment. But a Hun has no right to do it because the slave isn't his. Then all of a sudden, a Hun slaps Vicar across the face, spraying blood over the grass. A Hun is left staring in shock while he drops to the ground from the hit. With a cold glare, a Hun asks if that satisfies him now. She explains that she needs this slave to help with her daily life, and she knows a Hun hates the fact that Vicar belongs to her, but she warns that if he touches the protagonist again, the one getting punished won't be the protagonist. That threat makes him freeze. Meanwhile, our hero is left on the ground, covered in bruises. A little later in the forest, Ein looks full of regret. Vicar's face is still swollen from the beating. She asks if it hurts and whether he's mad at her. Ein says she had no other choice. That guy wouldn't back off, so this was the only way to stop things from getting worse. Then MC suddenly admits that, yes, it hurts. In one quick, nimble move, she flips herself up while riding the wolf, and leans close to his face, asking how bad it is and whether the wound is serious. Vicar van Baskerville tells her it's not that bad. Then, just before saying a hit like that won't kill him, Ein kisses him on the mouth. After that unexpected moment, she pulls back embarrassed and wipes her mouth. He just stares, completely lost. He wonders if this is how barbarians treat wounds, then thinks it's actually pretty risky since it could infect an open cut. Ein asks what he wants, saying she'll give him anything she can. That makes him ask if she really means anything. Vicar van Baskerville pauses to think. Ein goes stiff, wondering what he's about to ask for. She's clearly expecting something very different, but instead, the protagonist Van Baskerville asks her to teach him archery. Totally let down, she says. The special lessons start tomorrow. So, no. The next day, arrows start flying into a tree while Ein says her slave has no talent for the bow. In truth, she's mostly using the lesson as an excuse to touch him a little. She explains that this is how children training to be warriors start. Since he can't handle a sword in his current shape, he should at least learn the bow. Just then, the white wolf shows up and grabs her attention, and asks if it found what she sent it to look for. Once she sees it did, she tells the protagonist to get ready because they need to move right away. Somewhere else they reach a stream. Ein says this is where the river heads out to the ocean, so the current is strong. Because of that, lots of creatures gather nearby. The fish follow the flow, thinking the current will help them escape predators. But what waits for them is even worse. Most never make it to the ocean and end up smashed against the sharp rocks. And the fish that can't make it become food for the oxbear. Vicar van Baskerville asks if that really is an oxbear because he's never seen one so huge. Ein explains these aren't normal ones. They come from a far stronger bloodline and they've survived in this place for centuries. Worried, MC asks if they're supposed to hunt that thing, but Ein says that's impossible. That's why she had Bakaluga find a female. Her real target is one of the males chasing after her. The female oxbear looks over the males around her, then suddenly attacks one and smashes him in the face. Right after that, she beats down the second, then the third too. Vicar van Baskerville realizes she's rejecting every male and asks if she wants someone stronger. But Ein says he's got it wrong. She isn't looking for the strongest one. Then the female walks toward the smallest oxbear there. That's when he realizes she wants the weakest male, because he'll be easier to control. Ein explains that during mating season, a male can kill his partner, so females choose the weakest ones. She adds that pelagic hunters use almost the same rule when picking a mate. They prefer the young ones with good blood, and if they're weak or hurt, that's even better. As the two bears leave to mate, she says they only need to wait until the male is completely drained. A few hours later, loud roars echo through the air. Vicar looks tired and disappointed, already knowing what that means. The noise is all coming from inside a cave in the mountain, and he says he's been listening to those bears for 3 straight days and barely knows why he's even here anymore. Ein asks if he gathered enough food for both of them, and he says yes, explaining that the bears stayed in the cave those 3 days because he kept bringing them food. These fruits give a burst of energy, but they wear down the body by draining life. The females are smart enough not to eat them, but the males will swallow anything to keep up. While making soup, Ein tells Vicar to eat well, but he can't focus at all with the bears going wild inside that cave. Then she casually says that's normal, which catches him off guard. She adds that the men in her tribe are the same, and wonders if his people aren't like that. Suddenly she asks how he's doing and leans in, curious if he thinks he can. But before she finishes, a huge roar blasts out of the cave. At once she tells him to get ready, saying the female must be sure she's going to get pregnant now. When the male collapses inside the cave, the female roars and drives him out. Ein explains that once it's over, he's just another predator in her territory, so she chases him off for good. Vicar van Baskerville says the male hasn't slept in 3 days, so now he'll look for somewhere to rest. He'll hide in a safe spot to recover, and that's when the real hunt starts because they'll follow him while he sleeps. Sometime later, the two move through the mountains. Even though he's exhausted, Vicar keeps walking and soon realizes they're searching for a place with no danger, somewhere animals don't usually go. He notes how smart that is. It feels less like instinct and more like something learned over time. The cold up there bites hard, and the protagonist feels it even more, since he has almost nothing on. Noticing that, Ein says he can stay closer if he needs warmth. She points out that if he gets too cold, the pain will get worse and he won't hunt well. Vicar van Baskerville admits that's a solid reason, though he's still surprised she offered. So he wraps his arms around her from behind, and she's clearly happy about. She tries to tell herself she's only looking after her slaves' health and that this is just a master doing her duty. Then the wolf suddenly stops after sensing something. It growls, and Ein spots the oxbear's tracks on the ground. The problem is the tracks suddenly end. The second she understands the beast noticed it was being followed, she scans the area for it, but she's already too late, and when she turns, the oxbear is right in front of her, ready to strike. Then the story cuts back to the Balak village, where everyone is celebrating after catching a wild boar. One hunter says a beast that size can feed the whole village, while others complain they only got 3 rabbits. The one who brought in the boar is a Hun, and he's already picturing himself becoming the next captain. Others say that no matter how strong Captain Ein is, hunting alone has its limits. Someone points out that she took the slave with her this time, but a Hun mocks the idea, saying that injured knee makes him useless. Then we jump back to Ein's desperate moment. The bear's attack is inches from her face. Before it lands, Fakir grabs her from behind and yanks her out of the way. The strike is so strong it slices off some of her hair. Even so, MC van Baskerville saves them both from getting hurt. The wolf bares its fangs at the beast and rushes in to attack. Still holding Ein, Fakir asks if she's okay. She says she is now, and adds that the bear must have realized it was being tracked. It may be small, but it's clever. He says they have no choice now, they'll have to fight it. But Ain tells him to stay back and rest for a bit because she'll prove she can be a master worthy of him. A little later, Vakir hides and wonders what she meant by resting, because it looks more like she plans to do the whole thing alone. As he watches, he realizes the Baluk tribe fights in a very different way. Arrows start slamming into the ox bear. Ain shouts at it in anger, saying it embarrassed her in front of her slave. Before she can fire again, the ox bear ducks behind a rock. That only annoys her more, and she declares that hiding won't save it. No barrier stops a true arrow from reaching its target. She shoots straight at the rock. The arrow hits the stone and bounces away. But that was only the setup. A glowing strike follows and pierces the ox bear's body, making it scream as blood spills from its mouth. Vakir is stunned. Even with the beast behind a rock, her aura passed through the stone and hit it. This isn't ordinary archery. It's the skill of someone built to hunt and finish prey. When it comes to talent, this girl might even surpass Camus Morgue's Scarlet. As blood drips from the ox bear, it looks nearly spent but still forces itself to charge at the girl, who keeps firing without pause. Even with one eye pierced, the beast refuses to stop. Ain says every arrow she fires carries her truth, and that her shot can pass through walls to reach its prey. Then she readies the final arrow to end it, and the bear clearly senses the danger. With a sudden move, it barely dodges. The shot only snaps off one of its horns, leaving Ain shocked. As the bear keeps attacking her and the wolf, Ain gets slammed down and tumbles across the ground, finally stopping a short distance away, covered in bruises. Even so, she doesn't lose her resolve. She remembers her mother saying that when a beast is close to death, its senses get even sharper. She had put everything into that last arrow, and the second she relaxed, the bear caught her off guard. Now it slowly moves toward her, looking far bigger than before, and Ain thinks this is where she dies. Then Vicar shows up, asking if she's done proving her pride as a master, and steps in to strike the bear with his bare hands. Now it's his turn. He thrusts his hand toward the beast's mouth and at the last instant activates Beelzebub in his arm, blasting out a huge wave of fire, and freezes, shocked by where that flame came from. The bear is too drained to fight back, and Vicar stands over it without moving, watching him die. The young woman seems even more drawn to him, but he's only acting tough. He pushed himself too hard with that last move, and drops unconscious just as the bear finally goes down. By the time they return to the village, it's already night, but nobody is resting. The whole place is celebrating the day's hunt. People pass around big bowls of soup, while Anne explains that whoever brings in the biggest prey earns the village's respect and thanks. She asks Vikir how it feels to be the hero of the hunt, but he really doesn't care. She goes on, saying oxbears are strong, savage, and smart, which is why they count as a true hunter's prize. Taking one down is nothing like chasing a boar. Then she turns to a hunter nearby and questions if that's really true, clearly bothering him. He passes the protagonist a bowl of soup. An MC asks why his portion is so small. The man says it's because he's already gained everyone's respect. That's their banquet custom. The one who contributed the most gets the least food and the most honor. Vikir isn't impressed, and wonders if meat wouldn't be better than a little honor. Still, his real reward isn't the meal. After killing the oxbear, he stole its skill. When he holds his breath, he can raise his weight to 600 kilograms. And that isn't all. After Beelzebub devoured the monster, his body was almost fully healed. Then Ind's soul calls out to him and hands him another bowl, saying this should be enough, and that she took it from the shaman, using her authority as a hunter. Vikir says he's already full, but she keeps insisting he has to eat it. According to her, if your eyes are bad, you eat the prey's eyes, and if your heart is weak, you need to eat the right part too. The other women tease that she's the only one worrying so much about him, and her motives are pretty clear. He takes a bite and says it's really chewy, clearly not enjoying. The one who's happiest, though, is I.N. She tells him that now he'll be able to do his job. Vikir, who has no clue what she means, just stares in confusion. The next morning arrives in the Balak village, and he's already awake. He studies a huge tree that was sliced clean through. On the side is a small smoking cut, and that makes him realize what she said yesterday was true. Then he recalls asking Ayan Sol why so much high-quality meat had been left there. He brought up the village's food shortage, but she cut in and explained it was an offering, something given to the Madam of 8 Legs in exchange for permission to live in the dense forest. Thinking back to his last encounter with her, Vikier realizes he was reckless to fight her. He also decides she's a demonic, annoying creature. Later, while walking through the village, he notices something strange. A long line of women is gathered outside someone's cabin. He wonders if it's some kind of ritual, and hears that some of them have been waiting since before sunrise. One woman says that after his achievements, he'll probably lose his slave title and get to pick one of the village girls as his wife. Then someone appears and grabs everyone's attention. And Sol storms in, furious that they dared mess with what she calls her property. The women don't care about monogamy and tell her to use him first, then pass him along. Anne refuses. She wants Vikier to herself and has no plans to share. With a dangerous glare, she warns that she'll deal with anyone who tries. After they back off, she mutters that they were like snakes trying to steal from her. She adds that since she gave him that dish yesterday, she expects him to do his job as a man. But then she turns and notices Vikier has been watching the whole time. He stares back seriously, wondering what exactly she fed him last night. Ayan Sol tells him her mother called the elders together last night, and thanks to his honorable hunt, he can ask for anything. She already thinks she knows what he'll request when he meets the village chief. A little later, they head to the leader's tent. The elders sit on one side and the tribe's top hunters on the other. In the center, Vikier kneels before the village chief. The powerful woman watches him from her seat. She says she heard he was the one who brought down the ox bear, and thanks to that, she gets to enjoy excellent meat. She thanks him for his work and notes that his body seems to have recovered well. Vikier politely agrees, though inwardly, he feels this situation is familiar and still interesting. This Fox Knight, the genius archer who made the Empire fear a tribe of only 300 people, carries real weight. Yet she speaks with warmth. She says it's time to reward him for the hunt, and she can even remove his slave status. But as she starts welcoming him as family instead of a slave, the shaman from earlier clearly objects. The protagonist remembers hearing that the council was unhappy with this idea. That elder who painted the hunters' faces is the shaman Ahiman, a Hun, and Ahul's grandfather. The chief declares that now that he's officially part of the tribe, she wants to hear his wish. Even if he's family now, she says she didn't raise him, so she'll grant him a proper reward. If he wants any woman in the village, she'll make her his wife or give him a slave. Vikier notices his former master's signals and understands what she wants him to ask for. The chief sees it too, but only thinks her daughter has fallen hard for the boy. But what MC actually wants is to bathe in the Spring of Heroes. That request shocks the elders. Hun Dissol, though, looks thrilled. The tribe chief's voice turns sharp as she asks if he even understands what he just requested. The shaman snaps at him too, demanding to know who he thinks he is. Only warriors with great achievements are allowed to bathe in the Spring of Heroes. A Hun agrees only those who have proven their strength can enter it. A Hun Dissol argues that he already proved that by bringing down the ox bear. The chief asks again if he truly knows what he's demanding, and Vikier calmly says yes. The Spring of Heroes is sacred, reserved for the greatest warriors. Its water can heal both inner and outer wounds, but it takes a long time to gather enough. So only the most accomplished fighters are allowed to bathe there. One elder says they can't allow someone who just joined the tribe to use it, while another says it may be worth it because the boy has great promise. The chief actually seems willing to accept, but the shaman and his supporters push back hard. Then something suddenly interrupts the meeting. A sound echoes across the whole tribe. Vikier asks if it's a war signal, but Iwan says no, it's visitors. Nobody would be foolish enough to attack the Balak tribe. The chief says they'll continue this later, and dismisses everyone. The shaman elder is clearly unhappy about that and shoots him a vicious glare. Outside, a crowd has already gathered and are unloading food and vegetables. Ian explains that they're merchants bringing goods the forest doesn't provide, but the protagonist notices the insignia at once. It belongs to one of the 7 great clans, the Burgese clan. They should be in the imperial capital. So how did they get through Baskerville and more Scarlet lands? If neither side would allow it, then this has to be smuggling. An elder says that if they brought valuable goods, they should come trade. So the tribe members quickly start bargaining. Fakir quietly watches and realizes the merchants brought common supplies. Yet they're taking rare materials from the dense forest in exchange for basic goods like grain. There's no way they don't know how valuable those materials really are. They're just taking advantage of people who don't know prices. Still, that's the Balak tribe's problem, and if anyone recognizes him, it could become his problem too. Then Ayan complains that the whole thing is unfair. She asks how a diamond can be worth just 1 ear of corn, and for a moment Fakir is impressed that at least one of them gets it. Then that feeling dies when she proudly demands 2 years' worth of corn instead, thinking she made a great deal. The others follow her lead and start asking for more in their trades, which only annoys the old merchant. But since he can't really argue with a tribe full of warriors, he gives them what they ask for. Even so, he still thinks they're idiots who have no clue what their goods are actually worth. Right then, a little girl walks up and tries to trade a dung beetle larva for a glass ball that helps people sleep. The seller instantly looks sickened. He smacks the larva away and asks who would ever eat something like that. Then he turns and mutters that the girl may be stupid, but she's pretty. He even says she'd sell for a high price as a slave. A hand suddenly drops onto his head. Vicky tells him to hold it right there. The merchant freezes when he hears perfect imperial language from the young man. MC calls him out for talking about selling a child. Still, he says he'll overlook that for now. If the merchant reverses every crooked trade he made today, the man asks what he means by crooked. Vicky says he's been taking priceless goods for almost nothing. But the merchant fires back that the Balak approved these sacred deals. He adds that a kid shouldn't meddle in this, so he points at the corn. Each ear is worth 10 gold, while the diamonds he took are worth 2 million. Then he starts listing the value of every item the Balak traded away, and the merchant goes pale. This kid clearly knows prices. Looking at the glass ball, the protagonist explains it gives pleasant dreams, but it's really a drug that poisons the user. Its tiny pores slowly release the substance into the body and destroy it over time. He crushes the ball and says the Empire banned these years ago, which means they're being smuggled in. Now that his scam is exposed, the merchant starts to panic. A mustache tribesman comes over, asks what's going on, and realizes someone caught everything. Even without understanding all the imperial language, he pieces enough together to learn these traitors caused the tribe's recent sickness. The merchant tries to brush it off as a misunderstanding, but an arrow instantly punches through his shoulder. He cries out in pain, and Ains is furious. She shouts, asking how they dared cheat the Balak. The rest of the tribe quickly understands the scam too. Still writhing in pain, the merchant realizes how bad this has gotten. He orders his men to leave everything and get out at once. Bakir asks why Ains let them leave, warning that merchants like these won't forget losing money. Ains says she never planned to let them live. When you wound a beast that runs with a pack, it always goes back to its den. Sure enough, the merchants soon meet with mercenaries and tell them to get ready for battle. By night, a bird circles above and lands on Ain's arm. Still angry that they messed with her tribe, she says the only fitting punishment is total destruction. Meanwhile, the mercenaries move through the forest. Their leader tells the shady merchant he warned him not to trust barbarians, saying they should have just been sold like tools. The smuggler notices it's the man's first time in the forest and warns him beating the Balak won't be easy. That just confuses the eye-patch mercenary, who asks why he hired them if he's that scared. He reminds him the protection fee is already in the payment, but the loot belongs only to the mercenaries. That greed unsettles the merchant, so he tells them to do whatever they want while the eye-patch leader works out the attack. Beside him, 2 mercenaries bicker, with one telling the other to keep the match lit. The nervous one says lighting 2 cigarettes from one flame is bad luck in battle, but the long-haired man laughs off the superstition. Then an arrow sinks straight into his forehead, as the mercenary leader keeps talking about what he'll do with the captured Balak. The 2 men beside him drop dead, and another arrow flies at him. The merchant is already terrified when blood splashes across his face. Now the whole mercenary group realizes they're under attack and scrambles to defend. From far away, Ains directs the archers and tells them not to miss. Fakir watches, knowing Balak archers can aim using nothing but the glow of lit matches. A man arrives carrying barrels, saying he brought what was requested to prepare. Meanwhile, the mercenaries tighten formation and try to hold off the attack. Arrows tied with ropes shoot into the trees, and the barrels are hung between them. More arrows follow, leaving several barrels dangling over the mercenaries as they wonder if they're explosives. They get their answer when thick liquid starts pouring out. A second later, flaming arrows strike the mess and a huge blast erupts over the mercenaries. They catch fire fast while the merchant hides farther back from the fight. He can't believe the barbarians came up with a plan this smart. Then he senses someone nearby in the woods and recognizes the same brat who ruined everything. Shaken, he warns Vakir that he'll regret it if he touches him. He pulls out a permit from the city stamped by the new vice-consul. That paper makes MC pause, and he asks if that vice-consul would be Ivan Baskerville. With a cold stare, he says that's strange. He doesn't remember signing. Only then does the merchant understand who he's dealing with. Before he can say a word, arrows rain down on him. Vakir fires them himself and says this is the price for forging a Baskerville seal. Then Ian rides in on her wolf and tells him to move now. The mercenaries hiding behind shields notice the arrow storm has stopped. One of them says it's strange. Everything went quiet. Soon they start mocking the Balak, thinking the barbarians fled because they couldn't win. Then something massive rises behind them from the forest. It's the madam spreading her limbs and tearing through everything. From a distance, Vakir hears their desperate screams while Ian praises his idea of luring the madam in. The protagonist says he feels the same thing every time he sees her. That creature isn't a monster. It's a disaster. Sometime later, the tribe leader finally allows MC into the Spring of Heroes. He solved the food problem, helped in battle, and uncovered why the warriors were getting sick. Taking all that into account, she calls him a brave warrior and adds that tonight is also a full moon. Then she sends her daughter to guide Vakir to the Spring of Heroes. On the way, the girl looks pleased that the elder can't object anymore. He claimed the sickness was a curse, so now nobody takes him seriously. That reminds him of the merchant saying the shaman approved the trade. Later, deep in the forest, he rests in the spring. Even animals are soaking in it. The water works so well he can feel his mana clear up and his bones and muscles settle back into place. It's a bit weaker than the river he used as a child, but still valuable since anyone can use it. But the effect is cut in half because Aegean is bathing there too. Like a true Balak, she doesn't care. This spring exists thanks to Lord Adonai who first found. He was the only one strong enough to fight the madam alone. Maybe the greatest warrior in Balak history. Now that Vakir is one of them, she says he must honor that legendary ancestor. After that, Aegean suddenly goes quiet and blushes. She remembers her mother praising the protagonist and saying that if he healed enough in the Spring of Heroes, he'd be ready to fulfill his role as a man. That thought makes her look at him with clear desire. She decides tonight will be the night Vakir becomes hers. Trying to start things off, Aegean says she already knew the merchants were taking too much profit, so this was a good chance to make them pay it back. MC just smiles a little and says he understands. She gets embarrassed. She knows the diamonds were worth far more than corn, but she still tries to act like she understood the trade until he says exactly how many ears of corn one diamond can buy. The number makes her jump in shock. She can't understand what people even do with that stone to make it so valuable. Vakir says that part doesn't matter. Then he asks whether she'll call him slave or use his name because he doesn't like leaving things unclear. For a moment, she thinks about what to call him and says nothing. Instead, she moves closer and asks if he really hates ambiguity that much. Lifting his chin, she says she'll clear it up right now, because she wants to call him neither one. She leans in ready to confess. But a bunch of kids suddenly jump into the spring and ruin the moment. They rush over to Aegean and Vakir, who both ask how they even got there. Watching the children splash around with Aegean, the protagonist keeps wondering what she planned to call him if not slave or his name. Aegean yells that the spring's effect will be cut in half if the kids get in. But new MC reminds her she just said a true bulk wouldn't care about that. A Hun arrives and says the matriarch sent the sick children to cool off in the Spring of Heroes. That only makes Aegean angrier. Sure, her mother is mocking her. Then a Hun walks up to Vakir, thanks him for helping his little sister, and apologizes for judging him all this time. He simply says it's fine. That answer annoys a Hun. He's giving a real apology and that's all he gets. Aegean just smiles to herself, thinking there's still time, then gets Vakir's attention and congratulates him on officially joining the Balak tribe. 2 years later, Aegean takes a brutal punch to the face and crashes to the ground as the one who hit him stares down. The other warriors are stunned by what they just saw. The winner says Aegean was weaker than expected. Then it's revealed that fighter is Vakir, now 17 and far stronger than before. Aegean asks for one more round, but the protagonist says he's done fighting. As he heads through the forest, he says he's going for a walk. Once MC leaves, one warrior says he's become a monster after recovering. Another adds that even his archery is now on the commander's level. Someone else laughs it off, saying even he could hit a Hun hard enough to make his nose bleed. That joke dies fast when a Hun says the punch never even touched him. The force of the swing alone sent him flying. Deeper in the woods, Vakir looks a little worn out. Still, he thinks he can now use the six prey perfectly. The marks he left in the stone show just how much power he's gained. He still has a long way to reach the 10th form, but mastering the 6th at 17 is already amazing. He now has 6 mana circles too, enough to rank with high-level graduates. With the River's Blessing and the Demon's Sword, he could even face a top graduate. Looking off to the side, Vakir realizes it's already been 2 years since he entered this forest. He starts wondering if he should say goodbye to the tribe once his prep is done. Nearby, a Hun's white wolf gets distracted by a butterfly. He stays focused on the trail of a Machosu snake from the deep forest. He says it's huge and old, and if they catch it, they'll have enough food for 4 days. A moment later, he notices his partner isn't paying attention. He asks why she's so distracted during a hunt. She awkwardly says another hunting group wanted her to ask him something, and Vicar can tell she's hiding part of it, and she pulls out a knife and says they found this. The dagger came from an Imperial outsider passing through the forest. She asks if the protagonist knows the emblem on it, and he does. It belongs to Leviathan, one of the 7 Imperial clans, just like his own family. At first she thought it might be tied to the merchants. Then she explains those people were pouring some red liquid around the forest. Her group even caught one of them, but the man chose death over talking. Vicar keeps staring at the knife until she calls his attention again. She says there's something else he needs to hear. Then she asks if he wants to return to his homeland. She explains she hates hiding things, and a few days ago another Imperial person came into the forest. That shocks Vicar because they were probably looking for him. Ian grows serious before dropping even bigger news. She says the woman has been coming back ever since he fought that madam, tracking his traces in the forest. With a sad look, she asks if he plans to go with her. In her mind, he must be tired of hiding and ready to leave with that woman. She thinks about stopping him with tribal rules, but knows that won't matter. To her surprise, Vicar says he has no wish to go back. That answer lights her right up. She asks if he's serious. When he confirms it, she breaks into a huge smile. She hugs her wolf in relief, happy that Vicar isn't leaving, while he quietly thinks things through. He knows he can't return until he's sure he's stronger than Hugo. He wonders whether the clan has moved past everything, or if outside forces are pushing this. Since the clan allowed a search party, their alliance must be strong. To MC, that means something changed after his death. Either way, he knows he needs to check the outside world soon. Before he can finish that thought, a giant fish bursts out of the water. Startles both of them at once. The thing is as big as a great white shark, and it crashes down right in front of them. MC wonders if it's a dipnoic fish. Ian explains that when one this big appears, a heavy rainy season is coming. Then he notices something important. An arrow is stuck through the creature. To find out what happened, they cut it open. Inside, they find a man's bones, the remains of someone swallowed alive who tried desperately to fight back. Ian says the clothes look like they belong to the Rococo tribe, and from the pose he must have panicked after being eaten. That makes no sense to her since these fish usually feed on things already dead. Vakir says maybe the man was so weak the fish got confused. But that only raises another question. Why would someone that weak be hunting unless his tribe was in trouble? Something may have happened nearby, so they decide to investigate. A few hours later, they reach another area. As they get closer, Ian looks sickened. The whole village has been wrecked. Every Rococo warrior is dead. While checking a body, Vakir spots red marks and Ian points something else. It's already past dinner, yet there's no smoke rising from the village. They move in and find bones hanging around, and the tribe completely empty. The protagonist finds it strange that he can't sense a single living villager. Even the grass shows it hasn't been cut for quite a while. Ayan wonders if the tribe moved somewhere else. As she steps into a hut, then a swarm of flies bursts out and startles her. Inside is a barbarian who died alone. Ayan calls out that she found a body, and Vikir says he found one too. Those red spots remind him of a plague that spread through the forest before he came back. It was called the Crimson Death, a deadly disease that wiped out many barbarians and humanoids. Ayan panics and says they need to leave at once because it's a divine curse, but MC tells her it's just an infection that spreads. That only scares her more, and she decides to stay by his side so he won't die. Vikir studies the bodies and figures the healthy people probably abandoned the infected and ran. Then he says he'll search the tents for anything useful. Left alone, Ayan suddenly gets frightened. She turns at once after feeling a terrifying presence. And then he hears a scream. He rushes back and asks what happened, only to hear Ivian shouting about the curse. She points at a little girl and calls her the cursed child. Even with Ivian screaming, Vikir stays calm. He walks toward the child while Ivian can't move because of a cramp. The girl doesn't look like she's from the Rococo tribe, and she seems to be about 5 years old. She also seems to be grieving because there's a small grave right behind her. Vikir asks who she is and learns she was a slave used by the tribe. Cindy Wendy asks her name, and the girl says Pomeranian, an imperial name. What she says next completely shocks the protagonist. Her family name is Baskerville. Stunned, he asks her to repeat that. She says it again. She is Pomeranian Baskerville. In the clan, the name Van is used for branch family members like MC, while Lu is used for men of the main house. For women of the main house, the title is also Lu, though it's rare since the family has mostly men. That means the little girl in front of him is a direct descendant of Hugo. Vikir knows there can't be many children with that name, and Ivian points out something on the girl. She's wearing a necklace with the Baskerville symbol. He grabs the necklace at once, startling her. What he finds inside leaves him shaken. It's a family photo. One of the people in it is Hugo, his father. Vikir can't understand why Hugo would be there. The little girl is still scared by his sudden move. With a hard look, he asks what her connection is to the people in the picture. Ivian cuts in, saying no child will answer if he talks like that. He should try smiling. First, Vikir knows she is right. Fighting down his shock, he gently asks who the people in the photo are and forces a smile to calm the girl. Ivian stares at him, surprised he even knows how to smile. Then the little girl finally speaks, saying the people in the picture were her mother, her grandfather, and her grandmother. That makes the protagonist remember something the butler once told him in the hallway. Back then Hugo had been kind and gentle, and he deeply loved his first wife Roxana. Her death from illness wasn't what changed him most. The real turning point was his daughter Penelope being taken by barbarians. Hugo sent many people to search for her, and even asked the emperor to move him to the borders. But no matter how many hounds he sent, no trace of Penelope was ever found. As the years passed without proof she was dead or alive, Hugo grew bitter, and his hatred for barbarians turned absolute. Vikir always thought that story sounded too wild to believe, but this girl proves it. Penelope was Roxana's daughter, and this child is Penelope's daughter, Hugo's true granddaughter. He thinks about how Hugo already treats his own children like tools because of that hatred. So what would Hugo do if he learned his granddaughter carries barbarian blood? MC places a hand on her head and says the Rococo probably never treated her well. Then he tells her to come with him. Pomeranian is scared, not used to hearing kind words like that, while Vikir quietly wonders if his smile looks normal. She says his eyes and hair look like her mother's, and he explains that's a Baskerville trait, meaning they're related. The little girl calls him uncle. Then she looks back at her mother's grave. She remembers her mother's last words. If she ever met someone with red eyes, she had to go with him no matter what. Vikir watches the girl step closer. She lightly grabs his clothes and says she'll go with him. In that moment, two lost souls found each other. A few days later, the girl has settled into the protagonist's cabin and asks where he's headed. She runs into his arms, and he tells her he's meeting the tribe leader. Holding her, he wonders if she's scared to be left alone. It's kind of sweet, but raising a child is way harder than he expected. Since there's no other choice, he wraps her in a cloak and carries her on his back. He knows she can't grow up in Ballad Village and should be raised somewhere with imperial culture. The plan is simple. Leave the forest, pass through the city, and ask Chihuahua for help. Then Vicky reaches the tribe leader's cabin. She asks if some kind of plague is spreading. With the rainy season close, contaminated water could spread it fast and cause huge damage. Then the shaman suddenly shouts that this isn't a plague. It's a curse. According to him, only a great offering can stop it. Adon argues back, saying it's not a curse at all and they need to move the village. The elders refuse right away. They won't abandon their sacred land. The younger ones worry about the children, asking what future is left if everyone dies. The fight between old ways and new ideas goes on for a while. In the end, the choice falls on the tribe leader. Watching from the side, Vikir thinks about the Red Death. It was as deadly as the Black Death that once nearly ruined the empire. It spread fast, and the empire only survived because Cammy made a wall of fire to stop it. Saint Dalaris from the Divine Clan also used her holy power to wipe out the plague. But her healing only covered the empire, so most barbarians on the mountain died in the forest. That actually helped the Baskerville clan. After the barbarians died, monsters spread out of control and started attacking civilians. Since the Baskervilles guarded the mountain border, Hugo used that crisis to gain even more power and influence. Suddenly Vikir raises his hand and gets the leader's attention. He says he knows how to stop the Red Death, and he'll do it, if only to ruin Hugo's success. Some time later, a goblin is hung upside down by its legs. They drop it into a pot of water, then pull it back out before it drowns. His body is now covered in red spots. Ian de Sol says Vikir was right. Every monster they dipped into the water came out infected. MC explains that dirty water is the biggest source of infection, so they need to boil it first. Still, as he looks at the remaining monsters, he wonders if that alone is enough. Soon another goblin is thrown into boiling water. Ian de Sol panics, saying it died the second it touched the water, and Vikir tells her to let it cool first. The last two are put in after that, and neither one comes out infected. That proves his idea was right. Boiled water is safe to use. Even the tribe leader praises him for it. Thanks to him, they finally see some hope. But he warns them not to relax yet. The disease can still spread through the air. Even after basically saving the village, one person still isn't happy. Of course it's the shaman, who points out that the rainy season is coming. So avoiding water won't be enough. Vikir agrees. Once the rains come, the river will rise, and the damp air will carry infection too. That's why the village needs to relocate. But they've already argued about this. Many still refuse to leave the sacred ground. The protagonist answers that they can move without truly leaving. A few months pass, and the rainy season finally begins. The river swells and turns dry land into a swamp. Even the elders are shaken. They've never seen anything like it. Nearly the whole forest floods except for Balak village. Men shout for the ropes to be tied tighter. They're securing ladders that connect to raised platforms. The entire village has been moved up into the trees, with ladders linking one home to the next. The villagers are relieved that even with all the rain, they stayed safe. They thank Vikir, calling him the one who saved them all. MC thinks the many huge trees in this area turned out to be a big advantage, while the little girl calls out that she wants to stay with Uncle. Then something suddenly grabs his attention. He spots a creature sneaking toward a pair of distracted men. A giant snake bursts from the river and attacks them, but an arrow quickly kills. Aegon the Soul fired the shot, annoyed that this overconfident beast dared show. As they look at the giant creature, Vikir asks if it's Mashusu, and Aegon the Soul says it has ruled this area for years. Among the tribe they call it Ka. The monster then charges and starts smashing the walkways connecting the homes. Seeing it wreck what everyone worked so hard to build, Vikir rushes in and activates Osiris Leon in his fist. With his blade ready, he says he's going to teach it a lesson. Then he unleashes the 6th Baskerville technique and lands a massive slash on the catfish. Badly wounded, the monster lets out a scream. He just keeps his eyes on. Realizing it can't win, the creature starts to retreat. It slips back into the river while Vikir watches. The two men from earlier manage to grab onto a tree before falling in. Right after that, the whole tribe starts cheering for the protagonist, who drove the monster away. They call him the great hero of the Balak tribe. The old elder looks clearly annoyed by all the praise Vakir is getting. Meanwhile, the wild waifu gazes at him with open admiration. Sometime later, we're back at MC's cabin. Food is being served and the both of them praise Vakir's cooking while he stares back in silence. Aang says she doesn't remember being invited, but she couldn't ignore a smell that good. Watching them bicker, the little girl says they look like a couple. That makes someone very happy, and she hugs the child, calling her adorable. He can only wonder when those two got so close. Then a sudden gust of wind cuts through his thoughts. He looks over and sees someone entering the cabin. Aang glares and demands to know why he's here. It's a Han standing there soaked from the rain. He calls out to Vakir and with tears in his eyes, says the protagonist has saved the village again and again, so maybe he can do it once more. Then he begs him to save his sister. She's come down with the rare Red Death. The two hurry to a Han's cabin. There Vakir finds his sister weak and barely moving in bed. Seeing her condition, he asks how long she's been sick. Han says she probably got infected while collecting wood in the swamp. Aang adds that the girl is kind and always tries to help everyone. Before MC can answer, someone else barges in. It's the elder, already angry that his grandson ran to the outsider for help. He keeps hurling insults, claiming his granddaughter is suffering because of the Empire's spy. Vakir and Aang watch the argument, tensely as the elder yells and strikes his grandson, saying he's nothing like his mother or father. Opening his umbrella, the old man says this one last time, it's a curse, and only a sacrifice can stop. Then he orders his grandson to quit trusting the Empire spy and says the leader will finally listen to him now. Han can only stand there crying, his cheek bright red. Then Vakir speaks up. There is a cure. He turns to Ahun and tells him to wash everything his sister used with hot water. Then burn mugwort leaves to keep insects away. That should buy them time until he finds the cure. Ahun wipes his tears and says he'll do it right away. Aang then asks if he really can save her. Vakir says yes, but he'll need her help too. To save the girl, he has to leave the village. Only outside can he get the cure. The wild waifu snaps at him, saying this is no time for nonsense. He's part of the tribe now. He can't just come and go from the Empire whenever he wants. Vakir already knows that, and he also knows the chief will probably give up on saving Eyal. That's why he needs Aang to keep this secret, so he can leave and return unnoticed. With a serious look, he asks if she can do that. Faced with his resolve, the wild waifu hesitates, scared and unsure. Sometime later, the flood is still tearing through the forest. Someone moves across the river by stepping over floating tree trunks. It's Vakir, heading fast toward the Empire with something strapped to his back. As he keeps moving, he senses something. He stops at once, turns around and asks why someone is following him. The person behind him is Aang. Vakir asks if she came to stop him, but she says she's going with him, until he warns that she'll only slow him down. At the very least, she asks him to leave Pommering there. Even knowing he's from the Empire and tied to the Red Death, she only wants to understand one thing. Just as she tries to speak, she remembers how from the moment they met, she felt her life would stay linked to his. But all this time never got to ask, despite all the warm moments they shared. After every adventure and close call, she still fears he might vanish before answering. With a heavy heart, she asks the one thing that matters. Will he really come back? She shuts her eyes, bracing for the worst. Then he tells her yes, he will return, and tears spill down her face. But when she looks up again, he's already gone, and all she can do is hope he keeps that promise. Sometime later, we move to the protagonist's mansion in the city of Underdog. There, Chihuahua lets out a small sigh when he notices it's already night and the paperwork still isn't done. He walks to the window thinking things were a lot livelier when the young master was around, and he still can't accept that someone so young might be dead. With a pitiful look, Chihuahua admits he misses the young master. Then he's startled when the protagonist suddenly says he's here. The supposedly dead young man is right in front of him, hanging upside down. Chihuahua's mind races, wondering if he's lost it and started seeing ghosts. Dropping onto the windowsill, the protagonist asks how his favorite secretary, Chihuahua, has been. Later, after calming down a little, the secretary asks if he really fought a monster in the forest, got hurt, and ended up joining the barbarian tribe because of it. He still struggles to believe this isn't a ghost, and Vakir realizes that's why he was so terrified, then says his secretary hasn't changed at all. That makes the dog-like secretary burst into tears, saying he's just so glad he is alive. The second later, though, he asks who the child is, even imagining she's the protagonist's kid with a barbarian. Vakir explains share the same bloodline, so they look alike, but it's not what Chihuahua thinks. Then he asks him to watch over Pomeranian while he's gone, and if possible, teach her the basics. Knowing that raising a child while running city matters won't be easy, MC tells him to find Cindy Wendy. Hearing that name, Chihuahua realizes it's the criminal he let go 2 years ago. Even then, he asks how he's supposed to find her, and he reminds him of the time he gave 10 billion to a girl. Since no one else is helping her, she should be easy to approach, and likely if she refuses, he can tell her the protagonist is alive. After agreeing, Chihuahua asks when the young master will return. Vakir says he still has something to finish, remembering the promise he made to Ayan. Curing the Red Death may actually be simple. He just needs 1 drop of holy water from that clan. So what he has to do is obvious. With firm resolve, he says he's heading to the sacred Quo Vadis clan. Soon after, 2 guards stand watch at the castle entrance. A moment later, they spot something coming closer and lower their spears to stop the cart, saying they need to do a quick inspection. First, they confirm the driver is Joseph, the man who runs the oil shop on the first floor. Then they move to the barrels and ask to check what's inside. The old man protests, asking if that's really needed since he comes here all the time. But the guard says orders are orders. So a knight steps up to a barrel and wonders if he should open. He picks one at random. As he starts lifting the lid, the old man panics, clearly worried about this barrel. Slowly, the knight opens it and gives it a suspicious look after noticing something inside. But it's only oil. Just like Joseph said, the guard tells the driver he can pass, and the man looks relieved. He even welcomes him to Santa Mecca, the bright holy city. Once they're moving through the city, the driver turns to one of the barrels and says he can come out now. A hand suddenly smashes through the lid, startling even the old man who knew someone was hiding in there. The broken lid drops to the ground, and out steps a masked man in black, his whole body slick with oil. Wearing a plague-like mask, he says nothing. The city, and asks if he can go. The masked man tells him to wait, then hands over the promised bare teeth. He soon heads for the darker part of the city, while the merchant watches, remembering he stayed submerged in oil for over 2 hours, and thinking no normal human could do that. Sometime later, the man, likely Vakir, stands atop a building, watching the city. He takes off his mask, a little relieved, thinking this is the longest he's ever stayed submerged. Before this, his record was in the river Styx. Where he lasted still, he made it into Quo Vadis territory. Santa Mecca is the clan's main city, home to 160,000 people. Under church rule, desire and greed are tightly controlled. People would ignore gold even if it lay in the street, because they're constantly taught to keep order and peace. Then a bell rings, and Vakir remembers that when the tower bell sounds, everyone stops to pray. Sure enough, the whole city freezes and begins worshipping. Mecca uses that moment to walk calmly through them, wondering how anyone can live like this. Later that night, still masked, he approaches a well, opens a flask, and pours a strange liquid into it. The Red Death spreads through the blood, sweat, and tears of Yelnikal, so touching it is enough to infect someone. It's extreme, but time is running out, and since this is sacred ground, they should respond before anyone dies. Then a few children spot him and ask who he is. They call him a strange man by the well, while the shy one says they should just leave him alone because he looks dangerous. Vakir turns and warns them to listen carefully. This well is cursed, and anyone who drinks from it will die. He tells them never to forget that. Terrified, the children think he's a ghost and run off. Convinced, he cursed the well. He stays put, sure they won't touch the water now. Then he drives a dagger into the ground and says it was left by the Leviathan clan known for poison. From the way things look, they'll take the blame for spreading the plague, and since they already clash with the sacred clan, this should spark a major conflict. With that, his setup is complete. Then Vakir remembers it's almost time for the saint to appear, and wonders if he should meet Sinclair Dolores first. A crowd of worshippers gathers outside the clan's castle. Most came to see the saint resting inside. Others hope she'll heal their illnesses. Then a voice from behind the door asks why they're here so late at night. A blond young man introduces himself as the lord of the Dortus male territory, the eldest son of the Jonathan clan. Another man with long hair says he owns the Ipsum group and serves as a noble knight under Count Boston. An older white-haired man asks her to cure him, offering a rich and fertile land in return. Hearing all that flattery, the saint tells them to stop. She says she doesn't care who they are and has no plan to open the gate this late. Then she orders everyone to leave for now, but one person stays behind. Vicar, he remembers the first time he saw the saint before going back, covered in blood helping the wounded. He also knows she doesn't care about wealth or status. When she asks who he is, the protagonist kneels and says he's just a lost lamb. A deep silence fills. The air before the castle gate slowly opens, shining with golden light, and the saint tells him to come in. Inside the grand castle, Vicar walks up to an angel statue by the fountain. That statue is where the saint's voice comes from as she asks how he lost his way. Realizing she won't meet him face to face, MC thinks that makes sense, considering how suspicious he looks, holding out a bag of water with both hands. He says he's here to report a spreading plague and brought samples for her to test. The statue stays silent, as if thinking it over. Then the door shuts, and the saint says he lied. At once, guards start moving through the castle halls, forming up around the protagonist. Vicar stays still and as they surround him, then comments that she treats her guests pretty harshly. A man holding a Bible, likely the knight commander, questions the protagonist's identity, but he knows him well. The man who trusted him again and again on the battlefield before his return, and who could become crueler than any demon in the name of justice. He also taught the protagonist the petting tricks he later used in Underdog City. Peter points at MC's odd clothes and tells him to remove the mask and show who he is, but MC refuses. A sharp object suddenly whips past his face. The mage says he can't let someone this suspicious walk away. When paper turns into a weapon through magic, he realizes Peter still likes weird weapons. Then Peter accuses him of being the top suspect behind the plague, since he was the one who brought news of it first. The protagonist asks why he would do that, and Peter says it was probably to draw the saint out. As more magic cards fly at him, Peter says he can hear the rest in prison. Vicar dodges fast, one hand still holding his hat. He avoids using aura, knowing that could expose him as a Baskerville, and keeps slipping past the attacks as he jumps. Then he moves in on the knight. A hard kick shoots toward Peter's face, but Peter blocks it. Peter says it feels like stopping a falling rock. Power like this doesn't come from nobody. Then he hurls Vicar back. As he flies off, MC thinks the weight boost he got after killing the boar bear is even better than he expected. The moment he lands, he rushes in again. He throws out a flurry of blows, but Peter guards with the Holy Bible. Still, Peter starts to realize things are turning bad. The masked man is clearly getting something ready in his hand. A fire attack bursts toward him. The flames catch the Holy Bible and start burning through it fast. Peter drops it at once while Vicar stays calm and still. He asks if Peter really wants to keep going. Peter clenches his fists and admits this enemy is no ordinary man. That only makes him more set on stopping him, so he charges again. Before he reaches him, Vicar kicks the burning Bible, sending it straight at Peter's face and throwing him off. In that opening, the protagonist lands a hit to his stomach, this time boosted with mana. The blow is so heavy, it sends Peter crashing into the statue and smashing it apart. Blood spills from his mouth. Seeing their leader go down, the guards panic for a moment, then quickly tighten up around Peter to protect him. Vicar sees they still want back down, so he readies himself for the next wave. Before anything else happens, the saint appears and orders everyone to stop. She's a young blonde girl with emerald eyes, and the first thing she asks is whether he's the lost lamb who came to see her. When he confirms it, Vicar knows for sure this is Saint Dolores. She says he looks less like a lamb and more like a hurt little puppy, but a guard snaps back that he's no puppy. He's a bloodthirsty wolf. Dolores cuts him off and tells him to go bring tea. Then she heads to her room and says she wants to speak with MC. Sometime later, a table is set with snacks and tea. The two sit across from each other while Peter keeps a hard eye on Vikir. He recalls that the saint should only be 16 right now. Across from him, the young woman calmly sips her tea, and he remembers how during the war with the demons she treated the wounded on the front lines and saved countless lives amid the ruin. Like everyone else, every fighter who met her came to respect her. Now same girl sits before him, saying she's been under a lot of stress lately. She explains that she studies at the Imperial Academy and is on break from both school and family troubles. Even so, merchants and nobles keep coming to her all day. Most of them just want help with problems caused by narcotics, and none are truly dying. So she wonders why people only care about what's right in front of them. Vikir answers that theology is really about understanding people, so that's only natural. She's surprised anyone still knows such an old line. But the protagonist says that matters less than the epidemic spreading through once. She confirms the water is infected. Dolores asks in a cold voice whether he had a hand in. He asks again why he would come warn her if he were behind. Knowing suspicion is unavoidable, Vikir decides to show proof and starts preparing something. That sudden move alarms Peter, who instantly steps in front of the saint and makes her flinch too. Then tiny mana particles rise, green light wraps around MC, and he says he doesn't like hurting innocent people, especially not in his homeland. Dolores is shocked that he's using divine power and asks if he follows Loom. He ignores that and says suspicious people were pouring the liquid into the sewers. She asks if that's true and why anyone would do. Vikir thinks the goal must be to bring down the family, and he already knows who could gain from that. Then he lays out a large map and points to Leviathan, saying they're the only ones who could make something like this and profit from it. He suspects the Leviathan clan plans to gather samples from the sick and use them for research. The bourgeois family could also be involved. Since rich people know money doesn't vanish after a plague, they can use the chaos to start new businesses. Vikir is sure the Leviathans spread the Red Death, and the ones helping them are the group of merchants. That's why he believes they're tied to the outbreak. But when he sees Dolores and Peter staring at him with their mouths open, he gets confused. Dolores says his theory makes frighteningly good sense, and can't believe he predicted all this. So exactly. Then she asks who he really is. Vikir calls himself the Night Hunter, and Peter says that name fits the way he looks. Dolores says everything she heard sounds highly likely. She orders her guardian to investigate the epidemic at once and report everything to her father. He thinks he got lucky meeting the saint. This should speed things. Meanwhile, she keeps watching him, trying to understand why the man who beat Peter in the Holy Nights feels so small somehow. She studies him more closely, sensing a beast-like soul that smells of blood, oil, and steel. Beneath his violence, she feels buried rage and wild hatred rising from deep pain. But under all of it, what she senses most is great sadness. So once again she wonders who he really is. Later, the city is swallowed by green fog. At a small chapel, the women inside are crying in desperation, because the saint has finally arrived. A nun begs her to save them from the epidemic. Dolores is stunned. The Night Hunter was telling the truth. Vikir stays quiet and watches. In his mind he apologizes for dragging civilians into this, but at least there are no children here, so the fear he spread likely did its job. The sickness is still in its early stage, and now he has no choice but to trust the saint. As Dolores walks toward the suffering people, she softly tells them not to be afraid, because Lum's holy love will heal them. Then she starts to pray, and a tear rolls down her face. The moment it falls, a bright light begins to pour out, filling the whole cathedral where the sick are gathered. Before long, the people covered in red spots are healed, and the marks vanish. The nuns can only stare in shock at the miracle, then thank the saint for saving so many at once. Vikir remembers this power well, and knows he must bring the miracle of the saint's holy water to the forest. A few hours later, Dolores studies a map in her room, marking key spots under a single candle. She knows divine power only treats the sick for now. It doesn't stop new cases from appearing. If more people keep getting infected, then someone carrying the disease must still be out there. Her eyes shift to a vial of virus taken from a patient. After studying infected body fluids, she learned the victims die slowly and suffer terrible pain for a long time. This disease is truly vicious. To stop it fully, She needs to purify deeper inside the body, so she considers making a concentrated holy drop. But there's no time to sit and think. More patients still need her. Then a wave of nausea suddenly hits her. She collapses, gripped by a pounding headache. Dolores realizes it's anemia and wonders if overusing divine power caused. Even so, she forces herself on. She can still move and the patients need relief. When she enters the room, several people greet her. It's the same men who showed up at her gate before dawn, now offering to help treat the sick. Dolores asks what they're doing here. They say they can't leave a noble lady alone in such a filthy place, and they've brought 3 carts of donations and emergency supplies. But even while giving aid, they keep talking like trash. Dolores notices and leaves them muttering among themselves. Before walking off, she tells them their real motives are obvious. After she leaves them behind, the men gush that the lovely lady warms their hearts. That mood vanishes once they reach the cabins holding the patients. The scene is far too much for proud nobles like them. And while one patient is being treated, they complain about the awful smell and worry more about their shoes and clothes than the sick. They even ask the priests helping the wounded to treat them first, afraid they might catch the disease. She expected this. Coming here with selfish motives is a sin, and those men clearly don't get. The sick need compassion, not pride. True kindness and sacrifice are what brings someone closer to God. Moving deeper into the tents, she reaches the far end of the camp. She knows the worst cases are here. As she walks, she softly apologizes for being late. Even her steps begin cleansing the area around her. Then she enters the inner tent. Right away, someone calls for saline. A man grabs a scalpel and starts operating. The priests are shocked. They've been treating patients for hours, and now they start wondering if divine power isn't the only answer. He makes a small cut, then uses divine power to seal the wound and attack the sickness itself. The doctors quickly realize he isn't just blessing the surface. He's sending the power straight to the infected spot. The young woman is stunned. The man is the night hound, Baskerville's hunting dog. She never expected him to know both medicine and divine power. While he keeps treating patient after patient, he thinks about how divine power works. To him, it's like a priest sends a prayer to God, and God answers by. So the amount depends on faith and on how big the miracle is. 1 unit of divine power usually means 1 miracle. 10 units mean 10 miracles. But he knows a way to get 10 miracles from just 1. Back in the apocalypse, monsters were everywhere, but the number of injured people was even worse, and divine power was never enough. So a new answer came from God. It was shaped by the faith and desperation of countless clerics. That's how a new rule for miracles was born. Even if the borrowed power came at a cost, people could use as much as bodies could handle. This became known as advanced divine power. Because it happened during war against monsters, it was treated as an act of faith. Even non-clerics could use divine power if they were fighting those beasts. Could even be used after death. Then a child cries out for their sick mother. He promises he'll help her soon. After checking her, he sees she isn't just sick. She's starving. So he gives the child money for food and firewood. One priest immediately snaps at him, saying material help isn't allowed. He warns that if this keeps up, people will keep asking until all his money is gone. Fiker just asks how something can never end, when what's in his pocket clearly does. If needed, he says he'll hand over every coin. Then he focuses on the mother again. Her condition is far too serious for him to waste time arguing over money. A moment later, he suddenly apologizes. That leaves the priestess frozen. He said he was sorry and she can't understand why. Her mind goes back to the time they shared coffee, when he said theology is really about understanding people. Now she thinks his apology may be like hers, watching him filthy, exhausted, and barely staying upright while he keeps helping others. She starts to believe he's apologizing because he can't save even more. The priestess quietly looks away. For all her status, Dolores is still just a 16-year-old girl with little real experience. And for the first time, her heart races because of the man before her. A few hours later, Viker pulls off his mask with a tired sigh. He's outside now, near the forest fence, drinking water. Then he notices someone coming, quickly puts the mask back on, and asks what's wrong. Dolores only watches him calmly as she steps closer, asking if she can speak with him for a moment. She thanks him first, saying everyone was saved because of his help. He brushes it off. He only did what had to be done. She says someone as strong as him should have been the one born with divine power. Meanwhile, she feels weak in body, mind, and faith, yet she was the one chosen. She can't understand why God made her a saint, when so many others seem more worthy. But before she can keep going, he tells her that pain and guilt are exactly why she was chosen. The world needs a light that can reach the deepest darkness, not just someone powerful. Hearing that, she starts to cry and asks if she'll ever become someone who can speak that way. Because of the plague, the clergy gathered to pray and make holy water enough to cleanse the infected sewers with a single drop. In total, they created 3 drops, including the reserve. They named it Pliny de la Verge, the saints' tears. The 3 drops are placed on an altar like sacred treasures, and Dolores kneels before them in prayer. She begins speaking to God. Golden lights drift through the hall, and the power keeps building until a bright flash bursts from the jars of holy water. The knight steps in and places them in a case, thanking the saint for her effort and promising they will be guarded. But as she looks outside, she feels there's still one more thing to do. So she heads to a place with an angel statue that looks a lot like her. There, a priest is praying with a rosary in hand. She calls him father and says she has news about the Red Death. The Pope tells her to come closer. He praises her offering and says he expects no less from his daughter. Then we learn this man is a leader of the church, Cardinal Humbert Luncavadis. Dolores thanks him and starts her report. She explains that the saint's tears purified the water running through Santa Mecca. She also heard children say a spirit cursed the well, and a glass bottle used to spread the plague was found there. After searching the area, they found something suspicious. She presents a dagger recovered near the well. He recognizes the emblem at once. It belongs to the Leviathan and Bourgeois clans. What shocks him is that they somehow made an artificial virus. His anger rises as he demands to know how those poison-crazed fools dared mock the divine. Soon his power shakes through the hall around her, and he calls for immediate war. Dolores stays silent. Then he brings up the young man calling himself a hunter, saying he's highly suspicious. He orders his daughter to seize him at once and force out a confession. But he's caught off guard when she shouts that the man is innocent. She stands firm and he asks what she just said. Dolores explains that the hunter did everything he could for the infected, and because of him, no more people died. Someone like that, she says, can't be evil. In a cold voice, her father says he understands. Even though she has never opposed him before, now she's defending a man. He slowly lifts his hand, filling it with divine power, as he says he'll question the hunter himself. A blast fires from his palm into the sky, visible across the whole city. At its highest point, it bursts like a fake sun. He tells her resistance is pointless, because paladins are already on their way after the so-called hunter. The men storm the house where Vikier had been, ready to seize him. They pound on the door as they enter, shouting that he is the Red Death suspect. But the room is empty except for the furniture. Back with her father and the saint, someone suddenly rushes in with terrible news. A young boy says one of the saint's tears has been stolen from the basement. Hearing that, Dolores is left in total disbelief. She realizes the man had been there to steal from her all along. With one tear in his hand, Vikier simply thanks her. Then he walks off and vanishes with the stolen treasure. At that moment, her memory drifts back to years earlier when she was still a child. The wild girl had been attacked by a 3-headed Cerberus. Her tribe tried to save her, but the beast couldn't be stopped. Cornered, she slipped, and loose rock broke away beneath her. She fell down into the forest. The impact knocked her out, and when her vision faded, she saw men standing over her with cruel smiles. Hurt and surrounded, the young girl couldn't resist. Sometime later, she appears with bandages around her head and a sword in hand, facing a much bigger man in an arena. The scarred bald fighter looks fully ready, while masked nobles watch for fun. Then he charges at the little girl who is terrified and unsure how to react. But he's grinning like she's easy prey. She barely dodges and manages to nick his shoulder, but her alarm returns at once when he grabs her leg and hurls her across the arena. Blood spills from her mouth as she crashes down. The nobles just smile, entertained, and the bald man enjoys it too. The young girl cries, certain this is how she'll die. But thoughts of her tribe fill her mind and give her the strength to stand and fight again. As memories of her capture and suffering rush back, she paints war marks with her own blood and gets ready to fight. We never learn if she won, but now she's hanging on a cross. Her eyes are empty, full of despair. As her tribe's memories fade, she has nothing left but to give up. Then a vial filled with red liquid appears in front of her. The sight of it makes her freeze. That's when she notices a young man watching her. He only tells her one thing: run. Then it hits us. This was all a dream. The girl wakes up in her mother's lap and her mom asks if it was another nightmare. Even in her sleep, she's still looking for Vicar. By now, she's become terribly sick. Everyone fears she caught the Red Death. Her mother tries to comfort her with a story about a tiny seed planted in the earth. Her father planted it and her mother watered it every day. Before long, it grew into a strong, beautiful flower. When it was fully grown, they picked it and enjoyed its beauty. That's how she explains the girl's birth. Then she says no one knows what life will bring. So she asks to keep going and stay alive. She's sure Vicar will come back with a cure. But the girl has already lost faith and thinks he's not returning. Then a shout suddenly rings out, he's back. The protagonist has finally returned to the village. Her mother says she was right and now her daughter can be healed. But when she looks at the bed, the girl is already gone, sprinting outside. Her mother can only wonder how someone sick with the Red Death can move like that. As she runs through the mud, the girl remembers the day she escaped and the prison burned behind her. She had been crying, and honestly, she was terrified. But when she saw Vicar call out that giant spider to fight, something changed. She found the courage to push past her fear. After the brutal battle, he was thrown aside, clothes torn and barely alive. That was when she looped a rope around his neck and dragged him away with her white wolf. Back in the present, she's worn out from running just to reach him. Vicar asks how she made it here since he heard she had the Red Death. Before he can say more, she leaps at him and hugs him tight. The impact sends both of them crashing to the ground. MC says his back would have snapped if he hadn't used mana, and adds that she looks a lot better now, still crying but smiling. She welcomes him back and he tells her it's good to be back too. A few hours later, inside the hunting tent, Vicar stands with the villagers around a sick girl. He opens the wrapping that holds the saints' tear and brings the glowing vial close to her. The holy power alone heals her, and a Hun breaks down as his sister's marks vanish. The villagers realize the light itself was enough to erase the Red Death. Vicar really found the cure. He asks how many patients are left, even in tribes close to wiping out. Then he tells a Hun to gather every sick person in one place. He plans to use this moment to make the other tribes owe them. As for the monster fish they ran into earlier, he says he killed it on the way back, and tells them to cook the meat and share. That only makes the other tribes feel even smaller next to him. Vicar cuts it short. They have no time to waste and need every tribe at the river now. A few hours later at the river, the tribes start arriving, one after another, answering Vicar's call. He walks to the water with the vial in hand, and lets a few drops fall in. They spread through the river, poisoned by the Red Death. Soon the water shines gold, and the sickness starts disappearing. In seconds, the whole river is purified. Now the water is safe to drink, and can even heal disease. Vicar tells the tribal leaders that drinking it is enough. The sick rush forward and drink. Almost right away they feel better. Their bodies grow lighter and the Red Death is gone. One tribal leader offers to make him a shaman, but he refuses. He turns it down without hesitation. Then someone slams a foot into the ground. The sound makes Vicar look over. It's the leader of the Jagachat tribe. He calls on the Deep Forest people and asks who the hero is that purified the land. Everyone starts stomping and shouting his name. Even the women cry out for the one who saved their families. And the whole forest. Before long, Vicar's name echoes through the mountains and woods. To them, he's become the new savior of the wilds. The protagonist realizes the Poison Clan's crime has turned into an opening for him. If he wins these tribes over, he may gain enough strength to stand against all of Baskerville, and maybe use it to deal Hugo a heavy blow. His thoughts are cut off when a leader suggests a huge festival, but Vicar says there's something important first. They need to find whoever spread the poison through the forest. In the dark, the tribal priest appears, and from his thoughts we learn he did it. He even infected his own niece. All of it was part of his plan to take over the forest. As he steps out of his cave to check the damage, he realizes everything has gone wrong. People are smiling and celebrating with no sickness or fear left. He can't understand it. Before the ritual began, everyone was struggling to breathe. Even his granddaughter is healthy now, leaving him completely shaken. He runs off, yelling that this can't be real. At last he reaches the river he poisoned himself. The fish are alive, and he realizes the sickness is gone. The water is even cleaner than before. His whole plan has collapsed and he can't figure out how. Then Vikir speaks up, saying the river looks very clean, and asking how the shaman is doing. The shaman lashes out, calling him an imperial brat, and demanding to know when he got there. But then he notices the truth. He's surrounded. Vikir says this is exactly what he expected. The man who spread the Red Death through the forest was the shaman. Before returning, he had heard an old story about and the terrible sin he committed. It was about someone who infected his own tribe so he could become their hero, but failed to cure them and they all died. That story points to the old shaman, who now panics, wondering how MC could know any of this. Just then someone calls out and steps forward. It's the tribe leader, asking if he finished his ceremony. She says she heard the empire suffered a war because of the Red Death, and that the plague seems man-made. So it makes no sense for it to spread from the imperial lands to the forest by accident. The old man tries to play dumb and says he knows nothing about that. But the leader asks why he went to the river instead of returning to the tribe. Just like Vikir predicted, he came here to check on something, and they'll soon learn if he was right. The protagonist explains that the old man wanted to become the tribe's hero, and was the one who released the Red Death. The matriarch orders his pockets searched, and the shaman is clearly rattled. Vikir also wanted to know more about the shaman's past. Altson explains that he wasn't born a Balak, and his true line was hidden. Long ago he was a slave. Later he killed a shaman who was planning a coup, and took that man's power. That got him freed and raised to the role of new shaman. After that he did everything he could to fit in with the Balaks, doing filthy jobs no one else wanted. He was even used as bait during dangerous hunts. Only when he grew old and his hair turned white did people finally accept him. Vikir guesses that now, in old age, he wants to claim the power and respect he never had when he was young. That's why he ignored the matriarch and tried to rule the forest. But she cuts him off and orders him to show the pouch now. The old man looks nervous. Still, he starts pulling things out, saying he only saved some flour for after the ceremony. Then he suddenly drops the pouch and it falls into the river, spilling everything inside. As he desperately cries that his hands failed him. The matriarch says this is exactly what Vikir described. He really did throw the pouch into the river just like MC said. Now its contents can't be checked that way anymore. Furious, the old man argues that if he is talking about an antidote, then he's basically accusing him of spreading the poison. He demands the matriarch punish this imperial outsider for staining the shaman's honor. But she replies that no one should be judged without proof, so if he's truly innocent, she will protect both him and his honor. Because of that, she calls for an Iliad. The moment he hears that, the shaman turns pale. An Iliad is a duel used when words can't settle a conflict, and the Valak backs the winner. Then his grandson steps in and says he has always preached respect for tradition. Since the Iliad is one of the Valak's traditions, he should honor it now. The shaman is clearly annoyed by his own grandson. Still, he can't refuse the challenge, so he sets the Iliad for 4 days later on the night of the full moon. But Vikir steps in and says he won't wait that long. He's sure the one being challenged picks the date, that's the tribe's rule. So this was the protagonist's plan all along. Force the shaman into calling for an Iliad. A few hours later, the tribe gathers, and the matriarch starts the duel. Warriors form a ring around them so no coward can run. She calls on the ancestors in the mountain behind them to watch. Under their eyes, no dishonor will be allowed. They will judge who is right and choose the victor. As Valak warriors, both men must prove their truth. Ian says it would be best if Vikir ends this in one strike. The old man grows bitter, feeling like no one is on his side. Then he cuts his finger and smears blood on the ground, saying weapons aren't the only thing he can use, and everyone will shout his name when he wins. A skeleton rises from the earth, 3 more crawl out, and the shaman mocks Vicar, telling him to watch his blind spots. He can't believe a kid who's only been here 2 years could beat someone who knows this land so well. He yells for MC to come out, swearing he'll kill him, while MC quietly watches his arrogance. He thinks back to the silent step skill he gained after killing the Swamp Master, one that lets him erase the sound around him. Seeing him control the dead, the protagonist figures the shaman likely came from the Lococo tribe of shamans. That means nothing to him, though, and he drops straight into the group of skeletons. In an instant, he destroys all of them before the shaman even notices. The old man assumes Vicar is too scared to move. Then, before he can react, something pierces him. As he dies, he wonders when it happened. He never even heard footsteps. MC coldly finishes the job. Then he puts Beelzebub away. Ian walks up, calling out to him. The tribe is stunned. The duel ended in a heartbeat, and the ancestors have shown the shaman was lying. Collapsed on the ground in his final moments. He groans that it hurts, and begs not to die, to live among the Bollocks. He suffered through a humiliating, unfair past. His hatred for him comes from envy. They came from similar beginnings. But when he was young, he never reached even half of what him has. He can't accept that, and he wants revenge on this boy. The protagonist tells Ahun to kill his own grandfather with his own hands. That would hurt him most. Ahun is furious, saying this man nearly got his sister killed with the Red Death. A coward like this old man deserves to feel that pain, not anyone's pity. But then it becomes clear. The shaman had one last plan. He's been drawing a spell with his blood. Soon, the tomb holding the ancestors' body starts to glow, then bursts open with a bright light. Purple mist spreads over the mountain, and the tribe panics, wondering what this strange power is. Ahun is horrified to see his grandfather getting back. Even Voice here is shocked. He's sure he struck the lungs. People ask if the shaman isn't scared of the ancestors' anger. But the elder's eyes turn fully black, and with a twisted grin, he asks what he should be afraid of. MC immediately understands. He rushes forward, saying they have to kill the shaman now. Before he gets close, though, an arrow flies in and stops him. The shaman says it's already too late, leaving Ahun confused. Then they see the shot came from halfway up the mountain. The elder looks pleased, saying the ancestors have made their choice, so he'll leave the judgment to them. Now it's clear, he resurrected one of the savage ancestors as a zombie. Ahun is shaken by the undead archer, and Vicar says a shaman like this shouldn't be able to do something so great. Then he notices the old man has become undead too. Calling up his soldiers, the shaman says they shouldn't look so surprised. There isn't only one grave on this mountain of warriors. He starts to run, but his grandson stops him. Ahun demands to know how far he's willing to sink. Before Ahun can loose an arrow, it's sliced in half. Looking up, he spots someone on the mountain peak. It's an undead ancestor of the Bollocks, likely a former leader, and she lets out a roar at Ahun. Before she can act, an arrow drops the warrior. That shot came from the Bollock leader, who orders everyone to get ready. She says the enemies before them are just puppets, and the only respect left for them is to send them back to the dead. Even if they're shaken, the warriors ready themselves. Then the clash between the undead and the living begins. Powered by forbidden magic, the undead quickly take the lead. The humans are forced to duck, hide, and struggle to stay alive. One corpse roars and charges, but it gets taken down by an arrow. Then several more fall at once. There's a reason the current Bollock leader is counted among the strongest. Vicar knows it too. She's on the level of a veteran. Knight. This is the Knight Foxakia, a fighter said to be able to stand against an empire. Yurd says that if the matriarch is here, they should be safe, but he tells her to come with him. They need to chase the fleeing shaman right now. He looks toward one of the chairs and says he needs her to handle something. The little monkey quickly runs off, while the shaman turns thoughtful. He knows reviving the ancestors isn't enough. With Agur around, he still can't relax. She's a genius and the strongest person in the village. Even so, he smiles darkly, sure that not even she can deal with what's coming next. Deeper in the forest, Vicar and Agur get into position to ambush him. The shaman stands inside a circle carrying out some kind of ritual. The protagonist wonders why he came to this place filled with pillars. Ayan isn't sure either, but she knows they can't let him keep going. So she decides to put this old man down with one arrow. Her shot flies fast, and it looks certain to hit. But just before it lands, the old man says it's over. A hand bursts from the ground and catches the arrow between two fingers. Vicar and Ayan are stunned. The shaman says his summoning worked. Just as the legend said, this one rested alone deep in the forest. The skeleton's thin hair starts to grow back, and its body begins to rebuild itself. It's the divine archer Adonai, the very one from the old stories, the same man who fought the madam. Both of them are horrified to see him standing there. They realize this is the legendary archer from the ballads. The undead warrior rises, draws his bow, and fires with such force that the shockwave cracks the ground. Vicar uses Beelzebub to knock the shot off course, but he quickly realizes it's an aura-filled arrow. Even deflected, it still does heavy damage. Then he sees that Ayan has been hit. Her wound is burning, and he realizes Adonai's arrow is poisoned. That confirms the old legend about Adonai fighting the madam was true. His bow was made from the remains of the eight-legged madam. Vicar does everything he can to defend himself. And when the attacks stop, a huge scar is carved into the ground. Even after blocking them, the situation is still bad. Ayan even tells him to run and leave her behind. But the shaman cuts off any chance of escape. He won't let anyone live, and he orders Adonai to kill them all. With that command, another shot tears toward the two youths. Before it can strike, the tribe leader stops it. The shaman is stunned, and so is everyone else. The mana arrow in her bare hand slowly breaks apart, then bursts as she crushes it in her fist. Burning with rage, she calls the shaman's name, and all he feels now is fear. She came here because she sensed a huge aura. Now she knows that was the right call. Hiding behind the ancestor, the shaman screams the woman's name. Tammy warns her the arrow was poisoned, and the wound needs treatment right away. But the woman is brutal. She simply squeezes her hand and forces the poison out. Vicar realizes she exploded the mana inside her body to cleanse her blood. Annoyed, she stares at the shaman, who is trembling in fear. She says she doesn't care about his betrayal right now. She only wants one answer. Is that man really the divine archer Adonai? When he says yes, the shaman adds that she's facing someone she would never dare challenge. That only makes her smile. She tells Vicar and her daughter to stay back. Now this mother-in-law is going to bring the hammer down on the ancestor. Before the fight starts, she says it's an honor to meet him, even in a moment like this. The two legendary archers face off, each reading the other's moves. But Vicar's mother-in-law moves first, sliding to the side as she readies several arrows. At the same time, she unleashes a full barrage at the undead archer. He calmly avoids them and fires back. Akia dodges that shot too, and the instant she lands, she prepares another attack. Across from her, the legendary archer gathers his aura. Their fight is so fast and fierce that only the trails of their movement can be seen. Vicar says this is a clash between master-level aura users, something so rare he never thought he'd see. Meanwhile, the shaman uses the eye on his finger to watch the fight and sees that Aquila is matching Adonai blow for blow. Even so, he just smiles and says that still won't be enough. Adonai is already dead, so she can't truly kill him. He'll keep fighting until his aura runs dry. When an arrow nearly grazes her, she realizes a long-distance battle will only put her at a disadvantage. So she studies him more carefully and sees that his strength, power, and speed are almost flawless. But one key thing is missing. A black arrow flies straight at her and she fires one of her. The two arrows collide and trigger a huge blast through the forest. Of the smoke, Aquila rushes in after Adonai and swings a kick at his face. He slips away with ease and she misses. A single slash from his dagger tears through the trees around them, but she still manages to avoid it and catch his dagger with her own. Right after that, she kicks his knee to throw him off balance, locking up the legendary archer for a moment. Then she notices another arrow coming, so strong it sends a blast of wind into the sky. Even Aquila gets pushed back by the shock. Furious, she glares at the great ancestor and sees the hit actually did real damage. She wonders if he's holding back because he's dead or because he doesn't want to hurt his own descendants. As she readies a final arrow, she decides the only mercy left is to end this state he's trapped in. Then she lets the shot fly. But just before it lands, Adonai stops it at the last second. A black flash covering his face. Aquila is stunned when she realizes it wasn't really him. The arrow was caught by a dark, evil energy spilling from his wound. That energy starts taking shape and fuses with Adonai, taking full control of his body. This is clearly the shaman's doing. Since Adonai resisted the necromancy, he decides half measures won't work and forces him to keep fighting until every threat is gone. Once that aura fully merges with him, Adonai looks far more terrifying. The power inside him spreads through the whole area, and for the first time the Balak leader is truly worried. Black flesh covers his muscles, repairs his wounds and crawls over his whole body, until he looks less human and more like the tribe's true demon. As that frenzy grows, a huge shadow appears, and it turns out to be a giant turtle drawn in by the chaos. Several other massive monsters also gather around Adonai. The elder says they're rank of beasts from the forest, likely pulled in by the disturbance. They're enormous and powerful, but in an instant all three are killed with a single attack each. So it isn't just his form that's changed. His power has jumped to something unbelievable. Not even Aquila can see when he fires. The elder says this is Sir Adonai's true power, and now he wants him to kill the woman standing before him. With no better choice, Vicar's mother-in-law focuses on dodging, because the arrows now carry crushing killing intent, and each hit spreads more of Madam's poison through her body. It's weakening her fast, so she knows she has to end this now. She draws 2 arrows and fires both at Adonai, but with one smooth move he avoids the first, while the second keeps flying at his face. Then he lifts a finger, opens a portal, and makes the arrow vanish into. The shot is completely swallowed. Watching this, Aquila looks shaken, then smiles, because that was only part of her plan. A hidden arrow from above strikes Adonai. She used a trick. The first arrow missed on purpose, the second forced his block, and then the first looped back at Max's spin and came for the back of his head. Balak demon is badly wounded, but he simply pulls the arrow out like it means nothing. That terrifies Aquila again, and the shaman mocks her. No matter how strong she is, she can't kill someone who's already dead. A simple shot to a vital spot won't bring him down. From a distance, Soul watches her mother fight Adonai, and fears this might be the first battle she can't win. She also notices the forest shaking in a strange way. Still, she holds onto Vicar's promise that he'd handle. As he runs, MC knows the only way to stop the necromancy is to kill the shaman. And since the old man is terrified of Aquila, he's probably hiding behind Adonai. After scanning the area, he finally spots the rat he's been hunting. He charges in, planning to finish him with one strike. But just before he can hit, an undead ancestor jumps in with a brutal kick that Vicar barely avoids. The shaman panics when he realizes the protagonist found him again. But this time he was ready. He sets several ancestors in MC's path, and every one of them is a warrior buried in the warrior's tomb. Not enemies he can brush aside. At the same time, Aquila is clearly losing ground. She takes a deadly wound to the stomach and drops. Seeing the Balak leader fall, the old shaman shouts that she has finally broken. He boasts that the forest guardian will die, and he'll become the new ruler. But a fierce hunting dog cuts in. This is going to be a problem. Vicar uses the 6th blade of Baskerville, wipes out everyone around him, and declares that the people of this forest will become his allies. Then he turns to the shaman and asks if he's finally done daydreaming. The old man freezes in fear and screams for Adonai. Adonai instantly launches an attack at him, but Aquila slams him with a kick and interrupts him at the last possible second. The arrow veers off course, giving Vicar just enough room to avoid. Now completely furious, he goes straight for the shaman. The old man tries calling for Lord Adonai again, but his hands are already gone, so he can't form the seal. He stares in horror, trying to understand what happened, but then realizes he doesn't even have a body left to feel. Vicar cuts down the coward so fast it's effortless, and then we return to the Balak fight. Aquila is still being overwhelmed by the undead, and after collapsing from the attack she's close to death. But before the undead can finish, Its body starts crumbling into dust right in front of her. Soon all the other undead begin falling apart too. The tribe leader, barely catching her breath, stares at the ancestor in confusion, as he also starts fading away. Before he disappears completely, she reaches out and takes his hand, asking him to rest in peace. Then a sharp scream suddenly rings out. It's coming from the elder's still living head. And of course he's yelling at Vicar because his plans were ruined again. The protagonist admits the old man is more capable than he thought. He could command countless undead and even control Adonai's corpse. Smiling wickedly, the shaman insists it's not over, and swears MC will regret this. But in the middle of his weak villain speech, he's struck by his own grandson. The boy is furious with him. Hun apologizes to Vicar, saying if he had ended his grandfather before, none of this would have happened. He just glances aside and tells him it wasn't his fault. He did well. With a mix of sadness and relief, everyone watches the battle finally come to an end. But when they return to the village, the Balak warriors find it completely destroyed. Ian de Sol asks what happened and where all the villagers went. Then Hun's sister appears and says Madam came. Ian de Sol doesn't understand what she means by Madam, while Vicar wonders why the monster, which had stayed still until now, suddenly moved. The girl points ahead and says that before Madam appeared, smoke rose from the shaman's tent. When the protagonist goes to inspect it, he finds several dead primates and realizes the shaman burned a plant that attracts insects. Then someone slams a wall in anger at the shaman. It's the tribe leader who just saw Madam wipe out everything her people built. Even hurt, she says they can rebuild and find food again, then orders the warriors to clear the dead and save whoever survived. Ian de Sol is crushed too, especially when she finds her wolf barely alive with green liquid covering its legs. Crying, she apologizes for leaving it behind. And we learn why the eight-legged madam is called the forest's evil goddess. She is a disaster born from darkness itself, and because the Balak see her as part of nature, they won't seek revenge. But Vikyar isn't Balak. Later, at a cave entrance beside a campfire, he approaches the matriarch to ask about something. He wants to know more about the eight-legged madam. The request catches the matriarch off guard, so Vikyar shows her a record he found earlier in the Lokoko tribe. It contains notes on Madam's poison, witness accounts, and even where she hides. Still, he doesn't get one thing. If everyone fears her, why not unite and fight? The matriarch says the Balak have records too, including what happened when Lord Adonai faced Madam. In that battle, the divine archer managed to cut off one of her legs, but that was only the start of the nightmare. Another leg grew back in its place and split into two. Her legs were the only parts that could be hurt, since the rest of her body couldn't be pierced. The records also say everyone who took part in that battle was poisoned. And from the injuries she herself took from Adonai's poison arrow, she says she can now terrifying Madam really is. She can tell he wants to challenge Madam and begs him to stop. She doesn't want to lose any more family. Vicar knows the odds are bad. Even if Madam is just one rare monster now, the future will be full of demons on her level. Still, no matter how strong she is, she's a monster. Monsters always have patterns and weak spots. If he finds hers, he can kill her. With that resolve, he sets out to face the dark god of the forest. One day later, he reaches a mountain shaped like a dead volcano. A huge pillar rises from the middle, splitting into several legs that brace against the mountain. This is Madam, the eight-legged monster. She moves through the forest while Vicar watches from hiding, noting how much noise she makes when she wakes. He's been staking out her lair for days and learned that she hunts on a set schedule. Based on her routine, she should be gone for about 2 hours, so he quickly heads through the mountains. He climbs to the top with ease and reaches Madam's nest. From outside, it looks like solid rock, but inside it's hollow. He activates the Disabion, his arm, and cuts into the stone, pulling out a small piece to inspect it. Studying the webbing, he sees the inside is rough and hard to cut, even with high-level mana. So instead, he decides to use the web to go down and hops from strand to strand until he reaches the bottom. The entrance is only wide enough for Madam, but it opens up farther down, making it a perfect nest for her. Below, he finds animals and even humans stuck along the walls as stored food. A lot of the bodies are already rotten and untouched, so she likely collected them just because she could. It seems Madame knows she's at the very top of the forest food chain. Vicar pushes that thought aside. He needs to get out before she comes back. Then something on the wall catches his eye, tiny spider eggs. He quickly grabs one and pulls it free, looking it over. Now he understands why so many spider demons appeared when the world fell into chaos. He plans to take one back for study, but then he senses it. Madame has returned. She's looking for an intruder, as if she already knows someone touched her eggs. She searches the nest for him, and Vicar realizes how close he came to disaster. Still, she doesn't spot anything, and starts to leave. At the last second, he had hidden behind a web. Shaken, he wonders if she felt his presence by instinct. If he couldn't erase sound, this would have ended badly. Later, back in the village, everyone is rebuilding after the last attack. People keep talking about Vicar, who shut himself inside his shelter for days, clearly working on something. That also means he's barely seen Ian lately. Right now, she stands outside his cabin, worried. Her mother told her he was asking about the web lady. So she warns him that no warrior can beat that monster, and asks if he's really planning to fight her. Even her little wolf lost a leg just from touching the poison. She's scared she might lose him, too. Before tears can fall, Vicar calls her inside. He says he needs to show her something. When she steps in, she finds him surrounded by notes, studying like a scientist. She asks what all this is, and he says there are records about Madame gathered from the forest tribes. He's been studying her web strength and skin toughness, and even stole one of her eggs from the cave. The second Ashen hears he entered the giant spider's lair. She gets even more anxious. She's sure now that he really means to fight Madame, and offers to help, but Vicar tells her she's still hurt, and would only slow him down. He also says he'll be leaving the forest soon, because there's something he must do. A little down, Iowan admits she already knew that. Then MC says something she doesn't expect. Once he's done with everything, he wants to come back here. But before that, he has to protect the place he wants to return to. As Iowan looks over the wall covered in sketches, Vicar says he already knows how to kill Madame. He won't let what happened to Bakira happen to anyone else. Even then, Iowan stays serious and says calling it a hunt is way too bold. Still, he's always been the kind of person who faces impossible problems, and somehow turns them around. So she decides to trust him, hoping that this time he'll pull off another miracle. Later that night, in heavy rain, Vicar faces a giant lizard. It slashes at him with its claws, but the Beelzebub on his arm blocks the hit with ease. Vicar seems set on beating it, and the reason soon becomes clear. The wound made by Beelzebub heals right away thanks to the creature's power. Vicar says this is the last piece he needs to hunt Madame. With a faint smile, he plans to steal the back in the village. A Hun looks exhausted after finishing some work. He stands with two other villagers in front of a house they just built. They're impressed by a Hun's skill, and he says the place is for Bakura, since they're basically like brothers now. But the other two laugh because a Hun used to hate Bakura the most. Even so, the village recovered fast, and a lot of that is thanks to him. So the three decide to tell Bakura they built the house together for him. When they get there though, he's not home. A Hun is disappointed. He wanted to see Baser's reaction. The others joke it probably wouldn't have been that dramatic anyway. Acien is there too. And as she looks up at the sky, she realizes this is the day Baser's one-on-one fight with Madame. She prays the great warrior blesses his battle against that disaster. Soon he stands on top of a mountain looking. Rain is coming, and he says the heavens are already mourning the spider's death. She's likely asleep now, which makes this the best time to strike. He's prepared for dozens of things that could go wrong and already planned how to answer each one. Now it's time to begin. Baser jumps into the spider's lair. Deep below, Madame waits with poison dripping from her mouth, her face terrifying enough to scare anyone. Like a true spider, she sleeps upside down from a web. That sleep ends now because Baser rushes in with Beelzebub and cuts off one of her legs with the 6th Baskerville technique. Madame wakes at once, sees the missing leg, and flies into a rage. The protagonist remembers Adonai's record. The severed leg splits into two just like before. Using that new doubled limb, Madame strikes at him, but he dodges and stays locked on his plan, hitting her again and again from every direction like lightning, filling the cave. Madam can barely do anything but take the hits. To stop him, she spits venom. But he avoids it all with quick movements. Then one splash on the wall sends a stray drop onto his arm and the poison spreads instantly. But Basir already planned for that too. He cuts away the poison flesh and restores it with the salamander's healing power. Seeing a human regenerate shocks Madam while MC Cooley says the game just changed. They rush each other again. Basir keeps landing brutal blows while barely slipping past her attacks. Little by little, he breaks through her hard skin. Then, during one small mistake, he gets clipped and nearly loses balance from the pain, falling onto one of her legs. The damaged spot is his leg, and it's already starting to heal. Before the recovery is even done, he jumps back at Madam and slashes at her legs again, almost like payback. Realizing she's losing ground, Madam lets out a savage scream, and Vicar can tell things may get dangerous. Hours go by, the protagonist is exhausted, still regenerating injuries from earlier hits. He's lost track of how many times he's had to heal, and it's draining his strength fast. Meanwhile, that monster keeps doubling her legs like it costs her nothing. The battle is wearing him down, but this was part of the plan, and he smiles. Then he jumps onto a nearby web and climbs fast toward her body, while the furious spider tries to chase him with legs that have now multiplied into the hundreds. Then she realizes something. She can't climb. Vicar says that was the point all along. He knew multiplying her legs still wouldn't let her reach him. Legs that endless healing looks godlike, but it turns into a weakness when she only keeps growing one side. Still, she doesn't give up and fires a web at him, but MC slips past. He was ready for that move from the very start. Her web is tough, but it has one big flaw. Even if normal fire can't burn it, the purple flames of the underworld can light it up like dry wood. And with all the bodies she's stored here, the cave is packed with gas. In a sealed place like that, one spark is enough to set everything off. With a cold stare, Vicar tells her she's built up too much karma from abusing her power, and now it's coming back on her. Then he sets off the purple flame explosion on one of the stored corpses and the whole cave erupts. A little earlier, he had been studying the lady closely. He remembers the practical exam when he ran into Cerberus after it got pushed out of its land. That made him realize the tribe had only been hunting near the mountains because the lady kept expanding her territory. From that, he figured out her real plan. She was using the tribe to drive away demonic beasts like Cerberus. That way, infernal fire, her worst weakness, would stay far from her. Keeping her weakness so close was reckless. And with a precise strike, plus the skill he gained back then, he turns the cave into total ruin. All the spider can do is watch the blast form inside her own nest. Stunned, hellfire swallows her, along with the souls of the monsters she had kept there. Sometime later, Vicar has already made it out of the mountain. Once he learned infernal fire was her weakness, all he had to do was trap her inside. With all those copied legs, she couldn't climb the mountain, and the flames kept her from using her web. At that point, she was done. No matter how strong she was, anything that needs lungs can't live through that. Now Vicar van Baskerville just has to wait for her to die and claim the skill, but of course it won't be that simple. A huge quake hits, and he wonders what just happened. Then the whole mountain starts shaking. Suddenly goes still for a second. Then they see why. As the mountain splits in half, debris blasts everywhere. Vicar van Baskerville can only stare, confused by what's in front of him. The spider emerges, now golden and warm, ready to fight again. The fire hurt her badly, but she's still glaring at him, set on fighting to the end. As a last desperate move, she spits venom into the air, turning it into a deadly green burst that spreads across the forest, eating through the trees and hopefully Vicar too, or so she thinks. But he's right under her, blocking the acidic rain. The protagonist Van Baskerville quickly realizes she can't locate him. Her eyes were burned away completely, and the skin she used to sense things is gone, too. Forcing her way out of the mountain also left cracks across her body. Knowing it's not over, he rushes her again. Moving fast, he lines up his next strike at one of those cracks, and slams in with the sixth thong of the Baskerville, like it's the finishing blow. But he's too drained. The hit doesn't even break through her skin. So Vicar van Baskerville retreats to a tree, knowing one strike won't be enough. If needed, he'll keep hitting her until it works. Then the spider's blank, lifeless. Eyes start to split like old skin and fresh shining eyes appear underneath. Shocked, and before he can react, one of her legs slams into him. He gets launched across the forest, crashing down like a meteor and tearing up everything in his path. He knows he messed up. He never thought she could regrow specific parts, while her legs are healing slowly, likely from exhaustion. Broken and unable to even stand, he can only feel that monster getting closer. He tries to rise and keep fighting, but then someone appears and asks why he's wasting time on this monster instead of leaving the forest and finishing his real goal. He was brought back to take revenge on Hugo, not fight pointless beasts. Then we see who's saying it. It's Vikir himself, the one from before reincarnation, scarred and full of hate. That version says he's grown soft and dull since coming to the forest. And he needs to remember his hatred for Hugo, the same hatred he felt at the very end. We get more of Vikir van Baskerville's past. Back then, he existed only to carry out his master's orders, no matter the cost. That life was chosen for him from birth, and it stayed way until the day everything changed. The moment his master betrayed him, he finally saw the truth. His whole life had been wasted on a man drunk on power. That's why he wanted Hugo to feel that same despair. But the hate we have now changed all of. It should have been simple. Kill his master and bring down the clan. That was supposed to be his only reason to exist. But hearing this makes him question what he really lives for. He wonders if in his past life, he ever once defied Hugo's will. And yes, there was a time he thought about running away. He spent a long time thinking about what he could do and what kind of life he might have if he escaped. But in the end, he gave up and accepted his fate, choosing to live in chains. That choice led straight to his tragic end. Vikir van Baskerville had been nothing but a trained hunting dog. Now that he knows he was just a disposable tool, it fills him with rage. He refuses to be controlled anymore, not by Hugo and not even by this broken part of himself. After Hugo cut him down, the one thing he truly wanted was simple: never live under his claws again. As he regrets the choice he made before, those dark voices start to fade. They lose their grip on him, but the spider hasn't faded at all. She's already moving in for the killing blow with a sharpened leg. Still, his hunger for freedom at last lets him dodge at the final second. He rolls across the ground because he can't regenerate anymore. In his heart, he knows that once he's truly free, he'll still seek revenge. But he also has people and a place he wants to protect and return to. As he struggles to stand, he says he'll live by his own will from now on. That's why he has to get back up and fight so nothing can control him again. Then a figure with pointed ears appears, and an arrow strikes the lady's leg, stopping her attack on Vikir van Baskerville. 2 more arrows follow and wound her even more. The help catches him off guard. Looking past the monster, he sees several people gathered on the mountain, firing from above. Leading them are Fian and her powerful mother. They shout that they came to fight beside Vikir van Baskerville. And it's not just them, but the whole Balak tribe. After everything he's done, they all want to stand with him. So they rush the spider, yelling that they have to protect the hero of the forest. In truth, their arrows are like bug bites to her. They do almost nothing. But that brief opening is enough for him to start regenerating. The protagonist Van Baskerville wonders if she really ignored him when he told them not to interfere. Still, eye in a soul is the reason he survived. So he moves in to finish this cursed spider. But as expected, he's still too weak to break her. Then the answer is simple. If one blow fails, keep striking. Before he can continue, though, the spider starts thrashing her legs everywhere, trying to find him. The tribe panics, thinking she's gone crazy. But Eye in a soul calms them down. She says the spider is only doing this because Vikir has cornered her. So no one should fall back. Watching from farther away is the tribe leader, still worn out and hurt from her last fight. For years she saw the lady as a disaster, never something that could actually be killed. But this small warrior who came from nowhere and joined the tribe shattered that fear by taking on the monster alone. So as leader of the clan, she decides to act to spite her wounds. She gathers mana, knowing she has to open a path for him. Then she fires from the top of the mountain. The shot slams hard into the madam, locking her up from the impact. Vikir doesn't waste the chance. He closes in, his eyes glowing red, and charges like lightning. For one last attack. It lands cleanly on the madam, making her scream in pain. To end it, he uses the first technique of the Baskerville clan, the deeply piercing fang. I1 to Soul realizes he's entered the madam's body. And inside he triggers the second technique, then the third. The madam sprays venom wildly in every direction. The clear sign that her end has come. And Vikir, who had been chained by desire until now, knows he won't live as a bound hound anymore. From the spider's eye, tiny blows start cracking the chains that bound him. Then he bursts out of the monster like a storm. Using the sixth crushing fang, he finally ends the battle. When Vikir comes out through the giant spiders, the barbarians are left speechless. After that final hit, the madam finally drops, as she collapses from pure exhaustion. But even after winning, the venom in his blood is eating him away. Barely holding on, he checks the madam, and sees she's also close to passing out. Seeing his chance, he knows he has to get rid of the venom fast. But he's out of strength and blacks out on the spot. Then, like something else is moving him, his arm rises. Beelzebub reaches toward the madam, and we see her restored to her full monstrous form. Then Beelzebub and the creatures already absorbed come out to face her. The first one in is Cerberus, the three-headed dog. The madam down with a rush of bites. That gives Beelzebub an opening to close in with her pincers and absorb the madam's power. From far away, Vikir hears someone warning that the area is full of venom. He opens his eyes to a hin, yelling at him not to die, then shuts them again while lying there, surrounded by the tribe. He calls a hin's name, says he's fine, and jokes that she should lower her voice so he can rest. Hearing him joke in that condition, a hin finally breaks down. She cries out, calls him an idiot, and tells him never to do that again. Beelzebub on his arm looks very pleased. That's when we learn the 8 legs madam's deadly venom has been added to the glutton. Sometime later, the whole tribe is sprawled out drunk and worn out on the ground. Meanwhile, the leaders of another tribe sit together and calmly share a drink. Vikir looks pretty tired, and says the festival has lasted 3 weeks because these people seriously love to party. Nearby, a big white wolf looks thrilled. This Bakalaga now down to 3 legs, but still happy to see him. Even after losing 1 leg, she found another wolf to lean on, and now she just needs rest. Vikir then studies his hand with a suspicious look because after fighting the madam, not even fully killing her by himself, he managed to use his clan's 7th technique. He isn't sure if that came from beating her or from everything he learned in battle. Even so, Hugo's version of the 7th technique is still far beyond his own. Still, he's much stronger than before, and everything he came here to do is finished. Now it's time to return to the Baskerville clan and get his revenge. But as he says that, becomes clear someone is watching him. Soon, a few hours pass and Vikir changes into normal clothes to leave. He thanks the patriarch for letting him go, but she scolds him. She was never going to stop him. To her, he'll always be family, and distance won't change. She reminds him that wherever he goes, he should never forget he's a Bollock. As he thanks her, Vikir looks around, wondering if Avian will come too. But since she already hates the thought of him leaving, he just turns and says goodbye to everyone. It's clear how different things are now. Once he was treated like a lowly slave. Now the whole tribe loves him and wishes him luck. Even a Hun, his old enemy, calls him brother and hopes he comes back soon. With that, the tribe finishes sending off the hero who saved them. The protagonist seems at peace as he heads on. Then something makes him stop. Actually someone, the wild waifu. She's waiting for him, holding something suspicious in her hands, and asks if he's really leaving already. With a serious face, she hands it over and tells him to take. Vikir seems to know right away what it is. Before he can say anything, she explains that it's Adonai's bow, and she adjusted it so he can use it. That explains why she'd been gone for days. She was preparing this gift for him, but she isn't done. Next, she puts a small collar around his neck. She says it's because he kept talking about hunting dogs while he was delirious from the venom. Then she tells him he isn't one and no real hunting dog would act the way he does. He's more like a wolf, and a wolf should never wear a chain. As he thanks her, she gives him one last gift, rising onto her tiptoes to reach him, then using that same chain so no one else can pull him away. She gives him the kiss we've been waiting for. A moment later they pull apart, and she can't hold back her tears. So she turns to leave, saying she'd heard this is how people in the Empire say goodbye, and that even though he used to be smaller, now he's taller than her. Before going, she tells him to take care. Vikir says he's never heard of that kind of imperial goodbye, then says farewell, adding that he'll see her again. That makes the young woman freeze as she wipes away her tears. After a dramatic flip of her hair, she says she hopes they meet again too. Sometime later, Vikir finally reaches his destination, the city where he stayed 2 years ago, before joining the Baluk tribe. Looking at Red Owl Castle, he thinks it's been a long time. Seeing the morgue flags still flying, he figures the ruby mining deal with the Baskervilles is still going on. That makes him wonder if that girl is still here. Just thinking about what she'll say when they meet again already makes him tired. He hops over the city wall and decides it's late, so he should find an inn. But while looking for a place to stay, he spots something strange. A huge golden statue in the middle of the city. If it's standing here, both families must have agreed to build it. Before he can think more, a guard stops him and warns him not to touch the statue of the great hero. Hearing that, Vikir asks who the hero is, and the guard immediately assumes he's a foreigner. The man gets excited, shocked that anyone in the Empire doesn't know the name. He starts praising the young man who wiped out countless barbarians with only a sword. Then says this hero rushed into deadly danger to save his weak, beloved wife and gave his life fighting a giant monster so others could escape. The guard keeps rambling with total passion, while MC slowly realizes who he's talking about. At last, the man proudly names the hero who lived here 2 years ago, MC Van Baskerville. He is instantly embarrassed hearing all this praise from someone who has no idea he's standing right there. Later, he finds a small tavern to spend the night, and inside are the 3 sisters who once tried to kill him. Now they're talking him up like they always saw his worth. One claims he had tons of charm, though he was hard to approach. Another says they spoke a lot even if they never got that close. The third swears that just seeing him wiped away all her tiredness. Vikir just stands there listening to this nonsense, thinking that is not how any of it happened. It seems Adolphe and the rescue team's success got credited to the sisters. From their loose talk, the protagonist also learns Hugo was furious after he vanished. The morgue Scarlet family even paid a huge compensation, but Hugo still hasn't calmed down. MC figures that makes sense since he lost his hunting dog. The 3 sisters keep fantasizing about some romantic relationship with him, but drop it once they realize he's no longer interested. And when he can't take any more of their nonsense, he pays and gets ready to leave. But as he's walking out, one of the sisters notices him and yells for him to come over. Vikir tries to ignore her, while the other 2 assume she's drunk again. She keeps shouting for him to get over there right now, gets mad that he's ignoring her, and casts a spell at his feet to trap him. But with one jump, he avoids it all. That shocks the other 2 sisters and the soldiers nearby. He lands smoothly, but when he looks up, he's surrounded. One guard orders him to take off his hood and identify himself. Vikir is getting annoyed, but since he planned to announce his return to the family anyway, he pulls the hood back. The 3 sisters blush at how good he looks, still not recognizing him at first, just thinking he's handsome. Instead, one of the guards is the first to figure it. His face looks like the statue, and his black hair and red eyes give away his family. The moment the sisters realize who's standing there, they start sweating and stumble over his name, then shout it loud enough for everyone in the tavern to hear. By morning, the 3 sisters tell him he could have stayed in the VIP room, but Vikir says that would have wasted the room fee, so this was fine. Then the 3 delusional sisters start arguing over which one he came to see. They also mention they already sent an owl to spread the news that he's alive again, which annoys him a little since he never asked them to do that. As he leaves, the sisters offer to walk with him, saying they have plenty of free time since all they do is sleep. He refuses and thinks the morgue Scarlet family really did send a lazy bunch. He also wonders why Camus isn't in the city. The middle sister says Camus is in secluded training at the Hall of Darkness, putting all her focus into magic research. That worries him because before he left, Camus was on terrible terms with the head of the Hall of Darkness. Now he wonders if this is another future he changed. Before going, he asks them to tell her he wants to meet when he gets the chance, then heads to his family's mansion. By then, the owl has already spread the word that the hero of the mountain came back alive. Chihuahua and his little niece burst into tears of happiness. Even the thief he once saved looks glad to hear it. The news hits everyone in different ways. Then a man rushes in, shouting for the Baskerville patriarch. He announces that Vakir has returned alive, shocking the butler and the elder, whose long white hair and annoyed face make it clear he wants to know if it's true. Meanwhile, the protagonist shuts his eyes for a moment, then opens them, ready to face his family and move one step closer to revenge. A little later, Secretary Chihuahua is just happy Vakir used the door this time, while MC leans on it and asks him to forget their last disastrous meeting. But he quickly asks why so many people are outside. Turns out his fan club is waiting for him, and the news of his return has spread across the empire. Vakir finds the whole thing annoying. Just then, Pomeranian runs in calling for her daddy, and he quickly corrects her. He's her uncle, not her father. Then she shows him a dead little mouse, and he worries she could catch the plague. He asks whether the city's troubles are under control, and Chihuahua says almost everything is handled because Cindy Wendy, the person the protagonist recommended, is excellent. Still, one case remains unsolved. Chihuahua brings out an envelope marked F10 and says that this year children from the poorer communities have been disappearing one by one. They seem kidnapped, but none were found on the black market. It's like they vanished. There's no proof, but he suspects one person is behind it all. Reading the file, Vicar looks furious, because these child disappearances in Underdog match the case he was framed for in his past life. What's strange is that this should have happened much later, and it was the very thing used to set him up. Then Pomeranian calls him over, saying she has something to show him. The mouse that was dead is suddenly alive, again, which shocks both Vicar and Chihuahua. They ask if she really brought it back to life. When they realize she did, MC is baffled and wonders if she used voodoo or some strange outside mana. He asks when she found out, and she says it started 3 nights ago. In truth, she just copied what the tribe people did, making him realize someone from the Lococo tribe must have found her. At only 5 years old, she already shows more talent than Baskerville and more Scarlet children, who start learning magic around age 8. A black mage born into a family of swordsmen is sure to drive Hugo crazy. So Vicar decides it's best if they never meet. Right then, a carrier pigeon arrives with a message for Chihuahua, who quickly calls for the vice consul to see it. The letter is from the patriarch himself. Soon after, a carriage arrives, and someone steps out calmly. The patriarch has come to Underdog in person. A few hours later, 2 cups of tea sit on the table. Chihuahua is badly nervous, but the butler stays oddly calm. Vicar and his father silently study each other. At last, Hugo breaks the silence and greets his son. Knowing his father was coming, the protagonist hid Pomeranian in the room and hoped Hugo wouldn't notice. Hugo asks what it was like living with the barbarians, and the protagonist says he stayed with them until he could recover. During that time, he acted friendly so he could learn their culture and find a way out. Hugo asks how he pulled that off, and Vicar says he controlled the barbarians with goods from the empire. To them, things like orbs and wool are precious, and even vegetables and grain are highly valued. Use well those goods can make it easy to control them. Hugo points out that sounds like trade, not domination. MC answers that they'll still die in the end. In return for those supplies, he plans to demand they hunt down monsters. Hugo realizes the barbarians will die protecting the territory. That answer leaves him impressed, just as expected. Listening to this twisted father-son talk, Chihuahua can't help wondering what a normal family conversation sounds like. The butler seems pleased too. He hasn't seen the patriarch smile like this since the young master vanished. Vizier calmly sips his tea, thinking he doesn't want the Baloks to suffer. From the Baskerville's point of view, the natives will be dying, but in truth, they'll just be moving to where the madam is. So Hugo will believe his revenge on the barbarians is finally happening, while they're actually growing stronger. But then Hugo's tea begins to bubble, and in a surge of anger, he declares he won't negotiate with the Lococo tribe. He wants to wipe them out himself. He starts to wonder if Hugo has some deeper history with them, and that gives him one more reason to keep Pomeranian hidden. Realizing he started talking about barbarians the moment he reunited with his son, Hugo changes the subject. He tells Vicar not to return to the front lines. Saving the morgue Scarlet daughter brought honors, a high diplomatic reward, and praise from the royal family. But none of that matters to a father who nearly lost his son. It isn't worth losing a child. As the protagonist realizes this is his father's way of showing affection. He remembers the day he was captured and the sting of betrayal. Surrounded by the cold eyes of the hunting dogs he had fought beside his whole life. He understood he had been abandoned by his master, who never even let him explain and showed him no mercy. So this sudden warmth won't fool him. His eyes stay fixed on Hugo's neck. Then someone suddenly calls out for their uncle. Both Chihuahua and Vicar freeze, in shock as Pomeranian runs into his arms, terrified by the thunder. She clings to him and both of them know the situation just turned dangerous.